Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had the ultimate refill Quirk ally? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I sat in class, taking notes as the teacher spoke. I looked around at my classmates. Some were passing notes, while others whispered to each other. A lot had changed since starting junior high. Things were much simpler before then. I used to be the center of attention. My name is YNLN. In this world of quirks, my quirk is called refill. It sounds unusual, right? That's what everyone tells me when I share the name of my quirk. But as a kid, that didn't last long. Once I demonstrated my quirk, I was in high demand. To put it simply, my quirk allows me to refill any space that has ever been occupied by any solid, liquid, gas, or energy at will. There are various theories about how it works. My quirk might sound strange, but think of all the potential uses for it. I can refill drinks, gas tanks, the money in my wallet, my phone battery, ammunition, the ink in my pens, the food in my refrigerator, and even the energy in a nuclear reactor. The possibilities are endless. Needless to say, I was very popular before junior high. People would come up to me, asking me to refill things for them. I was the class helper, the class clown, and the popular kid all rolled into one. Then I started junior high. From that point on, I became old news. My quirk was overlooked by nearly everyone. It wasn't considered hero material. People would only come up to me to jokingly ask me to refill their phone batteries. I became a punchline. The only person treated worse than me was Izuku Midoriya. We met in our first year of junior high and ended up in the same class almost every year after that. As the two outcasts of our class, we naturally became good friends. Now, we are in our last year of junior high. We lived in the same apartment complex, so we walked home together. "Look man, you can't let what Bakugo says get to you," I said. Midoriya continued to walk with his head down. But he wasn't really wrong, Wyan. I am quirkless. What can I do? How am I supposed to be a hero? Midoriya said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He also called me a reject. Let me tell you something, man. There is something we can do. Both of us. It's not about having overwhelming power. It's about the skills you develop and the effort you put in, I explained. Midoriya looked at me and then at his journal, which I knew was filled with details about different heroes and their quirks, as well as our classmates. It's all about the effort. Midoriya mumbled. Hey, while you've got that journal out, there's something else I want to tell you about my quirk, I said. Midoriya turned to face me. What, really, Wyan? I thought you had your quirk all figured out, Midoriya asked. You could say I've been using my quirk in an unconventional way the past few years. You know how I always skip lunch to study instead? I asked. Yeah, what about it, Wyan? Midoriya replied. Well, there's a reason for that. In my first year of junior high, I discovered that I could use my quirk to refill the contents of my stomach. This way, I don't need to take time out of my day to eat. I can study or train instead, I explained. Midoriya's eyes widened in realization. I always wondered how you skipped lunch and never seemed to lose any weight. That's impressive. But couldn't it work the same way for water? Midoriya wondered. Yeah, I've hardly eaten or drunk anything over the past couple of years. I've just been continuously refilling the food and water in my body. The meals I've been refilling are of perfect quality and balance. That's how I've gained all this muscle, I exclaimed, feeling energized. I was noticeably bulkier than Midoriya, who still had the same physique we both had when we met. Speaking of Midoriya, he looked a bit queasy. Gee, that's great, Wyan. That's a really unique way to train, Midoriya responded, looking uncomfortable. Hey, what's with that face? It's not like I've been chewing and spitting out the same meal for years. You said it yourself. You suspect that my quirk works through a form of focus time reversal that requires specific conditions. Don't make that face, I exclaimed. I'm sorry. I can't help it. When you told me that, that's just where my mind went. Midoriya replied. I was trying to cheer you up by sharing something interesting you didn't know I could do with my quirk. I wasn't trying to make you feel sick. Just forget it, okay? I said, crossing my arms. Midoriya looked surprised for a moment before breaking into laughter. It wasn't long before I joined him, and we both stood there chuckling. Midoriya wiped a tear of joy from his eye as the laughter faded. I guess you cheered me up after all. Thanks, Wyan. And yeah, I'm going to write down the new info about your quirk, Midoriya said. We approached a dark tunnel we had to walk through. Halfway through, we started to hear some strange noises. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Midoriya, run. I ordered. Huh? He questioned. I turned around just in time to be tackled by a large villain made of mud-like sludge. It began to envelop Midoriya and me. I tried to think of a way to use my quirk to escape, but as I scanned the area, there was nothing. I could feel myself losing consciousness, and I knew Midoriya was in the same situation. Suddenly, a faint yell pierced through the haze. Detroit smash, someone shouted. With that, a massive gust of wind blew apart the sludge villain, sending Midoriya and me flying out the other end of the tunnel. We hit the ground hard and rolled, but I managed to stop myself. I coughed up the sludge that had worked its way down my throat. As I lay there, gasping for air, All Might emerged from the tunnel. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't expect you two to go flying like that, he apologized. You're sorry? You throw a punch that breaks the sound barrier and don't expect middle schoolers in your way to go flying? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. I fumed sarcastically. I was so frustrated that I momentarily forgot that the number one hero had just saved us. I stood up, cradling my arm in pain. Midoriya, are you okay? I asked, approaching him. All Might stood back, a bead of sweat on his forehead. It seems he lost consciousness before my attack. I suppose you're just stronger than him. Are you all right? All Might inquired. I almost mentioned that it was because Midoriya didn't have a quirk, but I sensed he already knew. My arm could use a checkup, but I'll be fine, I replied, trying to sound calm and sarcastic, even though I was actually panicking. My body wouldn't stop shaking. While we spoke, the sludge villain had reformed. Not if I can help it, the sludge declared. All Might and I turned to face him. Do not worry, young men. Everything is fine. Because I am here. All Might shouted, throwing another powerful punch. Midoriya woke up moments after the sludge villain was defeated. After a brief moment of panic and some excited fanboying, we headed home. We left the villain to All Might, who had him contained in a soda bottle. I held my arm in pain again and noticed a walk-in clinic across the street. I'm going to stop by that clinic. You should head home. By the way, it might be best to keep this little incident from our parents. You know how they can be, I suggested. Yeah. As thrilling as it was to meet All Might, my mom would freak out knowing we were attacked by a villain, Midoriya agreed. I waved goodbye and walked to the clinic. It turned out I had sprained my arm. The doctor assured me it would be fine as long as I avoided heavy lifting for about a week. When I got home, my parents told me something I never expected. They said Bakugo had been taken hostage by a sludge villain and that Midoriya had risked his life to save him, putting himself in danger. Finally, they mentioned that All Might had appeared to save both of them. I decided not to talk to Midoriya about it. I was smart enough to realize how traumatic it could be to face the same villain twice in one day. The next day, Midoriya was acting differently. He didn't seem down or negatively affected at all. Instead, he appeared to be excited about something. He was evasive when I asked him about it, so I decided to let it go. As long as he was happy, he was probably fine. Besides, I had my own concerns. I was in the process of designing a piece of support gear that would make me a formidable contender at the UA entrance exam. I didn't know about the rest of the school, but everyone in my class wanted to go to UA. It was the best hero school around, and the entrance exam was only 10 months away. I had 10 months to strengthen my body, complete my design, and build this powerful idea of mine. If it worked, it would complement my quirk perfectly. I would finally be ready to become hero material. As time passed, Midoriya and I both stayed busy. When we weren't at school, we each had our own activities. I mostly stayed indoors, tinkering with my support gear, while Midoriya focused on training. I guess my words about effort and heart really resonated with him. However, I couldn't help but worry he was overdoing it. He always looked like he was in too much pain to move or too exhausted. I could relate more than I cared to admit. When I first started working out, I had pushed myself too hard. I used my quirk to refill my stamina after it was depleted, then went right back to training. It was tough on my body. Sure, I could refill my stamina, but I couldn't prevent the inevitable strain on my muscles from overuse. I also couldn't do anything about mental exhaustion, which was the main downside to my quirk. Overusing it led to serious mental fatigue, and I desperately needed sleep. Seeing my only friend struggle like I had, I knew I had to help. Midoriya. Hey! I called out at the end of the school day. I ran up behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Can we talk for a moment? I asked. Oh yeah, sure, Wyan, Midoriya replied, his eyes showing dark circles beneath them. His posture seemed off as we grabbed our shoes from our lockers. You're overdoing it with that training of yours, I stated simply. He looked as if I had caught him in a lie. Huh? What do you mean, YN? Midoriya asked. Everyone else might be too wrapped up in themselves to notice the hard work you're putting in, but I do. We're friends, remember? I said. He nodded. And as your friend, let me tell you, overtraining your muscles will have the opposite effect. I know you want to do your best at the UA entrance exam, but you need to keep that in mind. Midoriya looked guilty. Don't make that face. Just ease up a bit on your training. And don't worry. In a few months, I'll be at the exam too, I assured him, raising my fist enthusiastically. You're going to try out for UA? Midoriya asked. You aren't the only one working on something big, I replied confidently. What's this? A reject and a quirkless loser planning to try out for UA? What kind of lame joke is that? You think you're at the same level as me? Bakugo yelled, grabbing Midoriya's shirt. Without hesitation, I quickly struck Bakugo in the solar plexus. He released Midoriya and stumbled back, struggling to catch his breath. His glare felt intense, but I managed to stand my ground. So, Bakugo, have you made the leap to professional bully yet? Or are you still just an amateur? Because I can't tell, I said sarcastically. Bakugo was fuming. Luckily, the teacher arrived and grabbed his hands before he could retaliate against me or Midoriya. The teacher gave me a look that suggested I had just walked too close to a wild animal. I took that as my cue to leave. Midoriya agreed to ease up on his training, and we promised to see each other at the UA entrance exam. Today was the day of the entrance exam. I felt confident about the written portion, yet I couldn't shake the nerves as everyone began to pour into the building for the exam. I managed to find Midoriya and took a seat next to him. Once settled, the pro hero, Present Mike, began explaining how the physical exam would work. Evidently, we were going to face robots of varying point values. The more challenging the robot, the more points we would earn for defeating it. I had suspected that the physical exam would involve combat, but it seemed that was all it consisted of. I had to admit I was a bit disappointed. While Present Mike was talking, a large guy with glasses stood up, asked a question, and then called out Midoriya for mumbling to himself. I was sitting right next to him, but I was so accustomed to it that it felt like background noise. Before everyone could start laughing or booing at Midoriya, I took offense and called the guy out. Would you sit back down? You're standing up just to yell, which is way more distracting than some introvert mumbling to himself. And why are you even here? This entrance exam is for freshmen. You look at least 20, I firmly stated. Chuckles and whispers spread through the crowd. The guy looked like he had betrayed his own beliefs and sat back down. I couldn't help but think he was being rude. Present Mike continued explaining the rules of the exam and told us to get ready. It was finally time. I had completed my project a couple of weeks ago and was carrying it around in a briefcase. As everyone changed into fitness clothes, I did too. I found Midoriya outside a massive gate leading to a closed-off city specifically designed for UA exams. He was wearing a green tracksuit. I approached him in a similar blue tracksuit and specially designed black gloves. Yo, Midoriya, I said. Oh hey, Wyan. I was just looking for you, he responded. No, you weren't. I saw you checking out that girl, I teased. He had been watching a cute girl with brown hair who was about his height. His face turned red at my comment. Then he noticed my gloves. Hey, what's up with those gloves? Midoriya asked. I held up my hand and made a fist. The gloves had plating covering several wires, along with a compartment that housed several battery packs. Remember when I told you I was working on something big? Well, this is it. These are battery-powered shock gloves. I stated. Midoriya's eyes lit up as he examined them. Wow, you made these? That's cool. But wait, how long can you use them before the batteries run out? He asked. I pointed to a meter on the gloves, indicating battery life. No worries, I designed these gloves to work with my quirk. The batteries can only last several minutes, but by refilling them with energy after they're depleted, I can make them last indefinitely, I explained. Midoriya was practically bouncing with excitement. You've got infinite energy, shock gloves, he exclaimed, fanboying. I placed a hand over Midoriya's mouth. Try not to give away my secrets, okay? I've got a feeling this exam is kind of an eat or be eaten situation, I said. I took my hand off his mouth, and he nodded nervously in response. I couldn't understand why he was so anxious about me placing a hand on his mouth. Then I remembered I was wearing shock gloves. Oh geez, my bad. Listen, let's stick together. That way we can handle the weaker robots and the tougher ones. I declared. Midoriya looked at his hand strangely and smiled. All right, he replied. What are you all standing around for? Heroes don't wait, they take action, go. Present Mike yelled from above. Everyone bolted for the entrance to the city full of robots. Midoriya and I were practically at the very back of the crowd. As the first robots rounded the corner, people sprang into action and took them down quickly. The two of us kept running around, searching for points. Suddenly, a one-point robot emerged from a dark alley and flanked us. It swung down at us and we each dodged. I activated my shock gloves by pressing a button in each palm. They began emitting blue voltage. I rushed the one-pointer and placed a hand on it. It overloaded with electricity and burst apart. That was amazing! I shouted. Midoriya got up from the ground and tackled me. He had saved me from a two-pointer robot that was behind me. It was larger than the one-pointer but just as fast. As it attacked again, I jumped and ran up its arm. Placing both hands on its head, I unleashed a surge of voltage before it exploded. The force sent me flying off of it. Midoriya helped me up and looked around frantically. I still haven't gotten any points, he panicked. Don't worry. You get points for assists and rescues. Just stay with me, I replied. We went searching for more points. I wasn't entirely sure about what I said, but I couldn't imagine a school like UA wouldn't grade for rescues or assists. That was something heroes dealt with daily. I knew for certain, though, that I had to help Midoriya. I could tell he had trained hard, but he was still quirkless. The two of us managed to come across a few more robots. I took out 3-pointers, 2-pointers, and 1-pointers. It seemed random how many attacks from my shock gloves they would take to go down. All the while, Midoriya dodged well and occasionally drew their attention so I could find an opening. It was clear he wanted so badly to defeat a robot himself. I was starting to feel exhausted. The heavy use of my quirk led to significant mental fatigue, which I couldn't do anything about except rest. I had refilled my physical stamina only once but had replenished the power in my shock gloves many times. My vision was becoming blurry, and I worried I would soon collapse. Hey, are you okay? Midoriya asked, concerned. Suddenly, everyone started running past us, almost as if they were fleeing from something. What the heck? I said, groggily. I turned in the direction they were all running from. There stood one of the 0-pointer robots of the exam. We had been told there were very few, but we were advised to run away if we encountered one. What they didn't mention was that they were skyscraper-sized. This one was right down the street. It placed a giant hand on a building, causing debris to rain down. Oh man, let's get out of here, I yelled to Midoriya. But he was distracted. Sitting on the ground in fear, he was staring at something. I followed his line of sight and saw it. It was the girl he had been looking at earlier. She was in danger of being crushed by the zero-pointer robot. Midoriya sprang to his feet, determination in his eyes, and started running straight toward the zero-pointer. I saw him kneel down, preparing to jump. And then he vanished from my sight. I looked up and saw Midoriya at eye level with the towering zero-pointer. He had moved faster than my tired eyes could follow. Next, I could have sworn he made a fist and struck the zero-pointer. Its head jerked back from the impact, and it staggered as it fell backward. Everyone around us stood in shock at Midoriya's incredible display of strength. He has a quirk. Since when? I thought, my eyes widening as I realized Midoriya was now plummeting toward the ground. I started running forward, unsure of what I was planning to do. Just then, the girl Midoriya had saved floated up on a damaged robot and reached out to him midair. She must have had a gravity quirk activated by touch because he suddenly stopped falling. The girl recognized her ability, and they both landed safely on the ground. To my surprise, she then began to emit a colorful stream of light. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that Midoriya's legs and the arm he had used to punch were injured. It was as if he was too powerful for his own good. The hero, Recovery Girl, soon arrived and began healing everyone's wounds. When she reached Midoriya, her expression mirrored my own shock. I had grown up believing he was quirkless, but not only did he have a quirk, it was one that could rival All Might's. Recovery Girl placed a gentle kiss on Midoriya's forehead, and her quirk accelerated his healing process. Then she turned to me. "You don't look so good yourself. With those dark circles under your eyes, I'm guessing your quirk causes mental exhaustion," she concluded. "You are quite perceptive," I replied with a smile. "Well, there's nothing my quirk can do for you. When you get home, make sure to sleep," Recovery Girl ordered. "That's a prescription I can agree with," I replied, a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Recovery Girl smiled and walked away. As Midoriya began to rise, I was still lost in thought about his quirk. It didn't make sense. After quirks manifest in childhood, our bodies naturally adapt to handle them. Just as Bakugo's body had adjusted to withstand his explosions, Midoriya should be able to use his power without injury. Instead, it felt as if he had just received his quirk today, as if his body wasn't ready for it. What was going on? It had been a week since the entrance exam. I had spoken to Midoriya about his quirk. He said it somehow hadn't manifested until very recently. I was shocked to hear this, but what other explanation could there be? Yue sent a device with a video message to each of us. In mine, All Might praised my performance and mentioned that I earned a lot of points for defeats, assists, and rescues. They were very impressed with my skills, especially how I created gear to complement my quirk. I got into Yue. When I spoke to Midoriya, he told me he got in as well. In his video, All Might said that even though he didn't defeat any robots worth points, he earned many rescue and assist points. The two of us would soon start at UA, in Class 1A. It was now April. Midoriya and I were entering UA today. The acceptance rate for UA High's hero course is less than 1 in 300 every year, Midoriya said. Yeah, I know. I read that aside from the 4 people admitted through recommendations, 36 are admitted through the regular exam. Those 36 are split into only 2 classes with 18 in each, I replied. Oh man. Where's Class 1A? This place is too big. Midoriya said. There it is, I exclaimed, pointing to the door with a big "thwa" written on it in red. The door's huge. Is it for accessibility? The elite chosen from the huge number at the exam. Midoriya mumbled to himself, shaking his head as if he were recalling something unpleasant. Take it easy, dude, I said. Midoriya turned to look at me. You're worried that Bakugo or that guy from the written exam will be here, right? Come on, what are the odds of that? We've got this, I stated. Midoriya looked reassured and smiled. With a burst of confidence, he opened the door for us. As we stepped into the classroom, we were immediately met with familiar shouting. Don't put your feet on the desk, a tall guy with glasses yelled. It was the same guy from the exam, and I couldn't believe who he was yelling at. Huh, Bakugo replied. I face-bombed, realizing how wrong I had been. Meanwhile, Midoriya looked like he wanted to hide under a desk. Don't you think it's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? The tall guy asked. Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Bakugo retorted. I attended semi-private academy. My name is Tenya Ida, the tall guy said. Semi? So you're an elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun taking you down, Bakugo stated confidently. So his name's Ida, huh? What a wet blanket, I thought, unable to suppress a scoff. Note to self, do not sit next to Bakugo or Ida. I said sarcastically. No one was near me except Midoriya, so only he heard me. Bakugo and Ida exchanged a few more words before turning to see us at the door. The rest of the class followed their gaze and turned to face Midoriya and me. While I enjoyed the attention, Midoriya appeared extremely shy. I decided to tease him a little. I leaned toward him and started poking him in the side with my elbow. They're staring at you, I whispered loudly. Everyone heard me and most of the class burst into laughter. Somehow, my comment made Midoriya even more embarrassed. Ida approached us. Good morning. I am from Semi-Private Academy. My name is, he began. I heard. Midoriya interrupted, causing Ida to freeze momentarily. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida, he added. I'm YNLN. Let's hope we all get along, I said enthusiastically. Nice to meet you both. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me, Ida said. Midoriya looked confused, and I was just as puzzled by Ida's words. But I appreciated that he was essentially apologizing to Midoriya. Sorry. I didn't actually realize anything, Midoriya replied. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one, a girl said. Midoriya and I turned around to see the girl from the entrance exam. The plain-looking one? Who starts a conversation like that? We just got here. I thought. The girl began talking about present mic, Midoriya's punch, and other topics. I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying not to laugh at Midoriya, who had an extremely embarrassed look on his face as the girl kept talking to him. I turned to face Bakugo and matched his glare. At one point before today, Bakugo, Midoriya, and I had an encounter that was less than pleasant. Flashback. I can't believe we have 3 students from our school all joining UA. I expected that much from Bakugo, but not you two. It's a miracle, the teacher exclaimed. That's kind of a rude thing to say, I thought. The only miracle here is Midoriya's quirk manifesting just in time for the entrance exam, I explained. That was quite a thing, wasn't it? Midoriya, I'm surprised you haven't been contacted by any quirk specialists. Manifesting your quirk 10 years too late is something unheard of, the teacher continued. Bakugo was angry throughout the entire exchange. Afterwards, he used his quirk to push the 2 of us into an alley and interrogate us. He didn't pin us to the wall, but he threatened to blow us up if we left without answering him. What tricks did you 2 use to get in? Nobody manifests a quirk 10 years too late. So what trick did you use to get into UA? Huh? Bakugo yelled. All we did was give our all at the entrance exam. It's not our fault if you're too arrogant to see that there's more than just brute strength, I replied. Bakugo released a small explosion that knocked me off. My feet. YN. Midoriya shouted worriedly. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's shirt and pushed him against the wall behind us. I was supposed to be the first and only one from the school to get into UA. You 2 have ruined my plans. Bakugo screamed. Midoriya grabbed his hand in response, surprising Bakugo. Kaken, someone told me, you can become a hero. Both that person and YN told me it's about the effort you put in. That's why I'm going to UA. Midoriya shouted back. I was surprised but thrilled at his confidence and drive. Standing up from the ground, I shoved Bakugo away from Midoriya. You mean me, Midoriya? That's why we are going to UA. I promise you, Bakugo, someday, we'll be heroes. Heroes greater than you. I declared passionately. And a flashback. I wonder what the teacher's going to be like. I wonder what the plan for today is, the girl said. Midoriya was still blushing intensely. This isn't a playground. If you're just here to make friends, leave now, a voice said. Everyone in the classroom started looking around. Then, a man in a black outfit, wearing a scarf, walked in. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is limited, and you kids aren't rational enough, he added. He looked extremely disheveled and tired. I thought all the teachers here were supposed to be pro-heroes? No way this guy is the teacher, I thought. Are you okay, sir? I mean, it's a little early to be drinking, I joked. Guess I've found this year's class clown. Keep it up, and I'll have you expelled before lunch, the man replied. My expression changed instantly. I covered my mouth with my hands and nodded in agreement. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoto Aizawa, he said. I almost fainted. Not even an hour in at UA, and I was already on the verge of expulsion. High school is rough. I thought. I'll make this simple. Put on this outfit and head out to the field, Aizawa said, holding up a gym uniform. Everyone changed and met outside. Today will be a no-holds-barred quirk assessment test, Aizawa explained. Oh man, we get to use our quirks. Awesome, a red-haired guy exclaimed. Yeah. Here at UA, we do things differently. Other schools test your physical capabilities with your quirks restricted. It's illogical. In a superpowered society, why wouldn't you use your quirk to get ahead? Let's get started. Bakugo, what was your record for the ball throw in middle school? Aizawa asked. 67 meters, Bakugo stated. Aizawa tossed him a ball. Then do it now, but this time, use your quirk, Aizawa ordered. Bakugo stepped up to the circle. Take this, he shouted, throwing the ball. He added an explosion to his throw, and the ball flew with enough force to create several shockwaves. Take this? Midoriya and I both echoed. Aizawa held up a device displaying the distance of his throw. 705 meters? Seriously? A blonde guy said. What's this? It looks fun, a pink girl exclaimed. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected of the hero course, a black-haired guy said. He had oddly shaped elbows that I couldn't look away from. Okay, that's a bit unsettling. I really hope that's part of his quirk. I thought, crossing my arms, feeling uncomfortable. It looks fun, huh? Do you intend to hold on to that attitude for the entire 3 years you spend here? Whoever gets the lowest score today gets expelled, Aizawa said seriously. The class's jaws dropped. Except for Bakugo, of course. He wasn't worried, and for good reason. With full use of our quirks allowed, he would probably end up with the highest score again. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Ida used engines in his legs to run super fast. Bakugo propelled himself straight over by flying with his explosions. On my turn, I ran it in 6.02 seconds. You did better than me by a whole second. Midoriya said, looking gloomy. Why didn't you use your quirk? At the entrance exam, you were so fast I couldn't follow you with my eyes. I asked. It's kind of complicated. Midoriya replied. Test 2, grip strength. Midoriya got 56 kilograms, and I got 68 kilograms. 540 kilograms. What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus, the black-haired guy said, marveling over a guy with 6 arms. Octopuses are cool, a short purple guy added. What kind of class did they put us in? I asked Midoriya. Test 3, standing long jump. Because Midoriya still wasn't using his quirk, he didn't do well. Somehow, I did even worse. Test 4, repeated side steps. I did above average. Test 5, ball throw. The girl Midoriya liked stepped up to throw. She used her zero-gravity quirk to throw the ball, and as such, it never came down. Aizawa showed everyone her score. Infinity, everyone screamed. That's amazing. She got infinity, the blonde guy said. As impressed as I was, this was yet another test where my quirk couldn't help. I wish there was a test of pure stamina. I could get infinity on that, I sulked. Some people around me overheard. Wait, what? You've got infinite stamina? The red-haired guy asked. Others overheard his yelling and walked over. Seriously? That's cool. So what, you never get tired? The blonde guy asked. An infinite stamina quirk? But weren't you using some kind of electrical power at the entrance exam? Ida inquired. Actually, my quirk is called refill, I responded. The others around me looked confused but intrigued. Refill? I've never heard of a quirk like that, the red-haired guy said. I'm afraid I don't understand, Ida admitted. Okay, listen. My quirk is refill. I can essentially refill anything physical, I explained. That's pretty unusual, the blonde guy remarked. Ida's eyes lit up with realization. I get it now. So you mean to say you can even use your quirk to refill your own stamina? Ida asked. Not just my stamina, anyone's. And my quirk goes beyond that. If it can be refilled, I can refill it. I can do it just by thinking, I clarified once more. Whoa, that's amazing, the red-haired guy exclaimed. So that electrical power you used at the entrance exam. Ida started. That power didn't come from me. It came from the shock gloves I was wearing at the time, I explained. Oh wow. For a moment, I thought there was someone else in this class with an electrical quirk, besides me. Like there isn't enough competition already, the blonde guy said. Suddenly, a short, energetic guy with purple hair rushed over. Hey, I overheard about your quirk. You have to refill my stamina for me. I'm exhausted, he shouted. More students began to approach, asking for the same thing. I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy the attention, even if they were just seeking something from my quirk. It reminded me of when I was a child. May I remind you that you're all competing? Don't forget, whoever gets the lowest score today gets expelled, Aizawa stated. It earned to me. Ellen, how many times have you refilled your stamina today? He asked. Not at all. I'm pretty conditioned, so my stamina is notably high. I only refill it when I really need to, I answered. But with an ability like that, it would be easy to become too dependent on it. Don't let that happen. Midoriya, you're up next for the ball throw, Aizawa said. Midoriya took the ball and stepped up to throw. He stood there for a moment, deep in thought. I could tell he was nervous. It still bothered me that he wasn't using his quirk at all today. Did it depend on his emotions? Could he not access that incredible strength if he felt anxious? My thoughts were interrupted by the chatter around us. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this, Ida said. Of course not. He's a quirkless small fry, you know, Bakugo said, pointing. Quirkless? Are you not aware of what he did in the entrance exam? Ida shocked. Midoriya took a throwing stance, and some kind of energy began to glow around his arm. Whoa! It's like his quirk works by charging up power first. I thought. Midoriya threw the ball with a grunt, but it didn't go very far. 46 meters, an electronic voice announced. Midoriya stood there, shocked, his mouth agape. I was concerned about what had just happened to his quirk. I was definitely trying to use it just now. Midoriya said, clutching his hand. I erased your quirk, Aizawa stated. His eyes glowed red, and his scarf floated around him. Everyone's eyes widened. I know you. You're an underground hero. You can look at someone and neutralize their power. Midoriya exclaimed. That entrance exam was definitely not rational enough. Not if someone like you was able to pass. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? Aizawa asked. That's not my intention. Midoriya defended. Aizawa used his scarf to wrap up Midoriya and pull him closer. Izuku Midoriya. With your power, you cannot become a hero. I have returned your impractical quirk. You have 2 turns for the ball throw. Hurry up and get it over with, Aizawa said, walking away. I wanted to say something to Midoriya, but this didn't seem like the right moment. I understood how he felt, though. Being told that your quirk isn't hero material. It's disheartening. Midoriya took a throwing stance once again. This time, for a brief moment before the ball left his hand, I could have sworn I saw one of his fingers charge up with energy. Smash! Midoriya yelled, throwing. The incredible force of his throw created shockwaves, just like Bakugo's had earlier. Everyone stood in awe at the power of Midoriya's quirk, even Aizawa. He glanced at his device to check the distance of the throw. Midoriya held his hand up and clenched his fist. The finger I saw light up was injured, and he looked like he was trying not to cry. Mr. Aizawa. I can still move. Midoriya shouted. Aizawa's tired expression shifted to an unexpected smile. This kid, he said, holding up the device displaying the distance of Midoriya's throw. He got 705 meters too. But that's as good as Bakugo, the blonde guy said. I scoffed at his comment. No. He did even better than Bakugo's throw. Even if it was just by 0.1 meters more, I exclaimed, grinning. I and the girl Midoriya began cheering for him. Hang on, it looks like one of his fingers is injured, Ida noticed. Yeah, it's pretty strange, I agree. Every quirk has its limits, but it seems like the only limit to Midoriya's quirk is his body. I've never seen anything like it, I confessed. Bakugo suddenly rushed toward Midoriya. Hey, tell me what's going on, Deku, you idiot. Bakugo shouted. Midoriya froze in fear. I started to move until Aizawa wrapped up Bakugo. Geez. Don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. We're wasting time. Whoever's next, throw, Aizawa said, clearly annoyed. The class continued through the rest of the test. Midoriya struggled before injuring his finger, but afterward he started doing even worse. Understandably. It's hard to perform when you're in pain. Aizawa displayed the scores for everyone. I was somewhere in the middle. Then I found Midoriya's name. He had the lowest score. I felt anger at the circumstances. I turned to face him, and he looked defeated. Midoriya, I began. Oh, by the way, last place isn't really getting expelled, Aizawa stated simply. The entire class erupted in surprise. I let out a loud sigh of relief for my friend. I just said that to encourage you all to push the limits of your quirks. Okay, class is dismissed. Get out of here. And Midoriya, go see Recovery Girl about that finger, Aizawa ordered. Yes, sensei, the class replied. It was day 2 at UA. I sat in class, waiting for something interesting to happen. Hey man, what was your name again? The red-haired guy asked. I was seated right behind him. YNLN. How about you? I replied. The guy pounded his chest with his hand. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Great to meet you. So, LN, I'm curious, who did you get your quirk from? Kirishima asked. Ida, sitting to my right, decided to join the conversation. I too am curious, Ellen. Is your quirk a combination of your parents' quirks? Or did one of your parents pass it on to you? He inquired. Call me YN. And to be honest, my quirk is kind of a mystery, I replied, scratching my head. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. I held up my hand. Well, my mom's quirk lets her light up her fingers like sparklers. I said, trying to imitate sparks coming from my fingers. That's kind of cool, Kirishima said. Was she a hero at one point? Ida asked, curious. Yeah, her quirk, torch fingers, was pretty useful for rescue situations. It allowed her fingertips to burn at well over 1,000 degrees. She used it to cut through obstacles and reach trapped people, I stated. Ida's eyes lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. I knew that quirk sounded familiar. Your mother was the rescue hero, Torch. Ida exclaimed. The rest of the class turned to the commotion. Yeah, that's right, I agreed calmly. Why are you so calm about this? Your mom was an amazing hero, known for her rescue skills. Kirishima said. Others in the class chimed in, agree. I chuckled at their excitement. Yeah, I mean it's really awesome. It gives me something to live up to. But at the same time, that was a while ago. To me, she's just mom, I stated. Many nodded, understanding what I meant. Oh wait, what about your dad's quirk? Kirishima asked. My dad's quirkless. See what I meant when I said my quirk was a mystery? I replied. Interesting. I wonder. Ida began. I am here. All Might shouted as he rushed through the door. All Might, the entire class exclaimed. I'll be your teacher today for hero basic training. All Might announced. A bunch of panels popped out of the classroom wall. All Might motioned to them. These are your hero costumes as you requested. Put them on and report to the training grounds, he instructed. Everyone was bursting with excitement. We had all sent in details of what we wanted our hero costumes to be like. Now we would get to wear them. The whole class gathered at the training grounds. My costume consisted of a black overcoat, black pants, black boots, a black belt, a black t-shirt, and a pair of aviators. I also wore an upgraded version of my shock gloves, designed by the support course based on my original design. Midoriya emerged in an interesting costume, except for the mask. Say something positive. Say something positive. Thought to myself. Hey Deku. Nice costume. Uraraka said as she ran up to Midoriya. I struggled not to laugh as he blushed madly at her costume. I should have written what I wanted. I ended up getting a skin-tight bodysuit, Uraraka said, embarrassed. The purple guy was standing nearby. I love this school, he said. I overheard and turned to him. Think it, don't say it, I replied. Where's the fun in that? The purple guy responded. I grimaced and turned my attention back to All Might. Fantastic costumes. You all look like real heroes now. Now, I'll explain the objective and the rules, All Might said. To summarize, we were assigned to teams of 2. One team would be heroes and the other would be villains. The villains would guard a nuclear weapon they intended to deploy, and the heroes must stop their scheme. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear core before time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the nuclear core for the entire time or capture the heroes, they win. All Might drew lots for who would go first. First match. Midoriya and Ellen heroes. Bakugo and Ida villains. Alright, let's show everybody what we can do, I said, grinning. I could tell Midoriya was thinking something completely different, probably something along the lines of, we're going to get crushed. Bakugo and Ida entered the building first, and we followed a few minutes later. If I were a giant bomb, where would I be? Midoriya mumbled. Hiroshima, in 1945, I replied sarcastically. Midoriya turned to me with an expression of horror. That's horrible, he said. But true, I replied calmly. Suddenly, Bakugo came around the corner. Midoriya tackled me to the ground, but Bakugo's attack hit him, blowing half of his mask away. Go! Find the bomb! Midoriya yelled. I was about to object, but Midoriya caught Bakugo's next attack and shoulder-checked him to the ground. I left them to their battle and continued my search. Midoriya catalogs the strengths and weaknesses of people's quirks as a hobby. And he grew up with Bakugo. He probably has notes on his fighting style, too. He can handle himself. I've got my own opponent to worry about, I thought. I found the room with the bomb. I activated my shock gloves, only to be blindsided by Ida. He slammed into me, sending me crashing into the wall. I got up and tried to graze Ida with my shock gloves, but he slipped past me and swept one of my legs out from under me. You're defeated. Now to wrap you with the capture tape. Ida declared as he ran. Alright, now I'm really annoyed. I shouted. I did a kip-up, getting back on my feet. I reached into my overcoat and pulled out a black pistol. Rubber bullets, I swear. I yelled, aiming. Ida slid on the floor, dodging my shot. As he slid past me, I bent down and grabbed hold of him. His momentum pulled me with him, and we skidded along the ground. I activated one of my shock gloves and gave him a jolt. We finally came to a stop, and I took my hand off Ida. I think I got a friction burn from dragging on the ground. I holstered my pistol and walked toward the fake bomb. I grinned and placed my hand on it. When I did, a huge gust of air erupted from below, blowing a massive hole through multiple floors of the building. I stood there, mouth agape, as the remaining wind exited. Midoriya? I said, confused. Hero team wins. All Might announced over the intercom. I returned to the monitor room, greeted by names and compliments. It felt good to start getting to know everyone. All Might approached me. May I see your gun? He asked. I raised both my arms, making my holsters and guns visible. Which one? I asked, catching All Might off guard. You have two, he replied, surprised. I ejected the magazine from one of my pistols and opened the chamber, handing it to him. He examined the bullets and confirmed they were rubber. I had heard that the support course was working on developing non-lethal bullets for a student in 1A. It took me a moment to realize it was you. I almost called off the match when you pulled out the pistol, All Might said. I came up with the idea after the entrance exam. I was limited to my shock gloves at the time. I decided I needed something else, something with range, I explained. All Might handed my pistol back to me. Both my shock gloves and my pistols complement my quirk perfectly. I use my shock gloves at close range and recharge them when they run out. The pistols are for long range. I get it. You can recharge the ammo when it runs out. You don't even have to worry about reloading. Kirishima chimed in. Exactly. I'm also trained in martial arts. As far as combat goes, I'm set, I said confidently. Wait, where's Midoriya? I asked, starting to look around for him. Apparently, he had been injured by Bakugo's explosion and had hurt himself again. I face-bombed upon learning this. That guy is going to give me a heart attack. I yelled. You and Midoriya must be really close, Ida remarked. We stuck together all through middle school. We both used to be bullied for being weak, I replied. Kirishima came up and put an arm around me. Midoriya's quirk is super strong, and you both seem pretty tough, he said. It's kind of hard to explain, I stated. Let's get on with the next match, All Might interrupted. And with that, the training continued. Later in the day, Midoriya woke up and returned to the classroom with the rest of us. Everyone started running up and introducing themselves, just like they had with me. How are you, Slugger? I asked, approaching him. I'm doing okay. Recovery girl fixed me up pretty well, Midoriya said. If she could heal you after what you did at the entrance exam, then today was nothing, I stated, grinning. I noticed Midoriya was looking for someone. Bakugo left a little bit ago, Uraraka informed him. Midoriya went searching for him. After today, I figured a conversation between them wouldn't end well, so I chased after my friend. I found them just in time to miss the conversation. Bakugo continued walking home, while Midoriya approached me with his head down and a guilty look on his face. What did he say to you? I asked. It wasn't what he said. It was what I said, Midoriya began, forcing himself to look up at me. I really was quirkless. My quirk isn't mine. I got it from someone else. I was taken aback. What he was saying made no sense. You never were much for jokes. But that one is especially bad, I told him. His expression turned somewhat desperate. You can't give your quirk to someone else. Nobody can. But you aren't joking. And you never lie. I said, thinking. Midoriya lowered his head again. I ran my hand through my hair. Seriously? What did you do? Who? I trailed off. I chuckled and placed a hand on my friend's shoulder. Doesn't matter. What? Midoriya said, looking up. Doesn't matter. Look, there's clearly a lot you haven't been telling me. And that's cool. You probably didn't expect me to start using guns. What? Guns? Midoriya exclaimed. Yeah, with non-lethal rounds. Relax. The point is, it's hard to share everything all the time. When you're ready, you can tell me the details, all right? I said, starting to make my way back to the classroom. Why yeah? Midoriya shouted. And with that, we had made it through another day in UA's hero course. Midoriya and I arrived at school to find a swarm of news reporters at the front gate, asking various students about All Might teaching at UA. Aizawa-sensei was, of course, trying to send the reporters away. I could tell from his expression that he wanted to handle it differently. Principal Nizu probably asked him to be polite, I told Midoriya. The reporters noticed us and began bombarding us with questions, just as they had with some of our classmates. How are All Might's classes? What can you tell us about All Might's teaching methods? What class or subject is All Might teaching? Have you found All Might to be an effective teacher? Boy, you guys must really be having a slow news day. Either that or too much free time, I said sarcastically. Midoriya was getting overwhelmed by the swarm of reporters. I grabbed his wrist and pushed my way to where Aizawa-sensei was. Midoriya stood somewhat behind him, catching his breath. An idea came to mind. I turned to face the crowd and raised my hands. Hey, you guys want to see something really newsworthy? I asked. Aizawa looked at me, clearly frustrated. What do you think you're doing? He asked. I performed a silly trick with a very exaggerated smile. Wow. Amazing. Yeah. I raved sarcastically. The crowd of reporters looked confused and insulted. Midoriya cringed and face-bombed at my antics. Aizawa-sensei looked to the sky as if he were thinking, I hate my life. Then he grabbed me by the back of my shirt collar and dragged me through UA's front gate. The reporters tried to follow us inside, but the security system kicked in, locking them out. Aizawa released my collar. Sighs, great. Now you'll probably be on the news tonight, doing that ridiculous trick, Aizawa-sensei said, annoyed. I'll be a meme by this time tomorrow. Scratch his head, I might be okay with that, I replied, grinning. Around here, your actions reflect back on your teachers. Don't let that happen again. Now get to class, Aizawa-sensei instructed us as he started to walk away. Hey, at least I didn't give them the finger. I won't lie, that's what I was going for at first, I explained. Aizawa paused for a moment before continuing on. Midoriya and I began heading to homeroom. Why do you always get yourself into trouble with your antics? Midoriya asked, disappointed. Why do you always get yourself into trouble and end up hurting yourself? We could play this game all day, man, I stated logically. Midoriya fell silent at that. We reached homeroom before the teacher, and he stood up to make an announcement. Sorry about the late notice, but today I'll have you elect a class representative, Aizawa-sensei said. The entire class breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a normal school activity, everyone shouted, relieved. Everyone wrote their votes for class rep on a slip of paper. Most people probably voted for themselves, but not me. The teacher tallied the votes, and I couldn't believe the results. Midoriya and I each had 3 votes, and Yaoyorozu had 2. I got 3 votes? Midoriya exclaimed in disbelief. Why Deku? Why that loser? Who voted for them? Bakugo yelled, clearly frustrated. Well, it's better than voting for you, Siro said. Bakugo turned to him, looking ready to explode. What did you say? Bakugo shouted. I noticed that Uraraka was innocently whistling, and I realized she must have voted for Midoriya. Meanwhile, Ida looked visibly dissatisfied. How did I get 3 votes? I asked calmly. You won me over this morning when you stood up to those reporters, Kirishima said. Not to mention the conversation you had with Aizawa, Kaminari added, smiling. Anyone else would have gotten expelled. I think the teacher was easy on you because he found it amusing, Kirishima said. Man, why can't I ever get away with stuff like that? Kaminari wondered. I don't know. Maybe you're not funny, I replied. Laughter erupted around me. I was just about to say that. Jiro chimed in laughing. Even the usually stoic Todoroki cracked a smile. Kaminari turned red with embarrassment and covered his eyes. LN Midoriya, you two have the most votes. I'll let you decide over lunch who will be class representative and who will be deputy representative, Aizawa-sensei said, indifferent. He zipped up his sleeping bag and lay on the floor. The lunch bell rang, and everyone headed to the cafeteria. I sat at a table with Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida. I just don't think I should be the class representative, Midoriya said. On the contrary, Midoriya, you've shown an excellent understanding of what it means to be a hero ever since the entrance exam, Ida disagreed. I pulled out a book and started flipping through it. You've got nothing to worry about, man. Besides, maybe it'll help you develop more confidence, I said. And it won't be as bad with YN helping you as deputy representative, Uraraka added. I chuckled and looked up from my book. Oh no. I'm going to step down and let Yaoyorozu be deputy rep. I'm not cut out for that, I stated. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Jiro sat at the table right next to ours. You're going to step down? And after I and 2 other people voted for you, Kirishima said, disappointed. You saw how I acted towards those reporters today. And that was while I was holding back. I actually wanted to tell them off. I have no business representing the whole class, I explained. Everyone seemed to understand my point. As I continued reading my book, I could feel more eyes on me. Take a picture. It'll last longer, I said without looking up. Everyone quickly looked away, feeling a bit awkward. Sorry, it's just. Kaminari started. Aren't you going to eat anything for lunch? We work pretty hard with all the training, Uraraka said, concerned. Ida stood up, hands on his hips, as he often did. Breakfast may be the most important meal of the day, But lunch is important as well. A healthy diet is essential for a successful hero. No meal should be skipped, Ida proclaimed. The entire cafeteria turned to look at him, and most of the students sweat dropped at his enthusiastic speech. Ida sat back down, embarrassed, and people returned to their conversations. I set my book down and addressed the issue. All right, look guys, I don't need to physically eat, I said. Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, Jiro, and Kaminari all looked shocked. Huh, they all exclaimed. Midoriya kept casually eating, already knowing what I meant. Well yeah, my quirk allows me to refill anything. Ask yourself this question. Would you rather refill the contents of your fridge whenever it got low, or refill the food in your stomach and basically not need to eat? I asked. That's cool. Uraraka shouted enthusiastically. I'd rather refill the stuff in my fridge. I love to eat, Kirishima said confidently. Not needing to eat or drink is pretty useful though, Kaminari added. It's pretty cool either way, Jiro said, twirling her earphone jack. Using your quirk to counter the need for food and water? Does the resourcefulness of your quirk have no end? Ida asked excitedly. Just then an alarm went off. A third-year student stood up. You know what this means. Someone has broken past UA's defensive barrier, he shouted anxiously. All the students cleared out of the cafeteria and flooded into the hallway. Everyone was heading for the exit at once. In the chaos, my friends and I could barely move. It's just the media, Ida yelled. I heard that and realized the reporters from earlier must have gotten onto UA grounds, triggering the alarm. Uraraka, make me float, Ida shouted. I continued to struggle as I saw Uraraka desperately reaching for Ida. The two managed to barely touch fingers, and Ida began to float. He used his engines to propel himself toward the exit sign. Calm down, Ida yelled midair. He slammed into the wall above the exit sign. All eyes were on him now. The school is not under attack. It's only the media, Ida shouted. All right, now where's the moron who caused this massive panic? I yelled, feeling overwhelmed. The chaos subsided, and soon all the students returned to their classes. Okay, class rep, deputy rep, come on, Aizawa ordered. Midoriya and I walked to the front podium. He took a deep breath, looking extremely tense. That Tenya Ida should be the class rep, after all? Midoriya declared. Midoriya's saying it, and it's true that Ida was a big help in the cafeteria today, Kirishima agreed. I raised a hand in the air. While on the subject, I believe that Momo Yayorozu would be a better choice for deputy representative, I declared. Yayorozu blushed at the acknowledgement. She and Ida both stood up from their seats. From this day forth, I, Tenya Ida, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative, Ida proclaimed. And I will do my absolute best as deputy representative, Yayorozu agreed. We're counting on you, emergency exit. Kirishima cheered. Emergency exit Ida. Do your best. What about me? Yayorozu asked, feeling unappreciated. All right, with that out of the way, today you will take part in rescue exercises as part of your basic hero training class. Get your costumes on and meet me outside, Aizawa-sensei said. We all suited up and boarded a bus outside, heading to an off-campus location for rescue training. Awesome! I exclaimed. Midoriya, Azui said, catching his attention. Yes, Azui? Midoriya replied. Call me Tsu. Your quirk is similar to All Might's, Tsu stated. Midoriya's eyes widened, and he sat up straight. What do you mean? He panicked. His reaction reminded me of the other day when he revealed that his quirk had been bestowed upon him. Could it really be true? I wondered. No, it's not the same because All Might doesn't injure himself like Midoriya does, Kirishima protested, flexing his bicep. Personally, I wish I had a flashier quirk, like Midoriya, Todoroki, or Bakugo. You guys are sure to be famous, he added. I think your quirk is powerful enough to make you a great future hero, Midoriya argued. Besides, it's not about having a flashy or even a powerful quirk, I chimed in. Bakugo and Todoroki's quirks are perfect for becoming pro-heroes, Kirishima said again. Yeah, except Bakugo is too angry to become popular, Sue added. Bakugo, overhearing this, glared at our group. Huh? Bakugo yelled. Kaminari and I chuckled. Yeah, the guy's personality needs some work, Kaminari said. Get lost, I said quietly laughing. Come back here and say that to my face. Bakugo screamed. Aizawa finally couldn't ignore the commotion any longer and sent his binding cloth toward the two loudest Bakugo and Kaminari. He wrapped them up so they couldn't move or speak. Midoriya and I shared a chuckle, both of us thinking the same thing. In junior high, it was the opposite. Bakugo received all the praise while Midoriya was overlooked as hero material. Now, the roles had reversed. Hey Ida. You're part of the Ida hero family, right? Asked out of the blue, catching the attention of those nearby. Yes. My brother is the turbo hero in Genuine, Ida replied hesitantly. I knew your quirk seemed familiar. The other day, you made a big deal about my mom being a pro hero. When you come from a hero family, I said, smiling widely. Ida turned away, unsure of how to respond. The conversations continued for a short while longer before we reached our destination. We entered the facility and were greeted by the famous rescue hero, 13. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, 13 said. She proceeded to give a speech about heroes and the importance of rescuing people, emphasizing that sometimes saving lives was more crucial than fighting. Just then, a large purple portal opened, and a swarm of villains emerged. I gotta say, the irony hurts, I remarked. Out of the purple portals came more and more villains, forming a full-fledged army. Among them were three particularly striking figures. A tall, skinny guy in a black shirt with creepy severed hands clinging to his arms, one even covering his face. Another guy seemed to be made of the same purple aura as the portals, likely the one creating them, and a muscular creature, the size of All Might, with dark skin and an exposed brain. What's happening? Is this a simulation? 13 asked, uncertainty in her voice. Mr. Aizawa stood on guard. No, those are villains. 13. Evacuate the students and contact the other heroes at UA. Mr. Aizawa commanded, putting on his glasses and rushing toward the army of villains. Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya yelled, his concern for others making him underestimate our teacher. Everyone stood frozen for a moment, watching as several villains with ranged attacks aimed at Mr. Aizawa. He activated his quirk, making his hair and binding cloth float. Many of the villains screamed in confusion and panic as they found themselves unable to use their quirks. Idiots! He's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them, one villain shouted. A grotesque villain with a mutant-type quirk charged at Mr. Aizawa. So, Eraserhead, can you erase heteromorphic quirks as well? He shouted, launching an attack. No, I can't, Mr. Aizawa replied calmly. He dodged the attack, bound the villain, and threw him into a group of others. Hell yeah! I shouted, excitement bubbling within me. Midoriya smiled, reassured that Mr. Aizawa would be fine. 13 turned to lead us out of the USJ, but the purple warp villain appeared in front of us. I am Kurogiri. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, to eliminate the symbol of peace, all might, Kurogiri declared. Bakugo and Kirishima moved to attack him, despite 13's objections. Die! Bakugo screamed. Kurogiri countered by warping the entire class. Everything went dark for a split second, and then the portal dropped me from a few feet in the air. Stick the landing! I yelled. Surprisingly, I landed on my feet. I stumbled for a moment before Kaminari fell onto me from above. He sat up, rubbing his head. Oh, where am I? Kaminari asked, looking around. It isn't Disneyland. Now get off of me! I yelled, pushing him away. Oh, sorry, YN, Kaminari said. We looked around and realized we had been warped to the mountain zone of USJ. Jiro and Yaoyorozu were also with us. Are we still in USJ? Jiro asked, with Yaoyorozu helping her up. It would appear so, she replied. And you can bet that if we're here, the rest of the class is probably spread out among the other zones, I said, glancing out to see the entrance, the other simulation zones, and the area where Mr. Aizawa was fighting. "Ah man, we're so far away," Kaminari complained. "Something tells me that's not the main issue," I said sarcastically, noticing that several villains had appeared in our area. Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and I formed a group as the villains closed in on us. I reached into my overcoat and drew one of my pistols. Yaoyorozu quickly used her quirk to create 2 metal poles, handing one to Jiro. The villains began to advance. One guy swung a punch at me. I dodged to the right, grabbed his arm, and fired a few shots into his side. While he was distracted by the pain, I flipped him to the ground. I dodged punches from 2 different villains before casually firing shots at their feet and then their midsections. "His bullets aren't real. They're rubber," one guy yelled. I scowled at his words and turned to him, firing a shot that grazed his ear. "Yeah, but they're still dangerous," I replied, my tone sharp. The guy screamed as he clutched his head, realizing the impact was no joke. The bullets I used were rubber, causing significant pain and leaving bruises. Due to their velocity, a hit to the neck or head could easily lead to serious consequences. That's why I typically aimed for the midsection or feet of my opponents. It maximizes pain with no risk of killing. "Kaminari, use your quirk. Get involved," I shouted. "I can't use it in a situation like this. I'd risk hitting you," Kaminari replied. Hearing this, Jiro quickly improvised by kicking him toward a group of villains. They were all immediately stunned by the electric shock. A villain launched a front kick at me. I caught his kick and held on tight. I retaliated with a quick jab and swept his other leg out from under him. He hit the ground, groaning and clearly in pain. That was the 19th bullet out of 20. "Time to reload," I thought. "You gotta reload at some point," a villain yelled, his fingers resembling gun barrels. He fired several shots at me, but Yaoyorozu jumped in front of me with a metal shield. I aimed over her shoulder and fired multiple shots at him. I continued firing until he fell to the ground. I stopped when my magazine ran out, breathing heavily from the close call. "Are you okay, YN?" Yaoyorozu asked, her concern evident. I didn't answer, still a bit shaken. "Doesn't that guy ever need to reload?" Another villain shouted. "Nope. Infinite ammo, just like in the movies," I yelled, ping my gun. I looked to Kaminari. Realizing I could do more, I activated one of my shock gloves. I grabbed a villain's face and sent a jolt through him while firing at another guy to my right. Jiro swung her metal pole at a villain, stunning him. Then she plugged her earphone jack into her boots and started blasting her amplified heartbeat at those around us. A villain with claws lunged at her. I jumped into the air and tackled the enemy with my legs, bringing him to the ground and shocking him. Then I fired several shots at other enemies from my position on the ground, sweeping the legs out from under 2 guys rushing at me. Suddenly, a large sheet emerged from Yaoyorozu's back and covered her. She lifted the edge of the sheet and called out to us. "It takes time to create something big," whined Jiro. "Under here," Yaoyorozu shouted. The 3 of us gathered beneath the insulation sheet. "Now, Kaminari," she yelled. 1.5 million volts. Kaminari shouted, releasing an incredible amount of electricity that filled the area. The sheet protected us from the surge. Yaoyorozu lifted the edge of the sheet, and we looked out to see every villain electrocuted and down. "Wow. Kaminari really is incredible," I said. "The others may need us. Let's join them quickly," Yaoyorozu suggested. "Whoa. Your costume looks super punk," Jiro exclaimed from behind me. I grabbed my overcoat and checked the rest of my hero costume, relieved to find it intact. "What are you talking about?" I said, turning around. Then I saw Yaoyorozu's costume was significantly torn and more revealing than usual. "Oh no!" I gasped, my face turning red. "Look away, you creep!" Jiro shouted at me. Sorry. I shouted back, rushing out from under the sheet. "Nice," I mumbled to myself. I noticed Kaminari wandering around out of the corner of my eye. "Oh hey man, that was an awesome attack. How are you holding up?" I asked. Kaminari turned to me with a thumbs up and a goofy grin. "Oh, so that's how you're doing," I said, realizing. Jiro emerged from under the sheet, and Yaoyorozu followed after remaking her costume with her quirk. Okay, first things first. Yaoyorozu, can you make me a telescope? I asked. She seemed a bit flustered. Yaoyorozu, I said, confused. Jiro plugged her earphone jack into my ear and blasted her heartbeat. Oh, what is wrong with you? I shouted. That's for looking at Yaomomo with those eyes, Jiro said. Excuse me, but I ran out from under the sheet as soon as I realized it. I retorted. What about when you said, nice? Huh? Jiro asked, her anger evident. I could tell she was more upset about my reaction than the situation itself. I face-bombed. We don't have time for this, I said firmly. I looked at the girls and used my quirk on them. I've refilled both your stamina and Yaoyorozu's energy. I'm sorry about earlier, but that doesn't matter right now. Can you make me a telescope? I asked. Yaoyorozu created a telescope from her arm and handed it to me. I looked over to the shipwreck zone and saw someone unleash a huge gust of wind. I assumed it was Midoriya, fighting. Then I looked in the direction of Mr. Aizawa and saw that he was still fighting alone. So, what do you see? Jiro asked, curious. I handed her the telescope and guided her to where I had been looking. Jiro blushed slightly at my touch. That vortex in the water could really only be caused by Midoriya. If I know him, he'll head toward Mr. Aizawa to back him up. We should start heading that way and meet at the teacher's location, I explained. Jiro lowered the telescope. We better get moving then, Jiro agreed. Not yet. Our best course of action is to have Yaoyorozu create some form of transportation, I said. The best I could do is make a moped. And I'm afraid it would take some time, Yaoyorozu replied. I turned to face her. With me here, your energy is virtually limitless. Take your time and make 2 mopeds. We'll make up the time once we get moving, I added. Yaoyorozu smiled and nodded in agreement. A little while later, Yaoyorozu had created 2 mopeds, fully fueled. Finally, she said. Jiro and she shared one, while I shared the other with a still-dazed Kaminari. I helped him onto the moped. Don't feel bad. My quirk messes with my head too, I reassured him. I revved the moped's motor, and we all took off toward Mr. Aizawa. As we neared the Central Plaza area, we could see that the situation had worsened. The giant villain from before had Mr. Aizawa pinned down and had broken his arm. Noticing the hand villain moving toward Sue, I accelerated my moped and jumped off. I tackled him just before he could attack Sue. We tumbled on the ground before coming to a stop. I started electrifying him with my shock gloves, trying to subdue him. He screamed in pain before uttering something strange. Nomu, he yelled. The villain that had defeated Mr. Aizawa appeared behind me in an instant. Why get away! Mr. Aizawa yelled. Before the creature could attack me, Midoriya rushed over and threw a punch at it. The force of his strike sent both me and the hand villain flying. Midoriya! I screamed, worried that the attack must have hurt him as well. When the dust cleared, I was surprised to see Midoriya unharmed. But so was the villain he had just struck with incredible force. He didn't even budge. Who or what is that thing? I thought. More of our classmates had arrived at the scene, and our attention was drawn to the USJ entrance as heavy footsteps echoed through the area. It's okay now. I am here. All Might shouted. All Might stood at the entrance of USJ, quickly removing his tie. Everything will be all right. I am here, he roared. As I looked closer, I noticed he wasn't smiling. However, his arrival had us students beaming with hope. Meanwhile, the villains in the area looked intimidated. In a flash, All Might descended the stairs, effortlessly defeating the lower-level enemies and rescuing Mr. Aizawa. He then scooped up Midoriya, Sue, Mineta, and me, placing us at a safe distance with the injured Mr. Aizawa. Oh man, that speed was incredible! I exclaimed, amazed. Jiro and Yaoyorozu rushed over from nearby to join our group. Get out of here, my students. Now. All Might instructed. Are you all right, Mr. Aizawa? Mineta asked. Yaoyorozu knelt beside the teacher, checking on him. We need to go. Once we get away, I will start making first aid supplies, Yaoyorozu said. With that, Mineta and I lifted Mr. Aizawa and began carrying him out of the area. How did All Might figure out what was happening here? Jiro wondered. My bet is on Ida. He was closest to escaping before we all got warped. He must have managed to escape USJ and find All Might, I replied. I glanced back and noticed that Midoriya wasn't following us. All Might! Midoriya shouted, concern etched on his face. He looked like he desperately wanted to help. Come on, Midoriya. Leave it to the number one. I yelled, frustrated. All Might launched a powerful attack at the Nomu, but it seemed ineffective. The Nomu swung a punch, All Might dodged and attempted to strike back, but it was futile. The Nomu's quirk is shock absorption. It was created to fight and defeat you, All Might. You don't stand a chance, the hand villain declared. All Might dodged another punch from the Nomu, grabbed it from behind, and slammed it into the ground. The impact sent dust flying everywhere. As we continued carrying Mr. Aizawa to safety, Mineta glanced back at the battle. Yeah. Go All Might. Mineta cheered. He should have aimed for the head from the start. I mean, that Nomu has an exposed brain, for goodness sake, I ranted, looking back. Midoriya's expression was filled with deep concern. The dust settled, revealing that the warp villain, Kurogiri, had used his quirk to assist the Nomu, which now had a firm grip on All Might. Seeing this, Midoriya rushed toward them. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki had arrived on the scene and also moved to support All Might. Kurogiri attempted to warp Midoriya away, but Bakugo came up from behind and unleashed an explosion. He pinned the villain to the ground by his neck armor. I knew there had to be a weak spot. You better believe I'll make you regret moving. Bakugo shouted fiercely. Kurogiri gulped, intimidated, and remained still. Todoroki charged at the Nomu and unleashed a powerful freeze attack. Meanwhile, Kirishima attempted to sneak up on the hand villain but was unsuccessful. All Might used his strength to shatter the Nomu's frozen arms as if they were glass. The strongest of the class are helping All Might. Tsu said, excited. Get him, guys. Mineta cheered. Take Eraserhead and get out of here. The rest of you need to hide. 13 ordered, straining. Not bad, kids. I'm impressed with your willingness to help All Might. But I'm disappointed in you, Kurogiri. You were supposed to keep the students at bay, the hand villain said. Shigaraki I. Kurogiri began. Nomu, free Kurogiri, Shigaraki commanded. The Nomu effortlessly broke free from Todoroki's ice. Its missing arms quickly regenerated, and it charged toward Bakugo. The Nomu launched a punch, but All Might stepped in front of Bakugo, and their fists collided, causing both to stagger back from the impact. The truth is, All Might, what you call heroes, are not real. In the end, heroes are merely restraints placed on people to ruin their fun. Why shouldn't we be able to do what we want? Shigaraki monologued. All Might wound back his arm for another strike at the Nomu. You have no noble cause for your actions. People doing whatever they want, without restrictions, is chaos. That is why heroes exist. To stop those like you. All Might shouted. He and the Nomu darted around the area. Their speed and the powerful shockwaves from their attacks made it impossible for anyone to get close. All Might seized the Nomu and spun it around at incredible speed before hurling it high into the air. Next, he jumped with such force that our eyes could barely follow him. Just like Midoriya at the entrance exam. I thought. All Might caught the Nomu's arm and threw it back to the ground. The Nomu crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. All Might landed behind it, and the two began trading blows in an exhilarating fistfight. Their arms moved so quickly they were mere blurs. All Might wore a huge smile as he prepared to deliver a final punch. Plus Ultra Texas Smash. All Might shouted. He struck the Nomu in the chest with all his might, sending it flying through the USJ dome. As the smoke and dust cleared around All Might, he remarked, in my prime, I could have defeated it in 5 punches. But it ended up taking closer to 300. He turned to face Shigaraki and Kurogiri, who were in utter shock. You've been defeated, League of Villains. It's time to give up, All Might declared. Shigaraki gritted his teeth in anger, scratching his neck until it bled. No. The Nomu was defeated. It can't be. Now there's no chance of killing the symbol of peace. Shigaraki panicked. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack me? All Might asked calmly. Shigaraki and Kurojire's eyes widened in surprise. Come on. Fight me, All Might urged again. I couldn't help but laugh at his confidence. Oh yeah. Go get them, All Might. I cheered, excited. Shigaraki, look at him, Kurojire said calmly. Shigaraki glanced at All Might, anxiety creeping into his expression. All Might has sustained significant damage from his fight with the Nomu. We have a chance. We can defeat him, Kurojire added. Something caught my eye. I pulled out the telescope Yaoyorozu had made for me earlier and looked down at Midoriya. His face was filled with anxiety, even fear. What the hell? All Might has won. Why is he scared? I thought. My expression shifted as a theory crossed my mind. Does Midoriya know something we don't? Is All Might bluffing? I thought nervously. Shigaraki and Kurojire took stances as if they were about to attack. I was sweating profusely. I drew one of my pistols and aimed it at the two villains. Why N? Yaoyorozu asked, noticing my tension. The other classmates around me looked on, their words fading into incoherent background noise. The two villains moved to strike, and Midoriya propelled himself forward to intercept them. I could see he was in pain, his legs clearly injured. Damn it. There's no way I can land a shot with a pistol at this distance. But I have even less of a chance to close the gap before someone gets hurt. What should I do? What should I do? I wondered, panicking. Shigaraki had moved one of his hands through Kurojire's portal. My finger tightened on the trigger as my hands trembled. The villain's hand was mere inches from grabbing Midoriya. Just then, the sound of a gunshot echoed through USJ. A bullet struck Shigaraki's arm, halting his attack. I looked at my gun in confusion. I hadn't fired it. I turned to see the source. I, Tenya Ida, have returned with help. Ida shouted. The pro-hero, Snipe, had been the one to shoot Shigaraki. With the pro-heroes now present, they engaged the remaining villains. Present Mike took down several with his sonic scream. Ectoplasm created clones of himself to overwhelm others. Snipe fired several more shots at Shigaraki, injuring most of his limbs. 13 activated her quirk, attempting to pull him and Kurojire in, but Kurojire managed to warp himself and Shigaraki away. With the villains defeated, I left Mr. Aizawa with the pro-heroes. Kirishima and I rushed to Midoriya and All Might to check on their injuries. However, Cementos suddenly jumped in front of us, raising a cement wall that blocked our path and line of sight. These two are not your priority. Please gather your classmates at the exit, Cementos instructed. Kirishima and I were still concerned but complied. Eventually, we all gathered outside. An investigator named Tsukachi was reviewing the details of the incident. Other than Izuku Midoriya, no students sustained any injuries, Tsukachi stated. Are Mr. Aizawa and 13 going to be okay? Tsu asked worried. Those two are critically injured, but neither suffered any fatal wounds. Given time, they'll be fine, Tsukachi replied. An officer rushed up to him and saluted. Sir, we located the villain that All Might defeated. The one called Nomu is now in custody, the officer reported. A few of my classmates and I were stunned. That thing survived. I thought All Might finally overwhelmed its shock absorption and sent it packing. I exclaimed, astonished. Apparently, it was found several miles from UA's grounds, but very much alive, yes, Tsukachi said. How did you even capture it? That thing had the speed and power to rival All Might. Kirishima asked, confused. The report states it was found completely immobile and unresponsive to any form of stimuli, Tsukachi explained. That Shigaraki guy, with the decay quirk, kept telling the Nomu what to do. It was almost like it had no free will or thought. Like it was made to follow orders. I mused aloud. That's what we were thinking as well. We are going to investigate its origins and try to get some answers, Tsukachi said, impressed. Eventually, night fell. Midoriya had stayed with Recovery Girl for the rest of the day due to his injuries. Uraraka Ida, and I decided to wait for him. When he finally came outside, he was surprised and grateful to see us. Jiro and Yaoyorozu almost waited with us too, but I sent them home since they had developed a friendship with me. You all waited? Midoriya asked. Of course, Ida replied. Yeah, we were worried about you, Uraraka added. You need a better hobby. Constantly pushing yourself to the limit is not the way to go, I joked, trying to lighten the mood. Midoriya made a guilty face before I patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Having survived our hardest day at UA yet, the four of us walked home together. It was the end of the school day. People were starting to leave the classroom but were unable to due to the hallway being completely crowded with students from many other classes. Anyone else feeling a bit claustrophobic? I said sarcastically. Idiot. They're here to scope out the competition, Bakugo stated. A guy with purple hair stepped up from the crowd and stood right in front of Bakugo. You can consider this a declaration of war, the guy said. For what? The upcoming sports festival? I chimed in. What else? Bakugo yelled, irritated. I'm just saying, who would have thought anyone actually cared about that? It's basically PE with an audience, I replied, crossing my arms. The purple-haired guy turned his attention to me. Fool. The UA Sports Festival is the best chance to get attention from the pros. And it gives those of us who didn't make the cut a chance to transfer into the hero course, he said. Wow. I guess I'll be training extra hard for the next couple of weeks, I said, smiling. You interrupted me. My point is, I'm declaring war on Class 1A because we plan to take the places of people like you in the hero course, the purple-haired guy added. Next, a guy I recognized from Class 1B approached us. I believed his name was Tetsu. I came all the way here because I wanted to see the students that defeated real villains. Instead, all I see is a bunch of condescending brats, he yelled. Condescending? You really think we're the condescending ones? At least we didn't gather outside someone else's classroom just to pick a fight, I replied simply. Ellen, make yourself useful and scare them off, Bakugo calmly demanded. Nah, can't do it. I don't have them. Legally, carrying them outside of training qualifies me as a school shooter, even though the ammo I use is non-lethal. Apparently, it was the same when Snipe was going to school here, I explained. DMN laws. Bakugo complained. Bakugo's attitude and YN's sarcasm have left us disliked by the other classes. Ashido said sadly. Those two are soiling our reputation, Tenya added. Hearing this, I turned back toward my classmates. How is it my fault if these guys are a bunch of snowflakes? I asked, confused. It's your timing that's the problem, dude. Now is not the time, Jiro explained, facepalming. What? It's always a good time for sarcasm. Except when you're about to get expelled. Or when it's your mother you're talking to. Or sometimes your grandmother. Hold on, let me think about this. I said, unsure of myself. Now I was questioning everything. Would you be quiet? Bakugo shouted, turning his attention back to the crowd. It doesn't matter what declaration you make. All that matters is that I beat all of you in the sports festival. With that, he pushed his way through the crowd and went home. Midoriya looked as though he had rediscovered his resolve. That evening, Midoriya said he wanted to show me a great place to train. The next day, he brought me to a place called Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Oh wow. This place is beautiful. And there's plenty of room to train with no one else here, I said, surprised. Yeah. I spent the 10 months before the entrance exam training here, Midoriya replied. Seriously? I always wondered how you gained so much muscle in such a short time. You were able to match my physique in no time. But what kind of training did you do here? I asked curiously. This beach used to be covered in all kinds of trash. But I cleaned it up over those 10 months, Midoriya claimed. My eyes widened as I processed his words. What? Oh no, that's why the path to this place seemed familiar. This place used to be a dump. Well, not literally, but everyone treated it like one and dumped all their unwanted stuff here, I realized. Yeah. Cleaning this place up was the hardest thing I ever did, Midoriya stated proudly. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you or train with you. I really am. I got so busy with my own training. And I was working on my shock gloves for a long while too. I apologized. It's fine. We each had our goals to achieve. And you were the reason I stopped overtraining and actually started seeing results. Anyway, I think we should start training now, Midoriya replied eagerly. The next 2 weeks were pretty typical school days. But outside of school, everyone was pushing their limits, training to the best of their abilities. On the day of the sports festival, Midoriya and I met outside our apartment building. Both of our mothers yelled down at us to do our best. Then we were off. Since the USJ incident, the public had questioned whether UA was capable of keeping its students safe. Recently, Principal Nizu announced that UA's security had increased significantly. Pro Heroes MT Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms were even employed as security. Some time passed, and all the classes of UA were in different assigned rooms. Everyone was wearing the P uniform to make things fair. Get ready, everyone. We are about to enter the arena, Ida announced. Todoroki suddenly approached Midoriya. Todoroki? What is it? Midoriya asked, and the class's attention shifted to the two. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you, Todoroki said in a monotone voice. Why yeah? Midoriya replied shyly. But All Might has his eyes on you, doesn't he? But I'm still going to beat you, Todoroki stated. Kirishima stepped in, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hey, not now, we're about to start. Kirishima reasoned, trying to ease the tension. Todoroki shrugged off Kirishima's hand. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? Todoroki stated, walking away. Wow, you're really something, I said. Excuse me? Todoroki replied, turning around. I stood up and slowly walked toward him. Your upbringing has made you feel the need to assert your dominance over anyone who poses even a slight threat to you. What would you do without that precious ego? You're no different from Bakugo, I said, condescendingly. From the corner of my eye, I could see Bakugo scowling. Is this you coming to the rescue of your friend or something? Todoroki asked mockingly. See that right there? That arrogance. That's your biggest problem, I said intensely. I'm arrogant? With a quirk like yours, you're destined to be a sidekick at best. Now, do you have anything else to say? Todoroki countered, menacingly. Whoa guys. Kirishima said, jumping between us. Yeah. I'm going to take you down while the entire stadium and your father watch, I proclaimed seriously. Ida and Kirishima stepped in between Todoroki and me before things could escalate. Todoroki, Midoriya said, drawing everyone's attention once again. I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but of course, you're better than me. I think you're more capable than most people. But I can't afford to fall behind. I'll be going for it with everything I have too, Midoriya declared. The sports festival was announced, and all the first-year classes walked out into the main area. There was a stage set up for some kind of speech. The pro hero, Midnight, stood on the stage with a microphone in her hand. Oh, Midnight, many of the first-year guys thought. And now, we will ask the first-year student representative to lead the pledge. Katsuki Bakugo, please come up on stage. Midnight ordered. Bakugo calmly walked on stage with his hands in his pockets. The entire stadium went silent as he reached the microphone. I just want to say, I'm going to win, Bakugo stated. Every student outside of our class erupted in aggressive booing. Half of our class sweat dropped, while the other half face-bombed. It's because of him we're all targets now, Midoriya said, sinking low. It's going to be a long day. I added negatively. Alright, everyone. You came for a show, and we intend to give you one. The preliminary of the festival will be an obstacle race around the stadium. It spans a total of 4 kilometers. And it begins now. Midnight shouted. Everyone simultaneously bolted for the stadium exit. But it was so narrow, and there were so many of us that we were packed into a mob as we tried to funnel through. As people started making it through the tunnel, Todoroki used an ice attack to freeze many to the ground. Those of us in 1A were aware of his quirk and were able to predict and avoid this. Some stuck right behind Todoroki. I wasn't too far behind myself. Suddenly, a bunch of the robot villains from the entrance exam appeared and blocked our path. There were even some of the massive zero-pointer robots. Many people stopped dead in their tracks. Where do they get the funding for these things? Yaoyorozu questioned. Todoroki was in the front and immediately went on the offensive. So these are the robots from the entrance exam, huh? I'm not impressed, he said simply. With a wave of his hand, a massive ice attack engulfed the entire zero-pointer, immobilizing it. Todoroki took off once again, running under it. Then the machine just fell over. The entire time, I had never stopped sprinting forward. Clever. Jerry, I said between breaths. I looked over and saw Bakugo was about to use his explosions to fly around another zero-pointer. An idea struck me and I sprinted toward it. My classmates shouted questions like, "What are you doing?" But I kept running. The zero-pointer swung a massive hand down at me. I leaped just in time, landing on its enormous mechanical hand. I dashed up its arm until I reached its shoulder and jumped off, landing on Bakugo's back. "What are you doing?" Bakugo yelled, a mix of shock and anger in his voice. My weight caused us both to tumble, and Bakugo hit the ground hard, while I managed to launch myself off him just before impact, maintaining my speed. "I'm going to pay for that later," I exclaimed, feeling a bit anxious. With my quirk, I could run at my peak speed for as long as I wanted, replenishing my stamina as I started to tire. I glanced back to see Bakugo chasing after me, while others were making their way through the chaos. Kirishima and Tetsu had smashed through the robots, Siro and Tokoyami had maneuvered around, and Yaoyorozu had created cannons to take out the remaining threats. I pushed my head forward again. Come on. Is there anyone here who isn't amazing? Yeah. Everyone here but me. Bakugo shouted as he flew into my back, sending me flying forward. I hit the ground hard, feeling the impact resonate through me. I quickly realized I had reached the next obstacle, the fall, a canyon that could only be crossed by walking along tightropes. Todoroki had already started crossing, and Bakugo zoomed past me to catch up with him. I wrapped my arms and legs around one of the tightropes and slowly worked my way across, upside. Walking on the tightrope seemed too risky. Some, like Ida, used their quirks to cross quickly, while others, like Midoriya, joined me in my method. For some reason, he was carrying a piece of metal from a destroyed robot on his back. "Long time no see," I called out. "I don't think this is the time for chatting." Midoriya replied, looking anxious. Just then, a girl with pink hair used some kind of support gear with grappling hooks to swiftly cross the canyon. Seriously? What kind of attack on Titan moment is that? I complained, feeling frustrated. Todoroki crossed first, and Bakugo was close behind him. They soon reached the next obstacle, a minefield. Todoroki had to slow down because of the mines, while Bakugo continued to fly over them. Midoriya and I finally made it across the canyon and reached the minefield. "Okay, I'm open to suggestions," I said. Midoriya's eyes lit up as he held the piece of metal he had been carrying. He stabbed it into the ground and unearthed one of the mines. "Okay, now refill that hole," Midoriya instructed. "What?" I exclaimed, confused. "We know how your quirk works. You need a space to refill, right? Refill this hole," Midoriya urged. I followed his instructions, not expecting much. But as I activated my quirk, the empty hole was filled with a new landmine. I didn't know I could use it like that, I admitted, surprised. "Keep doing that," Midoriya shouted. He continued to dig out the mines while I refilled the holes. We were essentially collecting mines like in a video game. After a few minutes, we had a pile of mines in front of us. "Wait, why did we do this?" I asked, remembering the race. Midoriya held the large piece of metal in front of him, and I realized his plan. We both grabbed hold of the metal and jumped onto the pile of landmines. The explosion propelled us forward through the air. Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck. We were gaining on them, but losing altitude too quickly. Midoriya and I knew what we had to do. In perfect unison, we flipped the metal and slammed it into the ground on more landmines. The blast sent us flying forward again, this time ahead of Todoroki and Bakugo. Midoriya crossed the finish line just ahead of me, with me coming in second. Todoroki and Bakugo tied for third place. I did it. I got first place. Midoriya shouted, tears of joy in his eyes. I ran in front of him, placing my hands on his shoulders and shaking him excitedly. Second place. We did it. I cheered, feeling proud. I noticed Todoroki and Bakugo looking frustrated. Not bad for a couple of underdogs, huh? I said sarcastically. They looked away, clenching their fists. The sports festival was starting to look promising for me. Midoriya and I had just secured first and second place in the obstacle race, thanks to Midoriya's quick thinking. While we celebrated, I overheard a conversation nearby among some students from the UA business course. Excuse me, could you repeat that last sentence? I asked politely. The one on the far left spoke up. We were just saying that Midoriya would be difficult to market since he didn't showcase his quirk, he said. Yes, but he did effectively demonstrate other qualities that pro heroes and the public would respond positively to, the one on the far right added. Then the one with glasses chimed in. The same could be said for you, he said, looking at me. What do you mean? I asked, intrigued. Well, it's clear your quirk isn't the flashy, overwhelming type that grabs the most attention, the guy with glasses explained. What are your quirks? The guy on the right asked, pointing to both Midoriya and me. Midoriya was still lost in thought and didn't notice our conversation. Both our quirks are complicated. You're better off just watching what we can do during the festival, I said with a smile. Okay, everyone. The next event is the Cavalry battle. The top 42 qualifiers will form teams of 2 to 4 people to earn points by stealing headbands from other teams. A team's point value is based on the value of its individual members. The members of the team earn points based on their placement in the obstacle race. The goal of the game is to collect as many headbands as possible to increase the team score. If a team falls or loses their headband, they can continue to compete until the time runs out. The time limit for the Cavalry battle is 15 minutes, and only the top 4 teams will move on to the next round. Headband. It was all they needed to win. Now would be a really great time to have my pistols. I thought, feeling a bit down. I had been informed that they wouldn't be allowed for probably the entire festival. But I was determined to find a way around it. Everyone began forming into teams. Most people immediately flocked to Bakugo and Todoroki. Their powerful and versatile quirks drew others in like magnets, with many eager for a chance to team up with them. Midoriya looked around and noticed that practically everyone was avoiding him. He quickly ran up to Ida. Meanwhile, I had an idea and rushed over to Yaoyorozu. Ida, do you want to join our team? Midoriya asked. Yaoyorozu, I've got a great idea for a team. I said. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but right now, I see you as a rival. I'll be on my own team, going against you, Ida replied. I'm sorry, YN, but I had another idea for a team. Thank you for considering me though, Yaoyorozu said. Hearing both conversations end so abruptly, I quickly responded. I grabbed Ida and then Yaoyorozu, pulling us all closer together. Now, Midoriya, Ida, Yaoyorozu, and I formed a circle. Before they could protest, I began to speak. Listen, everyone. My quirk allows you two to use your abilities without limits. Ida's engine requires orange juice as fuel, and Yaoyorozu's creation needs lipids to function. As long as I can see or physically touch you both, I can keep refilling what you need. I explained, feeling frustrated. The two looked completely stunned. That's strategically brilliant. Midoriya exclaimed. Indeed. I can't believe I hadn't thought of it. My sincerest apologies, Midoriya. Ida added. But wouldn't that put a strain on you, YN? Yaoyorozu asked, her concern evident. Not unless you both are constantly running low on fuel and lipids. And that's not going to happen. The Cavalry battle is only 15 minutes long. I'll come out tired, sure, but who won't? I replied, not entirely truthful. In reality, I knew I would likely feel mentally drained from overusing my quirk. I can't tell them that though. Just have to find a place to rest afterward or maybe rely on energy drinks to get me through the day. I thought. The time for forming teams was almost up. Together, our new team worked out a strategy. Everyone got into position for the cavalry battle. Team Midoriya, Wyan, Ida, Yaoyorozu. Team Bakugo, Kirishima, Ishido, Sir. Team Todoroki, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Uraraka. Midoriya was worth the most points, so he was the one we would be carrying. Ida was in the front, Yaoyorozu was to Midoriya's left, and I was to his right. As the cavalry battle finally began, most of the teams rushed toward us. Ida tried to lead us away, but a guy named Hananuki used his quirk to soften the ground into mush, making us sink. Ida, you've got to get us out of here. Midoriya yelled. Ida made a serious face before his engines erupted with blue flames. Recipro burst, he shouted. His move sent us flying out of the soft ground and past the teams that had surrounded us. But we wouldn't be safe for long. Bakugo and Todoroki's teams were each closing in on us. Recipro burst uses all my fuel in one go, Ida reminded me. That's why I'm here, I said, refilling his fuel. Bakugo leaped off his teammates and propelled himself toward Midoriya. Deku! Bakugo shouted, filled with determination. Ida quickly responded and boosted us out of the way. As we were about to pass by Team Todoroki and the rest of Team Bakugo, Yaoyorozu created multiple flashbangs and threw them into the air. They all detonated, blinding our opponents and allowing us to slip by. Zero had been blinded in the process and couldn't see Bakugo to pull him back to their group. Luckily for them, Bakugo managed to propel himself back, having not been affected by the flashbangs. I thought Bakugo was about to knock his team out of the event, I said, disappointed. In the next moment, I dodged an attack from Jiro's earphone jack. At this point, our group was constantly on the move. Ida's speed made us nearly untouchable. If anyone managed to get close, Yaoyorozu would flashbang them or defend us with a melee weapon. Unfortunately, we weren't fast enough to avoid Kaminari's electrical attack, but Yaoyorozu threw an insulated sheet over us just in time. Then Tokoyami's dark shadow snatched the sheet, taking Midoriya's headband with it. Got you, Todoroki said calmly as he froze us to the ground while passing by. Ida, use Recipro. Midoriya and I yelled in unison. He activated it, and the heat and power of his engines broke us free. I refilled Ida's engine fuel again, shaking my head as I felt somewhat disoriented. There were only a few minutes left in the event, and I had been using my quirk a lot. The mental fatigue was setting in, and sounds began to distort. Wyan, are you all right? Yaoyorozu asked, concerned. I'm fine. We've got to get our points back. I shouted, a bit irritated. Our team moved after Team Todoroki, but things were complicated. Other teams were now after them for our 10 million point headband. Midoriya lit up with an idea. Yaoyorozu, can you make a smoke bomb? He asked. She nodded and quickly created a couple. She and I each threw one at Team Todoroki. Smoke immediately dispersed in a large radius. As Ida once again used his Recipro burst, we dashed into the smoke and blitzed Todoroki's group. Midoriya snatched multiple headbands from around Todoroki's neck, who had turned them around so the point values weren't visible. We got a fair distance away just as a loudspeaker signaled the end of the cavalry battle. Many people groaned, disappointed with their performance. Meanwhile, the four of us looked at the headbands Midoriya had secured. None of them were the 10 million point headband, but together they were enough to land our team's second place in the event. Bakugo's team had come in third place, and I could feel his intense stare. Yes. Second place twice in a row. Heck yeah! I exclaimed happily, then staggered a bit. Ida and Midoriya noticed and quickly reached out to me, each grabbing an arm to support me. I thought you said you could handle overhauling our quirks. You seem really out of it, Ida commented, concern etched on his face. If I had told you I'd likely be mentally exhausted, you might have hesitated to join us, I explained, feeling drained. We would all have a break before the next event, and I planned to take the opportunity to rest and recover from the mental fatigue brought on by my quirk. I could only hope I had enough time to recuperate because the next event would be a tournament. Shortly after my team secured second place in the cavalry battle, I had gone to the infirmary for some much-needed rest. In reality, I had been nearly carried there. The heavy use of my quirk had left me mentally exhausted. A fair amount of time had passed since then when Midoriya woke me up to inform me about the tournament so far. He told me he had defeated a guy named Shinso, Todoroki had defeated Zero, and a girl named Shiozaki had defeated Kaminari. Evidently, Ida and I were scheduled to battle next, if I could participate, that is. I stood up from the bed and stretched. Of course, I can participate. I've had my nap, so now I'm ready for battle, I declared confidently. I quickly downed an energy drink Midoriya had brought me, just to be safe. As soon as I stepped out into the hall, I was called out to by the pro hero and UA teacher, Snipe. YNLN. Snipe yelled. Midoriya and I turned to face him. Mr. Snipe. Midoriya said, surprised. Yeah, I know, teach. I'm due for battle. I was just heading there. I began. No. I've got something for you, Snipe said, opening a case he was carrying. Inside were my 2 pistols and shoulder holsters. Midoriya and I exchanged surprised glances. My pistols? What are you bringing these for? I asked, confused. I took one from the case and examined it. It took some time, but they finally got approved as your support gear. I pulled some strings for you from one gunslinger to another, Snipe said kindly. Seriously? I can use my guns in the tournament. Yes. I shouted, thrilled. I quickly put on my shoulder holsters and placed the pistols in them. What about my shock gloves? I asked. I'm sorry. We can't have you loaded up with support gear in the tournament. It was either these or the gloves, and I figured these would serve you better, Snipe explained. Thank you, sir. Truly, I said gratefully. A word of advice, kid. There isn't much love for gunslinging heroes, at least not in Japan. There's pretty much just been Lady Nagant and me. If you want the respect and trust of the public, you have to work extra hard for it, Snipe said seriously. So, same as usual really. I already have to work extra hard, I replied, sarcastically. Then I left Snipe and Midoriya behind and headed out to the arena. Alright, everyone. It's finally the next battle of the tournament. This time it's between Tenya Ida and YNLN. Present Mike announced over the loudspeaker. As he said that, Ida and I walked up onto the arena stage from different sides. I noticed some negative chatter regarding my possession of 2 pistols, but I chose to ignore it. Let the battle begin, Midnight declared, waving a hand. With that, Ida took off like a rocket. I knew my best chance against Ida would be to predict his fighting style. It was my only option, given the massive speed gap between us. As soon as he started moving, I dodged left, narrowly avoiding his grasp. Oh man, that was way too close. If he manages to grab me, he'll just move me out of bounds. I thought nervously. For several minutes, I focused on dodging and studying Ida's movements, never going on the offensive. Once I felt I had seen enough, I drew my 2 pistols, one in each hand. I aimed in different directions and began firing rapid shots. Ida dodged under one of my shots, sliding on the ground. With his momentum lost, I had him trapped. I shot all around him, and he bobbed and weaved before starting to take hits. Eventually, I had him on the ground, simply firing my non-lethal rounds at him. He finally couldn't take it anymore and let out a frustrated shout. Okay, I lose. I surrender, Ida yelled, somewhat desperately. Hearing his words, I immediately holstered my guns. Ida has surrendered. LN is the winner, Midnight announced. I calmly walked toward Ida, who was still on the ground. You almost had me several times there, I complimented, smiling as I extended a friendly hand to him. He let out a disappointed sigh but took my hand. Both YN and Ida show excellent sportsmanship. Let's give them extra points, Midnight said enthusiastically. That's not how it works. Knock it off, Midnight. Cementos ordered her. Either way, I liked where that was going, I said, smiling. Ida looked shocked before he let out a chuckle. The rounds I used leave some nasty bruises, but Recovery Girl can easily take care of them for you, I explained. Ida nodded, and we walked our separate ways. As I walked, I overheard people talking about me. He uses guns. With non-lethal rounds? He never reloaded those pistols. What exactly is his quirk? That guy really wants to be a hero? He seems fine. He showed great sportsmanship. I don't know. I placed a hand to my head and sighed. It's fine. You did good. Just like Snipe said. Don't worry, I reassured myself. For the next while, I sat in the stands watching the other matches. After my match, Ashido completely overpowered Aoyama, then Tokoyami overpowered Yaoyorozu, and finally, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended in a tie. After all that came a match that I don't think anyone enjoyed watching, Uraraka versus Bakugo. She struggled to get close enough to him to make a move. Bakugo kept Uraraka at bay with his explosions. Eventually, she passed out from exhaustion and injuries. However, Bakugo never simply knocked her out of the ring, which could have ended the battle much sooner. Some people criticized him, but they overlooked that important detail. After that, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu settled their tie with an arm wrestling match, which Kirishima won. The first round concluded, and we moved on to the quarterfinal round. Kicking things off was a battle between Midoriya and Todoroki. Uraraka woke up just in time to join the rest of our class in watching the match. As the contestants entered the arena, Present Mike took to the loudspeaker. Thanks for waiting, everyone. This match features two standout competitors. The man who achieved a significant victory in the first round and left the audience in awe. And the powerhouse who narrowly made it past the first round. Shoto Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Barely made it past the first round? What does he mean? I asked. Uraraka was about to explain what had happened during Midoriya's previous match, but we got distracted. As soon as the match began, Todoroki launched a massive ice attack. Midoriya countered by flicking his finger, creating a shockwave that shattered the ice. Todoroki quickly raised an ice barrier behind him to prevent being pushed out of bounds. He did it again. He's sacrificing his fingers instead of his whole arm, Ida said, concerned. I turned to him, my eyes wide. This is what he did in his previous match? I can't believe it. I thought he would have found a new strategy by now. I exclaimed, shocked. At this point, Midoriya had countered Todoroki's ice attacks 3 times and had 3 broken fingers. Frustrated, Todoroki created an ice ramp and ran up it toward Midoriya. He's trying to close the distance. Keep him back. I thought desperately. Todoroki doesn't shy away from Midoriya's power and gets in close. Present Mike yelled. In that moment, Midoriya used his entire left arm to throw a punch. The resulting shockwave filled the arena with gusts of wind and dust. The crowd roared with excitement, only to fall silent as the dust cleared, revealing that Todoroki had used another ice barrier to stop himself from going out of bounds. But he was sitting on the ground. That was a lot more powerful than before. Are you trying to tell me to stay away? Todoroki asked, pushing large chunks of ice off himself. I clenched my fist and frowned as a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. I really thought Midoriya had him that time. I said, frustrated. All of Midoriya's fingers, except his thumbs, were broken. Todoroki stood back up in the arena, looking calm. You're that beat up just from defending and running away? Honestly, you're out of your league. With your arms like that, you can't fight anymore, can you? This match is already over, Todoroki stated, launching another ice attack. Todoroki keeps attacking with overwhelming power. Present Mike shouted. As the ice approached Midoriya, he looked up. Where are you looking? Midoriya asked, his voice strained. His words captured the entire stadium's attention as he unleashed a shockwave with his already broken finger. Todoroki barely managed to stop himself from being blasted out of the arena. BSRD. With your broken finger? Todoroki said, tensely. You're trembling, Todoroki, Midoriya replied, causing Todoroki to flinch. There's a limit to how much cold your body can take, isn't there? You could fix that with your fire. Everyone is going all out and yet, you want to win with only half your strength. Come at me with everything you've got. Midoriya shouted, ready for the challenge. Everyone around us looked completely dumbfounded. What are you doing, Midoriya? I mumbled, concerned. Back in the arena, Todoroki clenched his fists and frowned. What are you planning? Did my father buy you off or something? Todoroki asked, annoyed, as he rushed toward Midoriya. His movements are so slow. Bakugo and I whispered simultaneously, exchanging surprised looks before turning back to the match. Before Todoroki could launch a close-quarters attack, Midoriya punched him in the gut with everything he had. A solid hit. Present Mike exclaimed. The stadium crowd gasped in surprise. Todoroki launched another ice attack, but it was significantly slower than before. I noticed that his ice side was covered in frostbite. Midoriya dodged the ice and then pushed Todoroki back just as he got close. Todoroki once again stopped himself by putting ice behind him, his head hanging low. Why are you going so far? Todoroki asked quietly. Because I want to live up to everyone's expectations. That's why I'll beat you. Because I want to be a hero. Midoriya shouted, filled with determination. He then headbutted Todoroki in the gut, causing him to spit from the impact. It's time you stopped screwing around. It's your quirk, not his. Midoriya yelled. Those words seemed to ignite something within Todoroki, and suddenly his left side burst into flames. This is... Present Mike stuttered. The fire's here, Uraraka said, squinting. Everyone was in shock. He used it. Ida exclaimed, surprised. This isn't looking good. That guy was already overpowered. I shouted, worried. Even though you want to win. Damn it. To help your enemy. Which one of us is screwing around now? Midoriya, I want to be a hero too. Todoroki declared, smiling. I've never seen him smile before. I said, astonished. Shoto, have you finally accepted yourself? That's it. Good. It all starts from here for you. With my blood you will surpass me. You will fulfill my desire. Endeavor shouted from the stands. Todoroki remained silent, his focus solely on Midoriya, who had inspired him. Wow. Midoriya said, in awe. Why are you smiling? With those injuries? In this situation? You're crazy. Don't blame me for what happens next, Todoroki said, respectfully. With only his fire side active now, Todoroki could unleash his offensive power to its fullest. Meanwhile, Midoriya charged up his own power to the maximum. Midnight and Cementos quickly intervened, trying to use their quirks to stop the battle. Midnight, if they keep going it'll be bad. Cementos shouted. His body won't hold up. Midnight added. Todoroki sent a large wave of ice at Midoriya and around himself, but Midoriya jumped over it, risking injury. As he flew toward Todoroki, he prepared a full power punch with his undamaged arm, while Todoroki countered by switching to fire, superheating the area around him. Midoriya. Thanks, Todoroki said gratefully. Cementos built several walls between them, but Midoriya's power and Todoroki's heat tore through them like paper. The resulting shockwave from the two colliding attacks obliterated the entire fighting arena, knocked over Midnight's stand, and sent a whirlwind that swept over most of the spectators in the stands. Midoriya, I said, concerned. As the dust began to settle, Todoroki remained standing in the arena, while Midoriya was out of bounds, his body clearly injured. After a brief moment, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Midnight and Cementos emerged from the dust, standing tall. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki is the winner. Midnight announced. A lot happened after that, or at least it felt like it. Midoriya was quickly taken to Recovery Girl. Uraraka, Ida, and I tried to see him, but we were informed he was about to undergo surgery. His injuries were more serious than ever. As the door closed in front of us, I placed a frustrated hand on my face. Why, Midoriya? Why? I murmured quietly. Uraraka grabbed my arm, and Ida placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Are you okay, YN? Uraraka asked. I lowered my hand from my face, frowning. If he puts himself in danger like this again, I swear I'll be furious. I exclaimed. Ida and Uraraka chuckled lightly at my outburst before we made our way back to the stands. It was time to focus. Midoriya was in surgery, and I was set to battle next. I didn't have the luxury of worrying about my friend, But that didn't stop me from caring. This match was going to be tough enough without distractions. It was a challenging matchup, to say the least. Do you have a plan for beating Shiozaki? Ida asked, curious. I closed my eyes and lowered my head. I'm not the one with the plans. That would be Midoriya. I'm just the guy who thinks on the fly, I replied, feeling a bit defeated. He's got rhymes, Uraraka said, enthusiastically. Oh wow, that did rhyme. Totally unintentional, I replied, feeling a bit silly. But seriously, why and how do you think you can defeat Shiozaki? Her quirk is formidable. Ida stated. Yeah, I know. She defeated Kaminari in less than a minute, right? Well, lucky for me, Kaminari isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. So it all comes down to how I can use my quirk against her, I said, contemplating my options. I crossed my arms, deep in thought. Uraraka eagerly raised her hands. If only you had some kind of chainsaw support item. You could cut her vines and just refill the fuel. Uraraka suggested. Okay, Uraraka, first of all, that's a brilliant idea. I'll look into that later. Second of all, I don't have time to put something like that together. My match is just minutes away, I explained. Besides, you have to register support items before you can use them in the tournament or for hero work, Ida added. Speaking of which, do either of you know who that pink-haired girl was from the obstacle race? I asked, curious. Both of them looked at me, surprised by my question, and then started grinning. Not like that. She looked like she might have been from the support course. I thought she could help me with this idea I have. I clarified, blushing slightly. Wait, what kind of idea? Ida asked. I need a support item to help me beat Shiozaki. Now I've got to go. I'm out of time, stated, rushing off. Shiozaki and I reached the arena stage and stood across from each other. I wore a determined expression, but deep down, I had no idea how I could defeat her. Maybe I could distract her at the start. No, I don't want to hurt her. Wait, is that unfair? Do I care? I don't have many options either way. I think distracting her at the start might be best. I thought intensely. The match began, and Shiozaki sent her vines toward me at incredible speed. I managed to draw my pistols in time but couldn't get a clear shot. Her vines wrapped around me, lifting me a few feet off the ground. In the split second before Midnight could call the match, an idea struck me. I used my quirk, and suddenly, a massive amount of ice appeared on Shiozaki's side of the arena. What? A sudden ice barrage envelopes the stadium. Did Todoroki illegally jump in to help LN? Present Mike exclaimed, overwhelmed. Shiozaki's vines broke apart from the cold, and I fell to the ground. I waved to get Midnight's attention. Hey, Miss Midnight. It wasn't Todoroki. I did this. I shouted. I felt the eyes of the entire stadium on me. Yeah, someone told me that Todoroki enveloped the whole arena in ice while I was in the infirmary. So, I used my quirk to fill the empty space with Todoroki's earlier ice attack, I clarified, scratching my head. LN employs a clever use of his quirk to overpower his opponent. And with someone else's previous attack. Present Mike shouted, no. Shiozaki has been immobilized. LN is the winner. Midnight declared. The stadium erupted in cheers at the unexpected yet thrilling outcome of the match. SOC cold. Shiozaki murmured quietly. She was still encased in ice. I turned back to Midnight. You might want to call Todoroki down to melt this ice, I advised. Midnight nodded and did just that. Then I started making my way back to my friends in the stands. On my way back up, I ran into Endeavor in the hall. What exactly is your quirk? Endeavor asked, his expression as stern as ever. I can refill things. It's kind of like a focus time reversal. I can't explain it better than that, I replied flatly. Endeavor was a hero who always came off as abrasive to me. His power was impressive, but I could never see him as a true hero. Of course, much of the public shared the same opinion. I started walking again. As of that last match, you'll be facing off against Shoto in the semifinals. Do you intend to use your power in such a shameless way then too? Endeavor asked, ridiculing me. I turned back to look at him, narrowing my eyes. I intend to become a hero. Today, he's an obstacle to that goal. I'm going to take Shoto down any way I can. I have a promise to keep, I explained, confidently. Foolish boy. Shoto was created to surpass me. To surpass all might. What can you hope to do? Endeavor challenged. You talk about him like he's a machine, designed to perform better than anything else. That's your son, not just a project, I retorted, glaring. My words seemed to strike a chord with Endeavor, as he fell silent while I walked away. I was beginning to think maybe Shoto wasn't so bad. It seemed like his father was the problem. Maybe Midoriya knows something about him that I don't. I thought, curiously. There were 2 more matches of the quarterfinals before the next round would begin, before I would have to fight again. In the meantime, I had an idea that I needed to see through. I made my way to the support center of UA. Sure enough, the pink-haired girl from the obstacle race was there. She was tinkering with some kind of technology. After a moment, she noticed me standing in the doorway. Oh hey, you're that guy who uses pistols. How are the non-lethal rounds I made working out? She asked. I gave her a puzzled look. So, you made them? I had no idea, I said, surprised. I ejected a magazine from one of my pistols. She immediately took it from my hand and started examining the bullets. Yeah. You gotta be careful with these. They may have way less penetrating power than typical bullets, but one shot to someone's neck or head and you're in serious trouble, the girl casually stated. I couldn't help but laugh at her comment. Not to mention, she had a personality that I found somewhat charming. So, Gunslinger, how have they been working for you? She asked again. Well, considering I'm going on to the semifinals soon, pretty great, I replied proudly. Oh, I don't really keep track of that. Once I knew I wasn't going to get to participate in the tournament, I just came back here to do some more tinkering, the girl explained. She picked up a wrench and started tightening a bolt on something. You don't even care about the tournament? That's just... Nope. I just wanted to participate in the festival as much as I could, so I could show off my inventions, the girl said. Inventions? I asked, confused. My creations. I've got so many, and they're all great for different things. Or the same things, she raved, excited. Oh wait, why you here? Do you need more bullets? It sure took you a while to run out. What, did you start making them yourself? She asked, sarcastically. No. My quirk lets me refill the ammo when it runs out. But listen. I began. Seriously? So what, you can refill stuff? Is that your quirk? That's so great. Think of all the potential uses. I've got some things here I need to show you, the girl rambled. Listen to me. My name is YNLN. I need your help to build a special support device that will help me beat this incredibly powerful guy that I'm due to fight soon. So, can you please help me? I finally exclaimed, desperately. Hell yeah. Anything to show off my inventions. I'm May Hatsum, by the way. Just call me May. Let's get started, shall we? May said. The 2 of us worked together on my idea for a while. I missed the battle between Ashido and Tokoyami as well as the battle between Bakugo and Kirishima. Nizu had shown up, looking for me, shortly after my support item was complete. Here you are, Thelen. The tournament is into the semifinals now. Your match against Todoroki will be the first of which, Nizu reminded. Yeah, I know. I just had something I needed May's help with. Really quick, I need this piece of support gear approved, I said hurriedly. I held up the device. It was a long fingerless gauntlet that covered my entire left hand and forearm, with metal plating over it, covering its wires and inner workings. Of course, if you'll just tell me what it does, Nizu requested. I explained what it was and what it did. Yes, of course you can use it. But I hope you understand, you can only have one piece of support gear at a time for the tournament. It's either this or your pistols, Nizu explained. I know. My pistols are going to sit this one out, I simply said. I took off my shoulder holsters with the guns still in them and set them down. Don't forget, that piece of equipment is just a prototype. It'll work just fine, but it's only good for about 8 uses before it wears down, May warned, smiling. I nodded and made my way to the arena. It's the first match of the semifinals. We've seen these 2 do some incredible things today. Shoto Todoroki vs. YNLN. Present Mike yelled. The match began, but surprisingly, we both just stood there. Aren't they going to fight? Present Mike asked. Are you shocked I made it this far? I asked, sarcastically. I'm shocked they counted your win in your last match. All you really did was take advantage of my previous match, Todoroki stated coldly. Hey, I did that by using my quirk. It's called looking for a new angle. You should try it sometime, I fired back. I'll do that, Todoroki said, attacking. He launched one of his usual ice attacks. I put on a big smile before I pressed a button in the palm of my support device. A booming reverb sound erupted from it. Todoroki's ice suddenly shattered into tiny particles before it could reach me. The stadium fell silent as Todoroki and everyone else were stumped by what just happened. Todoroki's ice is mysteriously shattered? Present Mike said, confused. Todoroki stumbled back, in shock. What was that? Todoroki asked. You think I'm going to just reveal my secrets to you? I'm not an anime villain, I said, running. I started rushing Todoroki at full speed. His eyes widened in panic, and he launched a massive ice attack, like he had used against Zero. I hit my support device again, and the loud reverb sound emitted once more, shattering the ice. As I reached Todoroki, I threw a right hook, catching him off guard. He reeled back, and the impact sent him to the ground. L North gets in close and dominates. Present Mike shouted. The stadium cheered. Ha! I saw that move in a Power Rangers movie, I said, laughing. While on the ground, Todoroki touched the ground, and ice spread toward me, attempting to trap my feet. I casually used my support device again and freed myself. You don't get it, do you? I asked, throwing another punch. Your ice won't work. My relentless attacks were staggering Todoroki so much that he couldn't think of what to do. He finally backed away from me, panting. I just stood there on guard. After a moment, he grimaced, and his left side ignited with flames. Ellen, I will beat you. If I can't use my ice, then I'll use my fire. It's as easy as that, Todoroki claimed, irritated. He obviously still didn't like using his flames, but at least he had learned from his battle with Midoriya. I rushed towards Todoroki, and he blasted his fire at me. Seconds after being engulfed by flames, the fire stopped. Cementos had put up a cement wall between us. The entire stadium went quiet, concerned for my well-being. As the smoke and dust cleared, I stood there, my shirt reduced to ash, revealing my chest. Miraculously, there were no burns or injuries on my body. LN is completely fine? Present Mike exclaimed, shocked. Since I was okay, Cementos lowered his wall. I let out a loud chuckle, panting slightly. Oh, by the way, I'm fire-resistant on my mother's side, I declared with a smile. What? Todoroki asked, disbelief evident in his voice. If you had ever listened to me speak, you'd know. My mother was the pro-hero, Torch, I clarified. The stadium erupted in applause and cheers at the mention of the famous hero and the fact she was my mom. I may not have inherited my mom's quirk, but I did inherit her fire resistance. Your fire can't burn me, just like it can't burn you, I added, grinning. I could tell this fight was going to get interesting. You honestly expect me to believe that you're fireproof? Todoroki asked, condescendingly. I never said fireproof, I replied, moving to attack him once again. Todoroki retaliated by sending his fire, but I dashed through the flames and slammed my fist into his gut. He staggered back, scowling. To my surprise, he punched me back, right in the face. I grabbed his right arm and tried to push him back. Todoroki raised his other hand and hit me with his fire at close range. I quickly kneed him and shoved him back, trying to knock him out of bounds. But the clever fighter raised an ice wall behind him, stopping himself. I've had enough of this, Todoroki said angrily. He threw his right arm behind him and launched himself forward with his ice. I slid on the ground and he flew right over me. After skidding to a stop, I continued my assault and charged at Todoroki again. He began launching ice attacks of various types, some massive, others a straight line of ice. I dodged what I could and countered with my support device. Damn it. May said this thing is only good for 8 uses. I'm down to 3. I need to end this fight now. I thought, desperately. As I shattered another ice attack with my support device, I grabbed a handful of tiny shattered ice pieces. I continued running forward and threw the ice at Todoroki's face. His eyes widened as he used his fire to melt it before it could obscure his vision. In that split second he couldn't see me, so I made my move. I leaped into the air, and as I came down I slid on the ground. Then I launched both of my legs up into a double kick. Both my feet hit Todoroki under his chin, and for a moment, he went airborne. Todoroki landed on the ground, struggling to stand. But the match was still going, so I didn't stop. Todoroki sent his flames at me one more time. I ran through the fire and grabbed his face, taking him down. Midnight raised her hand in the air. Todoroki has been pinned. LN is the winner and will continue into the finals. Midnight declared. The stadium erupted with cheers, and I couldn't help but smile. I climbed off of Todoroki and let out a relieved sigh. It was close, but I had won. Hell yeah. I said simply. Can you stand, Todoroki? Midnight asked. Yeah. But I have a lot of things hurting right now, Todoroki replied, disappointment in his voice. I almost felt bad. This guy had seemed like a JRK, but after meeting his father, Shoto didn't seem so bad. Sorry for going hard on you. I had to beat you somehow though, I said. Todoroki and Midnight both looked at me, and then Todoroki scoffed. It's not like you're the only person here who wanted to win the festival, he replied, looking away. I couldn't quite make out his expression. Regardless, I had something to clarify. It's not about that, I said suddenly. As Midnight helped him up, Todoroki looked at me again. What? He asked, confused. I wasn't trying so hard to beat you because I want to win the festival. If you ask me, I've already done more than enough to get some recognition. The reason I was trying so hard to beat you is simple. Because I was keeping my word, I stated calmly. Todoroki's expression changed as he realized what I meant. I told you today before the festival started that I would beat you while everyone watched. I'm not exactly proud of it, but at least I kept my word. I explained, walking away. I could feel the stares of the crowd on me as I left the arena. I could only hope they were stares of intrigue. Before long, I ran into some people from 1A in the hallway. It was Uraraka, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and even Midoriya. Yay YN! Uraraka yelled. Great fight YN! Midoriya shouted. Whoa Midoriya! Should you be walking around? I asked, concerned. Both of his arms were in casts. I got out of surgery just before your match. I saw the whole thing, Midoriya explained. That fight was awesome. All that bare-knuckle brawling got me hyped. You were so manly, Kirishima exclaimed, amazed. I want to learn some martial arts now too, Uraraka declared excitedly. You fought very well, Yaoyorozu said, smiling. She had a hand on her cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. You, did great, YN. That was a really cool fight. Jiro said, looking away, her earphone jacks clicking together. Both she and Yaoyorozu were lightly blushing. I grabbed Kirishima and leaned over to Midoriya. Say, guys, what's with those two? They're all red and they won't look at me, I whispered, confused. Maybe it's got something to do with you being shirtless, Kirishima suggested. My eyes widened as I remembered that crucial detail. I looked down at my bare chest. I forgot, I said. Everyone's heads sank low at my bluntness. I just knew Midoriya would have face-bombed had his hands been free. I didn't care. I had another focus. Hey, do I look tan to you guys? I think I look more tan than before, I pointed out. My question lightened the mood, and everyone looked back at me. You know, you do look tan, Kirishima agreed. I guess Todoroki's flames did have some kind of effect on me, I stated, surprised. I still can't believe you're fire-resistant, Jiro said, impressed. Well, most people with fire-type quirks have some heightened tolerance for fire and heat to go with it. In my case, I inherited that heightened tolerance but not my mother's quirk, I elaborated. Oh man, everyone was freaking out when you made that big reveal. Kirishima shouted. Yeah. The whole stadium went quiet out of worry for you, but then you were fine, Uraraka said. It was a relief for us all, Yaoyorozu added. Yes, sorry. Up until then, Midoriya and my family were really the only ones aware of my fire resistance, I admitted. That reminds me, there's something I've been wanting to ask you, Kirishima said. Fire away, I joked. Kirishima awkwardly scratched his head. It's just that. You and Midoriya are obviously best friends and have known each other for a while, so why do you call him by his last name? I mean, he uses your first name. Kirishima asked hesitantly. The girls' faces lit up at the question. I'm actually curious about that too, Jiro said. Same, Uraraka added. As am I, Yaoyorozu agreed. I felt a little embarrassed. I never imagined this would be a question on the minds of all my classmates. I don't know. If I had to guess, it would probably be because of something way back, I said, wondering. Then a memory popped into my head at the perfect moment. Oh, I remember now. Back when we met, Midoriya was super introverted, and I was really social, much like how we are now. Anyway, he seemed uncomfortable with me calling him by his first name right off the bat, so I forced myself to stop. I started calling him by his last name instead, I explained. Midoriya and the others chuckled. We've been friends for years now. We're neighbors. Our parents are even friends. I don't have any problem with being called by my first name, Izuku said, grinning. Izuku it is, I said, playfully smacking his shoulder. He winced for a moment before we all laughed. Alright, well, I need to go get a new shirt, so I'll see you guys later, I said, turning to leave. Hey, wait up, a familiar voice called out. It was May. Glad I found you. I brought you your pistols and a new shirt too, May said, walking up. Gee, thanks, I said, putting on the shirt. So, does this mean you watched my match? I asked curiously. Of course. I wanted to see how our prototype support device would perform. It did great. May said happily. I exhaled in disappointment. Yeah, it did pretty well. There were no malfunctions. Luckily, I ended the match before I ran out of uses, I recalled thankfully. I removed the support device and handed it to May. By the way, guys, this is May Hatsum. She's from the support course. She's pretty brilliant, I introduced her. The others each offered a form of greeting. Nice to meet you all. You know, Wyan, I could use you in the tech lab at the support center. From what I've seen today, you're pretty intelligent. Plus, you're in the hero course. Anything we design could potentially be advertised by you using it in public. May said, excited. I actually blushed at her compliment. Thanks. I'm not going to lie, there are inventions of yours that have caught my interest. We should totally work together again sometime, I agreed gladly. Great. I'm always in the tech lab, working on my projects. So, just swing by when you can. Bye. May said, leaving. She's pretty cool, huh guys? Guys? I asked, turning around. Both Jiro and Yaoyorozu were acting distant. Meanwhile, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Izuku were giving me this look, like they were happy for me. What's with the faces? I asked, confused. It's nothing, everyone said, walking away. What? Come on. What's with the looks? Jiro, Yaoyorozu, why do you two look mad? I asked, moving after the group. It's nothing, Jiro said again, frustrated. It's nothing you'll concern yourself with, Yaoyorozu added. She and Jiro had suddenly become very passive-aggressive. I couldn't really tell. Because I was walking behind them, but it looked like they were blushing again. I'm so confused. I said sadly. You know, Wyan, it would be smart for you to take a nap before your final match. Just to be safe, Izuku advised. Yeah. The last thing you want to do is get all the way to the finals, only to be exhausted from overusing your quirk, Kirishima added. I'm kind of stuck either way. I could probably use a catnap before the finals, but I also want the chance to study Bakugo's fighting style before our match, I explained. You don't know yet that you'll be fighting Bakugo. He could lose to Tokoyami, Kirishima stated. Izuku, Uraraka, and I all shook our heads. No. Tokoyami is strong, but it's a bad matchup. I know I'll end up fighting Bakugo. It's practically inevitable, like Optimus Prime fighting Megatron in a Transformers movie, I said sarcastically. My friends laughed at my sudden joke. That might be the nerdiest thing I've ever heard you say, YN, Jiro laughed. It's interesting how you're funny, but you're also this badass type, Kirishima pointed out, chuckling. Thanks, you guys. I'll never say no to a confidence boost, I said gratefully. Bakugo and Tokoyami were in the middle of their battle. I was currently sitting in a waiting room. It was the last match of the semifinals, and regardless of who won, I would be due to fight next. In the waiting room was a mounted flat-screen TV. I was using it to watch the match and study Bakugo's movements. Tokoyami was a powerful opponent, and much like my own, his quirk was not to be underestimated. But he wasn't going to win. I watched on screen as Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to repeatedly launch attacks at Bakugo, none of which were effective. Bakugo would simply counter with small explosions, and Dark Shadow would back off. This was because Dark Shadow was weakened by light. Honestly, the idea of how powerful Tokoyami could be on a pitch-black night was a scary thought. Back with the match, Dark Shadow attempted to grab Bakugo, but he quickly maneuvered away with his explosions. As he got behind Tokoyami, he used one of his special moves. Stun Grenade. Bakugo yelled. A blinding light enveloped the arena before Bakugo came crashing down on the powerless Tokoyami. Bakugo grabbed his beak with one hand and held the other at his side, releasing small crackling explosions in his palm. Did you know about Dark Shadow's weakness all along? Tokoyami asked. Nope. I just figured it out from repeatedly attacking, Bakugo replied. Tokoyami closed his eyes in defeat. I surrender, he said, disappointment evident in his voice. Midnight raised her hand in the air. Tokoyami has surrendered. Bakugo has won and will move on to the finals. Midnight declared. All right, folks. We're just a few minutes away from the final round of the tournament. Are you hyped or what? Present Mike shouted. I remained where I was, contemplating Bakugo's fighting style that I had just witnessed. Izuku had also provided me with some useful insights. How am I supposed to defeat him? I wondered, placing a hand on my head as I continued to think. My moment of silence was interrupted when Bakugo suddenly kicked the door open. He scowled upon seeing me sitting there. What are you doing in here? You're in the wrong place. Bakugo shouted aggressively. I forced a sarcastic smile and clasped my hands together. Want a bet? I replied, annoyance creeping into my voice. Bakugo's expression shifted slightly as he realized he was in the wrong waiting room. Despite his mistake, he pulled up a chair and propped his feet on the table across from mine. He raised a hand and fired a small explosion, pushing my table back a bit. You better go all out. I want an undeniable victory. I won't let someone like you ruin that for me, Bakugo threatened. I drew one of my pistols from its holster, maintaining eye contact with him as I fired a shot into the center of the TV screen without looking. The room fell silent. Is that good enough for you? I asked sarcastically. We both scowled at each other, fists clenched in mutual disdain. Soon, it was time to enter the arena. It's here at last. The final round. The Battle of the Titans. It's YNLN against Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike shouted, excitement in his voice. The stadium erupted in cheers. As the match began, Bakugo immediately charged at me, unleashing his explosions without hesitation. I started to raise my guard but then stopped myself. No. It's a feint. He's really going to attack from. I thought. As Bakugo maneuvered and struck from behind, I quickly dodged. His close-range explosion detonated just to my left. I swung my fist, aiming for Bakugo's solar plexus, but he adjusted in midair with another explosion. I was prepared for that. In my other hand, I had my pistol. Without looking, I fired, the bullet grazing past his head and nicking his cheek, drawing a small amount of blood. Bakugo landed a distance away, placing a hand to his cheek. Why so surprised? Weren't you the one who said to go all out? I asked, sarcasm lacing my words. Bakugo's shocked expression quickly morphed back into a scowl. Shut up! Bakugo yelled. He charged at me, launching a series of rapid attacks. I dodged as best I could until I caught his wrist. I raised my pistol, and Bakugo opened his hand. In that instant, I shot him in the chest, and he unleashed a close-range explosion right in my face. We both grunted in pain. I shook it off and engaged again, landing a kick on Bakugo's leg and then striking him on the side of the head with the butt of my pistol. He retaliated by grabbing my shirt collar and throwing me back with a powerful explosion. I hit the ground hard, collecting scrapes and bruises before finally coming to a stop. As I looked up, Bakugo was above me, closing in. I rolled out of the way just as he executed his special move, Howitzer Impact. A massive explosion engulfed much of the arena, sending me flying once again. Are the refs just going to let this guy take me out? I thought, fear creeping in. Bakugo was panting heavily from using such a powerful move. I stood up and drew my other pistol, firing a barrage of shots at him. He screamed at the sudden impact. As he began to move again, I kept my guns trained on him. He's taking so many hits. Is he really only focused on beating me? I wondered, astonished. Those eyes. Bakugo shouted. My eyes widened at his sudden words. He continued trying to close the distance. I managed to keep him at bay by staying mobile and maintaining concentrated fire. It managed to get behind me, but I threw one of my pistols at his forehead just as he exploded towards me. I tumbled on the ground, struggling to get back up. Sure, I could handle the heat, but the concussive force of his explosions was brutal. Even the smallest of Bakugo's blasts was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Bakugo had taken a considerable amount of damage from my non-lethal rounds. Parts of his clothes were torn from the repeated impacts. Those eyes. I hate them. You look at me like you think you can win. No matter what I do, those eyes never change. Bakugo screamed, fury evident in his voice, his forehead bleeding from where I had struck him. What are you talking about? That's exactly what a hero does. I shouted, irritation bubbling up. Bakugo paused, confusion crossing his face. Honestly, I don't think I can beat you. I'm more hurt than I'm letting on. I keep pushing through the pain, and I've refilled my stamina so many times that I can feel my mental fatigue increasing. But even so, I don't want to quit. I admitted, my voice filled with determination. What are you on about? Bakugo asked, perplexed. I don't care about winning today. This is just for show. But I still want to give it my all. No matter how slim my chances are, I'll keep trying. That's what heroes do. I exclaimed, excitement surging through me. Bakugo started moving towards me again. At that moment, an idea struck me. Seeing my opponent charging at me, I did something I had never considered. I pushed my body's adrenaline levels to the maximum. In an instant, my pupils dilated and my heart raced. Bakugo's movements appeared slower than ever. I promised I would become a better hero than you. I thought. I threw my foot forward and sprinted as hard as I could. I drew back my fist, fueled by adrenaline-fueled determination. Bakugo came at me with his explosions, and I punched him in the gut with all my strength. The stadium fell silent as they waited for the smoke to clear. When everything settled, Bakugo was on his knees, gasping for breath. I, on the other hand, lay face down on the ground. It wasn't just the damage I had taken, it was the overuse of my quirk. I couldn't see clearly, and all I could hear were incoherent sounds. I was feeling pretty out of it. I woke up hours later in the school infirmary, alone in a room. Oh, you're finally up, Recovery Girl said as she walked in. How long have I been out? I asked. It's been hours. School ended a while ago, she replied, standing next to my bed. I swung my legs over the side and stood up, stretching. Geez. So, what did I miss? I asked calmly. Recovery Girl chuckled at my lack of concern. The fact that you aren't panicking at all tells me this happens to you too often. To answer your question, you lost the match against Bakugo. Although, he came out of it pretty banged up himself, she explained. Yeah. I guess he's just tough like that, I said, having already accepted that winning was unlikely. You also came in second in the sports festival, right after Katsuki Bakugo. Here's your medal, Recovery Girl said, pointing. I glanced at the side table to my left and saw a silver medal. I'll be d'med, I said with a smile. I picked up the medal and hung it around my neck. Then I started gathering my belongings to leave. Now that we're done catching you up, I have one more thing to ask. What was that move you did just before you lost consciousness? Do you remember? Recovery Girl asked curiously. I placed a hand on my temple, trying to recall. Details are a bit fuzzy, but... Oh, that's right. Hysterical strength, I said as I walked out. I headed back to the 1A classroom to grab my things before finally going home. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see nearly all of 1A there. The only ones missing were Ida, Bakugo, and Todoroki. You guys were all waiting for me to wake up? I asked, astonished. Hey, he's awake! Kirishima exclaimed happily. My classmates surrounded me with questions, comments, and concerns. Whoa. Too much at once. Even for me. I chuckled. Are you feeling better now? Jiro asked, looking concerned along with Yaoyorozu. Yeah. Recovery Girl healed me and I got some sleep, so I should be good as new, I stated proudly. Wow. Midoriya, YN, and Bakugo all came out hurt today. What a festival. Kaminari pointed out. I'm glad our injuries are so interesting to you, Kaminari, I replied sarcastically. I didn't mean it like that. Kaminari started. Relax, I'm just joking, I said with a smile. Kirishima walked over and placed a hand on my shoulder. Say, YN, before you lost consciousness, how did you hit Bakugo with so much force? Kirishima asked. That punch was incredible. Siro added, and the rest of my classmates expressed their curiosity as well. Well, you all know there are many ways to use my quirk. It's about finding a new angle, figuring out how I can refill something and then use it to my advantage, I began. What do you mean? Uraraka asked. Have you ever heard stories of parents lifting cars off their kids? I suddenly asked. That's kind of random. Ashido remarked. Anyway, that strength people get in life-threatening situations is called hysterical strength. Your emotions go wild, which raises your adrenaline to extreme levels, allowing you to push past the limits our bodies have that keep us from using our full strength, I explained. It all makes sense now. That's why your arm was hurt, similar to how I hurt mine. You refilled your adrenaline to push your strength beyond what your body can handle, Izuku realized. But those limits are there to protect us. You can't. You shouldn't. Yaoyorozu stammered. You were willing to injure yourself. Jiro said quietly. Wait, back up, Izuku. You said my arm was hurt similarly to yours. I asked. Yes. But yours was much less severe than mine, Izuku replied, scratching his head. Makes sense. Your quirk is literally superpower. Even if I go beyond my body's limits, my strength will never match yours. Still, it's nice to know I have one more way to use my quirk in battle, I said. YN, did you get the idea of using hysterical strength from Deku? Uraraka asked curiously. I guess I did. At one point, I was thinking about what Izuku might do, and that popped into my head, I agreed. With that, we all went our separate ways and headed home. We had no school for the next 2 days, so it was time to relax. It had been 2 days since the sports festival, and our little break from school was now over. I was sure some people had taken the opportunity to go to the beach or something, but not me. Aside from our usual training to stay in shape, neither Izuku nor I had really done anything over the break. I had expected to spend most of the time gaming, but that didn't quite happen either. Even when I started a game, I found myself bombarded with text messages. I was waiting outside Izuku's apartment in my uniform, leaning back on the balcony railing with my phone in hand, texting away. Izuku finally emerged, shifting my focus for a moment. Ready to go, YN? He asked. I slipped my phone into my pocket. Yeah, let's head out, I replied. We started walking to the nearby train station, the usual route to school. It's hard to believe our 2 days off are already over. They went by so fast. Izuku said with a smile. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, my phone chirped, interrupting my thoughts. I pulled it from my pocket and started typing again. Who is it? Did you forget something at home? Izuku asked curiously. What? It's just Jiro. Phone chirps, and also Yaoyorozu. Phone chirps, and a little from May, I said, still typing. I rubbed my eyes with my other hand. Wow, girls love to chat, huh? I remarked bluntly. Izuku scratched his head at my comment. I wouldn't really know. So, how long has that been going on? He asked. Has what? I've been getting a bunch of different texts from them for the past couple of days, if that's what you mean, I stated. We had made it to the station and boarded the train. You mean from all three of them? Izuku asked. First, it was Jiro checking in on me, asking if I was okay after everything that happened during the festival. Then, not long after, Yaoyorozu started texting me about the same thing. Then I ended up in 2 different conversations with both of them. That's been going on ever since, I explained, feeling a bit overwhelmed. And May? Izuku asked, looking slightly confused. She started sending me messages yesterday. They were all about her inventions, us working together, and different things I can enhance with my quirk. I'm pretty sure I'll soon become her support gear test subject or something, I joked. Hey, it's them. Both of them. We turned our heads to the sudden commotion. Several other passengers on the train had recognized us. Hey, you came in second in the UA Sports Festival. You were the guy using pistols. And he was the guy who was breaking all his bones. Izuku blushed in embarrassment and covered his face with his hand. I chuckled lightly and placed a hand on his shoulder. Folks, let's relax a little. Despite his powerful quirk, my friend here is a bit shy. So, let's take it easy, all right? I politely asked. Your fights were so cool. You were running all over the place, dodging attacks, shooting and throwing punches. It's no big deal. I'm just a guy who's watched way too many action movies, I said sarcastically. My words sparked laughter from many people on the train. I couldn't help but feel like I was doing great as a hero in training. Before long, we arrived at school and ran into Ida. At our lockers, Izuku and I tried to ask him about his brother, but he just brushed us off, saying everything was fine. We both knew that wasn't true, though. Shortly after the sports festival, it was all over the news that the pro hero, Ingenium, had been critically injured. Ingenium was Ida's older brother, and evidently he had been attacked by a maniac known as the Hero Killer. As the 3 of us made it to class, everyone was buzzing about the same thing. Apparently, Izuku and I weren't the only ones recognized by the public. The sports festival had that effect on all of us. The question is, how long will it last? I thought curiously. Jiro and Yaoyorozu had begun to walk up to me when. Everyone settle into your seats, Mr. Aizawa said as he walked in. The entire class obeyed as though he were controlling us. His injuries from USJ were finally healed, and he was no longer covered in bandages. Today, your homeroom class will be on hero informatics. Mr. Aizawa began. An image of a fighter jet crashing and burning flashed in my mind because I had no idea what he was talking about. Well, I've already failed. I stated sarcastically. Kirishima laid his head on his desk with a loud bang, trying not to laugh. After that, much of the class shared the same struggle. Keep it up, Hyun. You won't just be expelled, you'll be out that window too, Mr. Aizawa said, pointing. My expression turned to one of realization he would actually do it. I sat up straight in my chair and looked as focused as possible. The class fell silent as Mr. Aizawa continued. Code names. Today, you'll be choosing your hero names. We're going to do something exciting, the class yelled. Mr. Aizawa activated his quirk, and his intense gaze silenced everyone. This has a lot to do with the pro hero draft picks. Keep in mind, you're only first years, and these drafts can be taken back at any point between now and your graduation, Mr. Aizawa explained. He pressed a button on a remote, and the screen behind him displayed the draft results for 1A. Out of everyone in the class, Todoroki, Bakugo, and I each had thousands of heroes seeking to recruit us. Since he had won the festival, Bakugo had the most offers. Todoroki had the second highest number, but it was very close. Meanwhile, I had come second in the festival, and while I had over 1,000 pros interested in me, it wasn't as many as them. Amen. Look at the huge gap in the thousands they received compared to the hundreds and below the rest of us got, Kaminari whined, discouraged. Todoroki has the second most offers, even though he lost to YN, Jiro pointed out, somewhat irritated. Congratulations to the top 3, Yaoyorozu said politely, smiling. Congrats, Wyan. Your hard work paid off, Izuku said, smiling. I guarantee that I only have so many offers because of my father's influence. He loves to interfere in my personal life. Todoroki commented, unenthusiastically. Fake cough, daddy issues. Fake cough, I said sarcastically. There are a variety of factors that come into play here. Your quirk, how you use it, whether or not you've displayed a heroic attitude, personal maturity, background, etc. The best thing you can do is focus on improving in the areas where improvement is possible, Mr. Aizawa elaborated. By that logic, the day my quirk becomes something entirely different, I should get many more offers. How long are people going to judge my quirk without truly exploring its potential? I thought sarcastically. Yes, I've got offers. And you too, Ida. Uraraka yelled giddily. YN really should have more offers, Tsu commented kindly. Right? A lot of people fail to realize that he basically has the ultimate support quirk, Siro agreed. It's best not to dwell on it. I'm used to being underestimated. Nothing's changed. I'll just have to show more people what I can really do, I exclaimed confidently. Listen up. Even for those of you who received no offers, don't worry about it. Regardless, you will all spend a week interning with pro heroes. Remember, your hero name is not something that can simply be changed. Once you become known by that name among the public and other heroes, you'll essentially be stuck with it. So, choose wisely, Mr. Aizawa advised. Just then, Midnight burst into the classroom and immediately changed the atmosphere. Alright, everyone. I will have final approval over everyone's hero names. Be sure to pick something that fits the kind of hero you want to be. Midnight said excitedly. She handed out mini whiteboards and dry erase markers. We were supposed to write our hero names on them and present them at the front of the class. I confidently uncapped my marker before realizing that I had absolutely no ideas for my hero name. A second later, Aoyama walked up front. I'm the hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Aoyama declared, posing. The rest of the class sweat dropped. I expected Midnight to say no, but instead, she shortened it to can't stop twinkling and moved on. Next, Ashido stepped up. Alien Queen. Ashido yelled happily. Like the horror movie Aliens? Denied, Midnight said. Ashido whined but went back to her seat to think of something else. From there, everyone started deciding on their hero names. Eventually, Bakugo stepped up with his idea. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo screamed. Too violent, Midnight simply said. Bakugo grunted in annoyance and walked back to his seat. Ellen Midoriya, how about one of you? Midnight asked kindly. I'm still thinking, I said, scratching my head. So am I. Izuku added. It was down to him, me, and Bakugo to decide on our names. You know, Izuku, your hero name should be Backlash. You have to admit that sounds epic. Plus, it is kind of fitting for you. No offense. I suggested. I don't know YN. Izuku said, contemplating. I could tell by his expression that my suggestion wasn't really his style. Just then my face lit up. I finally had a decent idea. I started writing on my board and made my way to the front of the room. Have you walked before? Bakugo yelled, sarcastically. Yeah. I replied, shaking off his comment. You finally have something, LN? Midnight asked curiously. I placed my board down on the front podium for all to read. I'm the support hero, Maverick. I proclaimed proudly. I love it. A Maverick is independent, unorthodox, and willing to take risks. It suits your personality wonderfully. Midnight exclaimed. You're telling me. I take a risk any time I speak around Mr. Aizawa. I stated bluntly. That wouldn't be the case if every third sentence out of you wasn't sarcasm. Mr. Aizawa replied tiredly, lying on the floor in his sleeping bag. I walked back to my seat, receiving positive feedback from many classmates about my hero name. After that, Izuku finally stepped up in front of the class. I couldn't believe what he had written. Midoriya? Mineta asked. Are you really okay with that? Kaminari added. You might be called that forever, you know. Kirishima reminded. Yeah. I didn't like this name until now. But someone changed the meaning of it, and that had a huge impact on me. It made me really happy. This is my hero name. Izuku proclaimed happily. On his board, it said, Deku. I'll be Dmed. He found a new way to look at it. I thought, grinning. Shortly after, Bakugo stepped back to the podium. Lord Explosion Murder, he shouted. Denied. Midnight said, Dude, the name's never gonna get approved if it has murder in it. How about Ground Zero? I suggested. Bakugo looked like he was about to protest before glancing down at his board in thought. The marker quietly squeaked as he wrote on the board. Then he silently set it on the podium for us to read. It said, Ground Zero. I love it. Midnight said. I can't believe he actually took my suggestion. Maybe I somewhat earned his respect after our battle in the sports festival? I wondered. Our picking of hero names was over after that. Mr. Aizawa returned to discussing interning with pro-heroes. Evidently, those of us who received offers would have to choose one to intern at. Others, like Izuku, who didn't receive any offers, would choose between a list of 40 hero agencies. Before long, it was lunchtime. Everyone was discussing the hero agencies they were choosing. Hey guys, what agencies have you picked? Ashido asked the class. I'm going to MT Ladies. Mineta said. He only chose her agency out of his perverted nature. Tsu claimed. We all saw that coming. Like a moth to the flame, am I right? I said sarcastically. What about you, Maverick? Have you decided where you're going to intern? Jiro asked, interested. You received a little over 1,000 offers. That's certainly a lot to choose from. Yayorozu pointed out. Well, earphone jack, Kriati, I'm still deciding. I want to intern somewhere my quirk can be useful for others as much as it is for me. But I also don't want to be somewhere just because of my power. I explained. I turned back to everyone. Oh, what about you all? Have you decided? I asked. I'm going to intern with you, Wabami. Yayorozu replied. I haven't decided yet. Jiro said. I think I might choose a lower-ranking hero to intern with. Ida quietly said. I want to intern at Gunhead's agency. I think it'll help me get stronger and gain some perspective. Uraraka revealed. Wow. You've really thought it through. Izuku said. That's so mature, Ochiko. Tsu complimented. Uraraka lightly blushed at the acknowledgement. What agency have you chosen, Deku? Uraraka asked. Oh yeah, that's right. Where are you going to intern? I seconded. And why are you trembling? Uraraka asked, concerned. Then she noticed that he was not actually sitting in his seat but lightly hovering above it. He does that all the time now. I've also seen him using a hand gripper to exercise during tests. The guy does not stop. I said, grinning. My eyes caught a glimpse of something, and I sifted through the internship offers on my desk. Night Eye Agency? It's the first day of our hero internships. This morning, Mr. Aizawa had given us our hero costumes and dismissed us. Since then, Izuku, Uraraka, Ida, and I had traveled to a train station together. I guess this is where we all go our separate ways, I spoke. You make it sound like it's forever YN. Izuku said, chuckling. Who did you say you'd be interning with again, Deku? Uraraka asked curiously. Oh, it's an older hero called Gran Torino. Izuku replied, slightly blushing. Were you ever able to find him in the hero registry? I asked. No. But I know him through someone very close to me. I'm sure things will go well. You know, YN, I still can't believe you'll be interning with Knight. Not only was he All Might's sidekick, but he was considered the brains of their team. Izuku said excitedly. I still can't believe he sent me an invitation. I had no clue who to choose until I saw the invitation from the Night Eye Agency. If he really was the brains of All Might, he could probably help me find all kinds of ways to use my quirk. I think we're all going to learn a lot. Good luck, YN, Theta. Uraraka encouraged. Ida was noticeably quiet throughout the entire conversation. Ida? Uraraka asked, concerned. HM? Oh, sorry. Good luck to all of you on your internships. Ida said. He put on a big smile, but something felt off about it. Hey, you know Ida. We've all heard about Ingenium. I began. If you're feeling helpless, you can talk to us, Uraraka added. We are your friends, after all. Aren't we? Izuku asked. Ida's expression flinched for a moment before his smile returned. Of course we're all friends. Thank you all for worrying about me, but I'm fine. Good luck again with your internships, Ida said, walking away. I clenched my fists deep in thought. That smile of his. It was fake. Ida, my friend, don't do anything reckless, I thought. After a final goodbye, we each boarded our trains. Before long, I reached my stop and started walking, using my phone to navigate the rest of the way. Looks like I'm here, I said. With a deep breath, I eagerly but nervously entered the building, surprised by how empty it was. Can I help you? Someone asked. The sudden voice made me look around for the source. I finally turned to see a man resembling a giant centipede. Honestly, the shock nearly made me drop the case with my hero costume in it. I stuttered. Truth be told, I wasn't a fan of bugs, so this was a very different experience for me. Oh no. Stay calm. He's just a person. Make a good first impression. I screamed in my head. Do you have some business here? The centipede asked again. I used both hands to slap my cheeks, regaining my composure. My name is YNLN. I'm supposed to intern here. I'm from UA, I finally responded. Pius. We've been expecting you. I am the hero, Centipede. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for choosing our agency for your internship, Centipede said politely. Thanks for having me. I couldn't really turn down an opportunity like this, I replied. Please follow me. I'll take you to Sir, Centipede said. We started walking to wherever I would be needed first. Can I assume that you're a fan of Sir Night Eye? Centipede asked curiously. He's All Might's former sidekick, known for his intelligence, and his quirk is foresight. I guess I'm enough of a fan to know all that. Anything else I'd be happy to learn, I replied. Interesting. Is there anything in particular you hope to learn from Sir during your time here? Centipede asked. I walked quietly for a few seconds, wanting my response to sound decent. My quirk is quite unusual, but it has a lot of potential uses. I often find new ways to use it. But I still feel like there's so much more I could do, not just with my quirk, but with everything that makes up a hero. I guess you could say I'm here to improve overall, I explained. Centipede glanced back at me as though surprised. Not long after, we reached a door. You will find Sir in here. A word of advice, try to make him laugh at some point before your internship ends, Centipede recommended. A confident grin appeared on my face. Challenge accepted, I said. With that, Centipede left to return to his duties. I turned the doorknob to Night Eye's office and opened it. My excitement didn't last long. Inside was Night Eye and a young hero woman I hadn't seen before, who seemed to be in a rather peculiar situation. Night Eye was overseeing the unusual scene before turning to see me in the doorway. Nope, I simply said. With a hand still on the doorknob, I quickly closed the door. A second later, Night Eye pulled the door open from his side and stepped forward, towering over me. This seems like a bad time. Can I come back later? Maybe in 20 years? I said, stumbling over my words. Even while panicked, my sarcasm remained. For your sake, I hope you don't carry that smart tone at all times, Night Eye stated coldly. Why is this guy more like a yakuza than a hero? I thought, feeling intimidated. I released a small cough in an attempt to break the tension. My name is YNLN. Yes, I'm aware. It's no big secret. You're the only first year I sent an invitation to, Night Eye said flatly. Seriously? But you must have seen something you liked, huh? I said, trying to lighten the mood. My attempt at breaking the ice had failed. Night Eye still held the same cold expression. You're not much of a laugher, are you? Was Mr. Centipede just messing with me? I asked, looking back. I assure you, people smiling and laughing is a must for me, Night Eye replied seriously. Understandably, I found that hard to believe. Oh right, because you were All Might's sidekick. That makes sense, I realized. Night Eye finally pulled me into his office and shut the door. With his back to me, he continued speaking. You're awfully inconsistent. One moment you're nervous and seeking to escape. The next, you're unleashing a wave of casual sarcasm, Night Eye pointed out. I looked around at the various All Might posters on the walls of his office. Funny. Most people would say sarcasm is the most consistent thing about me. But, for the record, I'm still nervous. I'm just balancing it out with more sarcasm, I said, scratching my face. My eyes met with the hero woman Night Eye had been overseeing. So, what's the deal with her? Or do I want to know? I asked hesitantly. As I said, it's important to me that people can smile and laugh. I was merely ensuring that my sidekick here is in good spirits. Night Eye explained. He walked over and released her from the device. Bubble Girl, meet YNLN. He's the first year that will be interning with us, Night Eye said, introducing us. Hi. We've heard a lot about you. Sir Night Eye has been interested since seeing you in the UA Sports Festival. I'm sure you'll do great here, Bubble Girl said warmly. Her smile and overall demeanor were very welcoming, much like Centipede. The difference being that I could actually look at Bubble Girl without feeling uneasy. What are two people like them doing with a guy like Night Eye? I wondered. I set the case with my hero costume on the ground. Thank you. It means a lot to get a compliment from a pro. We should get along just fine, I replied kindly. Night Eye sat down at his desk. With that out of the way, Bubble Girl, please return to your duties. Ellen, you will remain here. We have some things to go over. Please take a seat, Night Eye ordered. Bubble Girl left the room, and I sat in the chair across from Night Eye. He reached into one of his desk drawers and pulled out a plastic cup, placing it in front of me on the desk. Refill this, Night Eye said simply. I blinked, finding his request odd, but I complied. In an instant, the cup went from empty to full of water. Night Eye's eyes widened at the sight. How did you do that? He asked. What do you mean? I just did it. I wanted to refill it, so it happened, I explained. Night Eye pulled out another empty plastic cup and set it on the desk. Now refill this one, he instructed. I used my quirk, and the cup filled with various nuts and bolts. There's got to be some kind of plan here, right? A reason for this? I asked. Night Eye ignored my questions and continued with his task. I refilled another empty cup to half full of water. Then Night Eye placed yet another cup in front of me. I was getting irritated, but my gut told me there was a deeper meaning behind this. Wait, before you refill it, cover your eyes, Night Eye said. Okay, this has gone from weird to downright creepy very fast, I said, face-palming and running a hand through my hair. I understand. But simply refill this cup with your eyes covered, and all will make sense, Night Eye stated. With my left hand, I covered my eyes in annoyance and tried to use my quirk. Are we done with this now? I asked. No. You must refill this cup, Night Eye repeated. It's still empty? What the heck? I said, confused. I was certain I had thought of refilling it, but it still hadn't happened. Several minutes passed. I still had my eyes covered, and a bead of sweat trickled down my face. With all the concentration I could muster, the cup still hadn't refilled. Oh, wait a second. This is a trick, isn't it? I can't refill the cup because it was never filled with anything, right? I accused. I felt the cup in my right hand for a split second, and then the weight of it changed. I uncovered my face to see that it was full of both water and nails. What the heck? I'm so confused right now. I shouted. You can tone it down. I apologize for the confusion. I felt it necessary to perform some tests on your quirk. That's what all this was, Night Eye stated. I thought there was some deeper meaning to it, but what exactly were you testing? I asked. I believe I now know more about your quirk than you do. Centipede thought your quirk worked by creating a copy of specific matter to occupy a space that had been previously occupied. But I don't think that is the case. I think your quirk focuses on a specific space at a time and reverses that space to a time when it was previously full of a type of matter, Night Eye explained. No offense, but I had already theorized that, I pointed out. Oh, are you aware of the requirements for your quirk to refill something? As you already know, the space must have been previously occupied with something for you to refill it. But it goes beyond that. In order to refill something, you must either be touching it or looking at it, Night Eye elaborated. Seriously? You basically analyzed every aspect of my quirk in less than half an hour. I said shell-shocked. Everything he was saying made sense. It feels good to know, doesn't it? With that out of the way, shall we move on? Night Eye asked respectfully. Yes. Yeah. What's next? I asked, regaining my composure. This is a hero agency. Your current outfit will not do. You have some costume or suit for hero work, don't you? Night Eye asked. Yeah, sure, I said, eagerly holding up my suitcase containing such things. Night Eye looked at me seriously. Then suit up. And do it quickly, Night Eye ordered. I couldn't help but fidget. Where should I said, looking around. Bubble Girl. Night Eye suddenly yelled. His sidekick appeared through the door immediately, as if by magic. I figured you would be listening at the door. We will discuss that later. Please show LN to where he will be staying for his time here. Bubble Girl led me to a minimalist room with a cot, a window, and a bathroom. I threw my stuff down and started changing into my hero costume. Then I stepped out from my quarters. All right, I am so ready, I shouted eagerly. Every time I wore my costume, I couldn't help but feel empowered. I made my way back to Night Eye's office and knocked before opening the door. Oh, sir, I'm all suited up, I said. Night Eye looked my costume up and down before standing up from his desk. So, this is your costume. I must say it's rather bold, Night Eye commented. Bold? If I were wearing yellow and orange spandex, I could see your point. But an all-black outfit? I'm going to have to disagree with you there, sir, I stated calmly. Night Eye stopped in front of me and looked me in the eye. Why don't you tell me about your inspiration behind this outfit? Night Eye asked. My costume was one of my hardest decisions. I wanted something iconic without being flashy. I wanted something intimidating without looking criminal. And it had to be mostly black. This is where the support course landed. After the entrance exam, I added my holsters and shock gloves to it, I explained. Night Eye placed a hand to his chin. And the sunglasses? Are they more about fashion or function? Night Eye asked curiously. A bit of both, really. I got some aviators after an American friend of mine told me to watch this movie called Top Gun. The characters flew jets, wore aviators, and were just all around cool. My hero name is also inspired by that movie, I elaborated. And your hero name is? Night Eye asked. Maverick, I simply said. I must say, my opinion, you resemble some kind of yakuza more than a hero. However, your outfit is justified and also your own choice. So, I will not belittle it, Night Eye said, walking past me. Together, we walked out of his office. Everyone's always saying I look more like a yakuza. Maybe I should change my hair. I'm sure as heck not going to change my costume, I thought. My thoughts were interrupted as Bubble Girl called out. Sir, we have a situation nearby. A small group of bank robbers is making their way toward us. Bubble Girl said. In a vehicle? Night Eye asked. No, the police scanner says they wrecked their getaway car and are approaching this area on foot. Officers can't get close because of their quirks. They're requesting help from nearby heroes, Bubble Girl explained. Finally, something exciting. I said. Let's move to intercept them. You should remain here, LN. This is for the pros, Night Eye ordered. With that, Sir, Centipede and Bubble Girl left the building. I face-bombed, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over me. How did I not see that coming? It's like the biggest cliché. I ranted. I sat down in Bubble Girl's chair, wrestling with my thoughts. Don't go after them. Don't do it. Sir said to stay here. Do as he says. I thought desperately. A good 4 minutes passed. I stood up from the chair and stretched my limbs. Then I bolted out the front door. I looked around, trying to figure out which direction they went. I heard a commotion down the street. Then I noticed a nearby taxi that was at a red light. I ran forward and dove into the back seat through an open window. Take me that way, I said, pointing. Instead of driving, the driver just screamed and fled from the car. I looked around and realized I had jumped into the wrong vehicle. The taxi I had seen was one car back. Maybe I should just run, I said nervously. I climbed out of the car and took off running. I need to consider making some form of transportation for myself. Maybe I can build a motorcycle? I definitely can't attempt rocket boots again, I said, panting. Flashback. Izuku and I were at a playground just outside our apartment building. We were still in junior high. I was wearing prototype rocket boots I had spent forever working on. I held the controls in my hands, connected to the boots by wires. Izuku stood nearby with a fire extinguisher. I still don't think this is a good idea, Len, Izuku said. I told you, dude. You can just call me YN. And just trust me, I replied confidently. Izuku still looked unsure but stayed there nonetheless. Okay, engaging flight test in 3.2.1. I said, activating the rockets. One immediately detached from the boot and flew into a trash can, setting it ablaze. The other remained attached, but I couldn't control it. It propelled me across the playground and up a slide before getting me tangled in the chains of a swing set. Izuku rushed over in a panic and sprayed me with the fire extinguisher. I wasn't even on fire. And a flashback. God, the explanation I had to give my parents. I recalled, cringing. After running full speed for a short while, I reached the battle site. It was 5 villains against the 3 from Night Eye's agency. Actually, Centipede was unconscious from whatever happened before I arrived. Just then, one of the villains threw Bubble Girl and was about to strike her. I ran forward and slid on the ground. The villain looked down to see me beneath him, pointing my pistol up at him. YN? Bubble Girl shouted in surprise. Take this, I said, pulling the trigger. The villain tried to grab my gun, but I was faster. I fired a shot that took him down, and he fell to the ground, howling in pain as I stood up. I gave you an order. Night Eye shouted, irritated. Yeah, but given that it's a foolish order, I've chosen to ignore it, I replied, grinning. I drew my other pistol and engaged the other villains as well. One of them grabbed me in a chokehold from behind and started breathing fire near my head. No! Bubble Girl screamed. Unharmed by the flames, I aimed my pistol downward and shot my attacker's foot. When he released his grip on me, I turned around and kneed him, then slammed his head into a car window. BS burned my costume, I said angrily. The others and I continued to fight the villains while talking. How did you survive that? Bubble Girl asked. As she did, she emitted bubbles into a villain's eyes, blinding him. I dodged a punch from my opponent and fired at the guy she had blinded. I'm fire resistant. Comes in handy against fire types, I replied, taking a hit. The punch stunned me and caused me to drop one of my pistols. I retaliated with a swift strike before exchanging blows with him. Then I felt a sharp pain in my back as I heard a gun being fired. A villain was using my own pistol against me. What the hell? Why aren't you down? He yelled. In a fit of rage, I rushed him, taking more shots, and tackled him. With a mere thought, I used my quirk to make him feel an overwhelming urge. Oh no, he said, horrified. I stood up from the ground, disgusted. That's for shooting me, I said, groaning in pain. Looking around, the villains were all defeated. I bent over with my hands on my knees, overwhelmed by everything that had just happened. In my peripheral vision, I saw Night Eye walking over. I told you to stay at the agency, Night Eye began. Yeah, well, considering it was 2 against 5 when I got here, that might not have been the best idea, I pointed out. Do I look like I'm in the mood for your sarcasm? Regardless, this isn't about that. You disobeyed an order from your superior and violated multiple laws in the process. You are not supposed to be here. You cannot fight villains. You are not licensed. Night Eye said coldly, his expression intimidating. I was just trying to. I started. It doesn't matter. Night Eye yelled. I clenched my fists, my head sinking low in shame. Night Eye pushed his glasses up. I knew I should have used my quirk on you. If I had looked into your future the moment you entered my office, I could have seen this before it ever happened. Bubble Girl, take him back to the agency and make sure he doesn't leave his quarters. I will remain here to handle Centipede and the rest. Night Eye said, turning around. Police sirens could be heard approaching. Bubble Girl placed a hand on my shoulder and led me away. Let's go, kid, she said quietly. We returned to the Night Eye Agency, where I stayed in my quarters. As time passed, I thought about how badly I had messed up. Not only had I fought villains, but I had also been injured in the process. The blame would fall entirely on Sir Night Eye. Eventually, day turned to night, and I sat in bed, still reflecting on the day. I opened my laptop and video called Izuku, hoping that chatting with a good friend might lift my spirits. It took a moment for him to answer, and he looked tired. "Hey, Wyan. What's up? Is your internship going well?" Izuku asked, stifling a yawn. "How about you?" I replied. "It's been amazing. Gran Torino helped me discover a whole new way to use my quirk." Izuku said, his enthusiasm shining through. "A whole new way? Like how?" I asked, intrigued. "Well, my body can't handle 100% of my power. But I've been practicing distributing a small amount of my power throughout my entire body," Izuku explained. "Seriously? So, with it spread out, how much can you handle? Like 25%? I asked. Izuku looked away for a moment, scratching his head. "Actually, the best I can do is 5%. He admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. "Why do you sound so down? That's awesome. You don't have to worry about constantly hurting yourself now." I reassured him. My words seemed to reignite his enthusiasm, and he smiled again. "Yeah, I'm excited about how far I can go." "Oh wait, you never said how your internship is going," Izuku reminded me. Just as I was about to respond, others began to join the call. Jiro, Uraraka, and Kirishima all popped in. "Hey guys, what's going on?" Jiro asked. "How's everyone doing?" Kirishima chimed in. "Are we all talking about our internships?" Uraraka added. "I started this call in a group chat by mistake, didn't I?" "Great," I said, rubbing my eyes. I wasn't feeling my best emotionally. "What's wrong, YN?" Jiro asked, immediately noticing my demeanor. "Yeah, you look down," Kirishima added. I messed up, guys." I began. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they listened. There were villains. The pros at this agency got called to handle them. I wasn't supposed to go, but I did anyway. And I got Night Eye in trouble with the Hero Association. I confessed, regret weighing heavily on me. "Did you get hurt?" Jiro asked, concern etched on her face. "I got shot with my own gun. Thankfully, it was in my back and chest, so it's painful but not dangerous. Still, it's pretty humiliating." I complained. "Dang. What are you going to do?" Kirishima asked. "I expect that by tomorrow morning, I might be sent home," I said, feeling the weight of my mistakes. Night Eye sat in his office late at night, a small desk lamp casting a soft glow over the reports in front of him regarding YN's involvement with the villains. He had filled them out long ago, but now he was left with a question that lingered in his mind. He reached for his smartphone and called someone he hadn't spoken to in a while. "HM? Who is this?" a gruff voice replied. "It's me, Gran Torino. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Night Eye said. "What do you think you're doing calling in the middle of the night?" "I'm not a young man anymore. I need my rest." Gran Torino complained, irritation evident in his tone. "My apologies for the inconvenient timing. It may be surprising, but there's something I was hoping you could help me with," Night Eye explained. "Does this have to do with One for All?" "I can't be bothered to have this conversation this late," Gran Torino grumbled, ready to hang up. "It doesn't involve that. You see, I have this first year interning at my agency." Night Eye began. "Oh, I'm interning too. The kid actually mentioned that his friend was doing his internship at Night Eye's agency. I take it things aren't going well?" Gran Torino assumed. Night Eye took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. "He was here for only a couple of hours before he got himself into trouble. Before he got me into trouble. I made the unfortunate mistake of not looking into his future the moment he walked in my door," Night Eye admitted. "There's nothing wrong with being hopeful. It seems like you two were hoping for different things. He wanted a hero experience, and you wanted someone you could control. But these kids aren't like us. They're brash and overly eager. Don't try to shield him from everything, and don't just give up on him. Instead, maybe show him some of the other aspects of hero work, Gran Torino suggested, yawning. I'm too tired to continue with this. I'm going back to sleep. He hung up, leaving Night Eye in deep thought. I would have liked to tell you exactly what intrigued me about this student. Night Eye murmured to himself. I awoke from a restless sleep and slowly got up from my cot. The sun streamed through the narrow window of the room. My bags were on the floor, already packed as I had anticipated being sent home. The only items missing were my guns, which had been temporarily confiscated as evidence. Shouldn't be much longer before I get thrown out of here. I muttered. Reluctantly, I changed into casual clothes. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and shorts, I stepped out of my temporary quarters and headed to Sir Night Eye's office, bracing myself for the worst. Have a seat, Felon, Night Eye said, busy writing something. As I sat across from him, he set his pen down. We spoke a lot about your quirk yesterday. Much was said about the laws regarding vigilantism as well. However, we neglected to discuss one other very important detail. What kind of hero do you seek to become? Night Eye asked. My head hung low at the mention of vigilantism, and I found myself unsure of how to respond. I wasn't expecting that. You know, I think at my core, I really just want to help people. My quirk is unusual, it can put people off, but there are many ways I can use it to assist others, I stated honestly. For a moment, Night Eye was silent, his expression shifting to one of respect. Ellen, you made a mistake yesterday, Night Eye began. Here it comes. I thought. But it would be a mistake if I punished you for one bad decision, Night Eye continued, surprising me. My eyes widened in disbelief. You are a teenager and a hero in training. You have no idea what this kind of work fully entails, nor how the world works. Even though it was your mistake, I miscalculated. I didn't plan for it. Therefore, I'm just as accountable. So, if you can do as I say, you will continue to be welcome here. I still believe in your potential, Night Eye explained logically. I was left completely stunned. So, you're not sending me home? I asked, still in shock. I never intended to. Punishment was always in mind, but what kind of hero would I be if I didn't see the good in someone? Night Eye replied. Thank you, sir. I still want to learn from you. I want to use what little time is left in my internship to learn as much as I can, I said, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. I wasn't going to fall behind my friends and classmates. After that, it truly began to feel like a real internship. I suited up, had a quick breakfast, and then went on patrol with Sir Night Eye. He explained that a hero shouldn't seek out excitement. The important thing was to enjoy the peaceful moments while remaining vigilant. We patrolled until lunch, grabbed a bite from a street vendor, and then returned to the agency. There, Sir Night Eye explained the importance of reports. They had to be completed not just after patrols, but for nearly everything related to hero work. So, there's a lot more to hero work than just saving people or fighting villains, I said, feeling conflicted. This new information was intriguing, but the thought of constantly filing reports seemed quite dull. Admittedly, this is a more mundane part of being a hero, but it's necessary nonetheless. Besides, as I mentioned before, you want those quiet, mundane days. They mean nothing is going wrong, Night Eye reassured me. Yeah, I can understand that, I agreed, nodding my head. The hours passed as I absorbed new knowledge, including some lessons in basic medical aid. Eventually, night fell. I had made it through the day without any foolish mistakes. That's when the atmosphere shifted. The calm and quiet of the day vanished with the setting sun. Apparently, creatures known as Nomu were causing chaos in the city. I watched news footage on a TV at the agency. The Nomu situation again? Those aren't like the one at your thing, though, I said, thinking aloud. What do you mean? Bubble Girl asked. Whatever Nomu are, there was one during the villain attack at UA2. But that one was larger than these on TV and had solid black skin, I clarified. The one at USJ was designed to battle All Might. It's possible these Nomu vary in abilities and power. The darker ones may be more elite. But that doesn't matter now, we need to head there and help, Night Eye stated. With that, he and the others began to mobilize. So, am I sitting this one out or? I asked hesitantly. I don't see why you can't come along. To assist with evacuation and medical aid, of course. You'll just need to stay close to one of us, Night Eye replied. As he spoke, I received a message on my phone. We all rushed out of the agency building and climbed into a van parked outside, filled with various emergency service equipment. Bubble Girl took the wheel, and we set off toward our destination. I checked my phone and saw that Izuku had shared his location with me. At first, I was confused, but then it hit me. Sir, I think my friend might be in trouble. I called out, concerned. Night Eye grabbed my arm and leaned closer to my phone screen, checking the message for himself. Unknown to me, the moment Night Eye gripped my arm, he glimpsed into my future. I just hadn't seen him do so. The future he saw was hard-fought and intense, yet awe-inspiring. Night Eye closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. "LN, it's up to you," he suddenly said. "Huh?" I asked, confused. "We will let you out near your friend's location. It will be your responsibility to aid him," Night Eye added. "I thought I was supposed to stick with one of you?" I said, surprised. "The situation has changed. You have my permission to fight, for the sake of defense," Night Eye decided. After a short while, we stopped, and he slid the van door open. I checked the location on my phone and climbed out. "You know, I still haven't gotten my pistols back," I reminded him. Night Eye reached behind him and retrieved something. It was my pistols, sealed in a police evidence bag. He handed them to me, and I racked around into the chamber of each. The investigation concluded, so here. For the record, you can do much more than just pull a trigger. "I'll see you soon," Night Eye said, shutting the van door. I made my way toward Izuku's location. "He's in an alleyway? This can't be good," I said, running. When I reached the scene, it was chaotic. Ida was there too. He and the hero native had been injured and were lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a fast-paced battle with a masked villain wielding a sword. I took aim with my pistols and fired. My shot grazed the villain's forearm, causing him to turn and notice me. "Izuku, where did you learn those new moves?" I asked, impressed. "YN?" Ida called from the ground. "YN, watch out!" Izuku shouted. The villain had identified me as the primary threat and was charging toward me. I barely dodged his sword slash just in time. The force of the swing was so strong that it sliced through one of my pistols mid-dodge, leaving me with just the handle. I stared at the damage in shock. That's not right," I muttered, dodging again. Izuku came in like a missile, throwing a punch at the villain. The villain dodged and prepared to strike, leaving Izuku open. I fired at the villain to distract him, causing him to change the direction of his sword swing, which cut my bullet in half before it hit him. The battle continued like this for a few moments as Izuku and I worked together. "Do you want to tell me who this guy is?" I shouted, rolling out of the way. Izuku launched another punch at the villain. "Demon kids. I'm the hero killer, Stain. You think I won't take you down too?" Stain shouted angrily. My eyes widened as I realized how dire our situation was. As I tried to dodge again, I miscalculated. A sharp pain shot through me, unlike anything I had ever experienced before. I had made a mistake, and Stain had managed to stab me. "YN?" Both Izuku and Ida screamed. Diminit. I thought, stumbling to the ground. My hands clutched my side, where I had been injured. The pain was overwhelming, as if a crucial part of my body had been removed. Stain moved in for a finishing blow, but Izuku knocked him away just in time. "You guys need to move to a more open area. Get somewhere the pros can see you," Izuku demanded, still fighting. I tried to stand back up, but suddenly, "What the hell? My body won't move," I shouted. "Neither will ours. We haven't been able to since he cut us," Ida explained, frustration evident in his voice. Despite Izuku's speed, YN caught a glimpse of his expression. He was deep in thought, likely deducing the nature of Stain's quirk. It's clearly paralysis, activated by cutting. But surely there's more to it. There must be some kind of other requirement or limit to the quirk. YN pondered, feeling a pang of pain. The hero killer attempted to slash at Izuku with a knife using his free hand, but Izuku slid through his legs. Stain countered by swiping his katana behind him, but Izuku leaped high into the air. Just then, Stain liked his knife, and Izuku suddenly froze in place. What? I can't move. That must be it. Blood. He grazed me without me realizing it. Izuku thought, coming to a realization. He hit the ground hard. To everyone's shock, Stain didn't rush toward him for a killing blow. Instead, he calmly walked toward the others. The green one's different from these other fakers. He was willing to stay and fight so they could escape. He's worth living. Stain thought as he approached the hero, native, preparing to strike. No. Get away from him, you twisted monster. YN shouted from the ground. Stain turned to face him, his eyes filled with disdain. You're the one who's twisted. What kind of hero dual wields two guns? Especially a kid like you. What are you, some sort of school shooter? Stain shouted back, anger boiling over. No, this is Japan. That's an American thing, YN retorted sarcastically. Stain screamed in frustration before leaping into the air. As he descended, he raised his sword above his head. YN had mere seconds to react. Think of Night Eye's teachings. Look for a new angle, he thought desperately. With no time to spare, YN rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping Stain's attack. The blade of the sword slammed into the ground where YN's neck had been, causing it to shatter. He dodged. Ida thought, bewildered. How did he start moving again? Izuku wondered. But there was no time for questions. YN. His quirk activates when he ingests someone's blood. Izuku yelled from the ground. YN coughed but remained standing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What do you even call that quirk? Blood SEK maybe? Or just regular SEK? YN said with a smirk. Stain stood only a few feet away, seemingly lost in thought. How is he moving? That shouldn't be possible. Even if his blood type is the least resistant to blood curdle, he should still be down for much longer. He must be countering it somehow, with some ability of his own, Stain thought. He gripped his sword tightly. With the blade broken, he sheathed it and drew a spare. Stain rushed forward and slashed at YN, leaving a deep cut across his chest. YN! Izuku and Ida shouted in unison. But YN merely smirked. He grabbed Stain's arm with one hand and his neck with the other. YN's shock gloves activated, sending a jolt through Stain. The hero killer screamed in pain before managing to kick YN away. It wasn't a powerful kick, but YN was staggered from his injuries and easily knocked over. Stain stepped back, feeling something strange, but he ignored it and attacked again. He swung wildly at YN, who did his best to dodge the potentially lethal strikes. Stain landed several more cuts on YN's arms, chest, and legs. You're really getting on my nerves, YN said, catching Stain's sword with his shock gloves. He swung and punched Stain in the face. As Stain staggered back, he liked his sword. YN stumbled but managed to stay upright. Stain began to look genuinely afraid. What is this? You know how my quirk works, but you don't care. And no matter how much I cut you, nothing works. What are you? Stain asked, utterly baffled. YN was bleeding heavily and still coughing, yet he remained standing. You could say I'm using an infinite life cheat code. I can refill my blood at will. This not only prevents me from bleeding out, but it also negates your quirk. My quirk works through some sort of time reversal. Refilling my blood essentially takes me back to before you activated your quirk, YN explained confidently. And you didn't think to do the same for us? Ida yelled. YN turned to him with an annoyed expression. I was a little busy trying not to get my head taken off by Voldemort over here, YN remarked, pointing at Stain. Coincidentally, Ida found himself able to stand as YN used his quirk. Izuku was also able to rise. Why'd you call him Voldemort? Ida asked, clutching his wound. I felt it when I punched him. The hero killer doesn't have a nose, YN pointed out. He suddenly noticed that Izuku was standing too. Hey, we're all up now, YN said, coughing up blood. I figured it out. Some blood types are more resistant to his quirk than others. Izuku exclaimed. Stain, tired of the conversation, lunged at YN. but Ida grabbed him and pulled him out of reach. Then he and Izuku took off like rockets. Izuku bounced between the walls of the alley, while Ida charged straight towards Stain. Stain swung his sword at Ida, but Ida slid on the ground, aiming for Stain's legs. Stain jumped to avoid the leg sweep, but was met with an attack from Izuku. Ida swung a kick while Izuku punched, each landing blows on the hero killer. The hero killer fell to the ground, unconscious and finally defeated. Thus, came in with the clutch. YN said, panting heavily as he leaned against the alley wall. YN. Izuku called, approaching him. Seeing YN's injuries, Izuku supported him. Meanwhile, Ida and Native helped each other. The four of them exited the alley, quickly spotted by pro heroes. What is this? I don't understand. I feel cold. But I also can't feel anything. YN thought. The world around him felt surreal. His perception had crumbled down to a shallow glimpse of what was right in front of him. Is this what it feels like to die? It's so lonely, YN mourned inwardly. For a moment, a flicker of something reached his mind. Movement, right in front of his eyes. Hey, wake up. YN, a voice called. I know that voice. YN thought, struggling to grasp the memory. It was so elusive. Izuku? He remembered. I thought he was refilling his blood so he wouldn't bleed out, Todoroki said, having arrived just in time to witness the end of the battle. He held the end of a rope that was restraining the unconscious hero killer. YN has overused his quirk. It's exhausted him and made it hard for him to stay awake, Izuku began. If he can't stay awake, he can't replenish his blood. He'll bleed out before he makes it half a mile. Ida shouted, worry etched on his face. He and the pro-hero, Native, were helping each other to stand. Meanwhile, Izuku was on his knees, trying to assist YN, who lay on the ground. YN, stay awake. Izuku urged, tears welling in his. You're so loud, Izuku. Relax. I'm not dead. I said, my voice weak. This is all my fault. Ida said, guilt weighing heavily on him. The rest of the group turned to face him. You all got hurt because I was selfish. I wanted revenge for my brother. I lied to you all and did something reckless, and you had to come save me. I'm sorry. Ida continued, tears streaming down his face. Ultimately, everyone else remained silent. Who could blame them for not knowing what to say? Yeah, that was really foolish of you, Ida, I suddenly said, feeling the weight of their gazes on me. But you'd have to be blind not to see the silver lining here. If none of us had been here, Native would be dead, and the hero killer would be out claiming his next victim. I, on the other hand, managed to get covered in various cuts and have lost a lot of blood. At least your mistake has a little ray of sunshine to it, I pointed out, coughing slightly. Several pro-heroes had finally spotted our group and rushed over. I recognized two of them as Gran Torino and Manuel, while the others were unfamiliar faces. Izuku received a scolding from Gran Torino, which I only half listened to due to my injuries and my tendency to tune out annoying things. During that time, someone had contacted an ambulance for us injured and the police to take Stain. As usual, it was a relief to see the pros get involved. But at the same time, so what took all of you so long? Did you stop for fast food or something? I complained. YN? Izuku exclaimed, surprised. We were in an alley. How were they supposed to know what was happening? Native defended, despite also being injured. Oh my goodness. How are you standing? How are you even still alive? One female hero asked, astonished at my condition. My quirk. Long story. I don't feel like explaining it right now, I replied. Oh, that reminds me. When did you arrive, Todoroki? I asked, unsure. Midoriya sent his location to our class group chat. I took off immediately, but it took me a while to get here from where I was, Todoroki explained. So, you just conveniently missed all the action, huh? I said, sarcasm lacing my words. YN? Ida called out. Oh, calm down, guys. I'm just being a JRK. Knife wounds can do that to you, I stated, panting. Shouldn't you be more out of it? You must have overused your quirk by now. Ida asked, surprised. You know, I've been thinking lately. It's kind of inconsistent how much or how long I can use my quirk. Sometimes I wonder if my limits are only in my head. I pondered aloud, noticing the mix of intrigue and concern on their faces. Get down! Gran Torino suddenly shouted. Everyone followed his gaze to see a Nomu with wings swooping down from the sky. A villain! One hero yelled. With its talon-like feet, the Nomu grabbed Izuku and began to ascend. Midoriya! Gran Torino, Ida, Todoroki, and I all shouted in unison. There's blood dripping down. Did it escape here after being beaten? One hero remarked. Before the Nomu could ascend too far, it suddenly plummeted from the sky. Wait, what? That was almost like... I realized. In my injured state, I turned around as quickly as I could. In that moment, Stain used a knife to cut himself free from his restraints and took off. He sprinted toward the Nomu and Izuku at incredible speed. This society overrun with fake heroes. And the criminals who flaunt their power. Stain began. He leaped high into the air and jabbed a knife into the Nomu's head. Then he gripped Izuku and used the lifeless Nomu to cushion their fall. The three of them landed on the street and skidded several feet before coming to a stop. That should all be purged. Stain continued. A familiar sound echoed as he pulled his knife from the Nomu. That is all to create a more just society, Stain added, now standing. The many heroes around went on high alert. He saved that boy? Idiot, he took a hostage. He killed someone without hesitation. Yeah, he does that, I remarked, hiding my fear behind sarcasm. Anyway, get ready for a fight now, one hero shouted. As the pros took their fighting stances, I drew my only undamaged pistol and aimed at the hero killer. Whoa! Easy, kid! Gran Torino exclaimed, taking the gun from my hand. It was probably for the best. I was staggering too much to be aiming a firearm, especially with my best friend in that direction. Why are you all standing around in a group? The villain should have escaped this way, Endeavor said, arriving as if he had been chasing the now-dead Nomu. How are things on your end? Things got a little rough. But don't tell me that man is? Endeavor said, quickly assessing the scene and spotting the hero killer. Endeavor, Stain spoke, glaring. Hero killer. Endeavor shouted, a wide smile spreading across his face as flames ignited around him, ready to unleash his fury. Wait, Todoroki! Gran Torino called out. It was then that the hero killer's mask fell off, revealing his face. An immense pressure suddenly enveloped us, emanating from Stain. It felt like he was radiating an aura of fear itself. You fake. I must make things right. Someone must be stained in blood. I must reclaim. That what it means to be a hero. Come, try and get me, you fakes. The only one I'll allow to kill me is the true hero. All might. Suddenly, Stain's movement and monologue ceased. The knife in his hand clattered to the ground, breaking the heavy silence that had fallen over us. What? I said, confused. He's unconscious. Gran Torino realized. At that moment, YN finally succumbed to unconsciousness. An uncertain amount of time passed after that, but it was sometime the next day. I awoke in a cold sweat, a frightened gasp escaping my lips. YN? Ida asked, noticing my distress. Good to see you awake, YN, Izuku said, smiling. I looked around in my anxious state and asked what most do in this situation. Where am I? What happened? I finally spoke. That depends. How much do you remember? Izuku asked. I can't believe you're actually awake already, Ida commented, surprised. Izuku, and I were all in a hospital room together. Izuku was in his own bed to my right, with Ida across from us. Last thing I remember is... Stain. The hero killer. It was like... I struggled to find the words. It was like his conviction was so strong, it radiated from him like some kind of aura. Yeah. Izuku spoke, understanding. Exactly. I agreed. The hero killer ended up falling unconscious due to a perforated lung. You went down just a moment later. The doctors still aren't sure if it was because of blood loss or overuse of your quirk, Ida explained. After we got here, Recovery Girl went right to work healing you. Just take it easy, Izuku added. How did I last that long? I should have been out of it long before I actually was. What is it with this quirk of mine? I said, my voice heavy with concern. A grim silence fell over the room. You're all looking as well as I could have expected, a familiar voice said. The others and I turned to see the source. It was Sir Night Eye, standing in the doorway of the room. Oh, are you wounded kids awake? Gran Torino said as he entered, Manuel following closely behind. Gran Torino! Izuku exclaimed, glad to see him. Manuel. Ida quietly acknowledged. Kids, I've got a lot of complaints for you. But before that, you've got a visitor, Gran Torino suddenly said. With that, someone I didn't recognize entered the room. Assuming they were a guy, he was as tall as the doorway and had a dog's head. Man, I just can't keep up with all these new dog breeds, I said, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku face-bombed next to me. This is the chief of the Hosu police force, Kenji Tsuragami, Gran Torino explained. Oh, so he is a guy. Wait, did you say police chief? I asked, a wide smile appearing on my face as a thought crossed my mind. Izuku must have sensed what was coming because his expression shifted to one that clearly said, don't do it. As usual, I ignored that look. So, you're a talking Great Dane that solves crimes? Chuckles, just like Scooby-Doo. I said, laughing a little too hard. The police chief stepped forward, about to speak. Why you're going to get us in trouble. Izuku exclaimed, embarrassed. I was still chuckling. Hey man, in the past month or so, I've survived explosions, fire, and even being shot at. So, I'm not sure I have much to fear at this point, I replied confidently. You must be the UA students who brought down the hero killer, right? Chief Tsuragami asked. Yes. Izuku quietly replied. Regarding the hero killer we arrested. He had serious injuries and is receiving treatment under strict guard. Since you are UA students, I'm sure you know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police placed great importance on leadership and standards to ensure quirks were not used as weapons. The profession of hero emerged to fill that gap. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily harm others, actions that would normally be accepted officially are thanks to early heroes who followed the rules and ethics of the profession. Even against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. To my knowledge, only one of you three had such permission, Chief Tsuragami explained in detail. Izuku and Ida exchanged glances before turning to me. I had permission. Sir said I could fight to defend myself, I stated, recalling the moment. And the injuries you received suggest you did just that. Regrettably, you are the only one in this situation exempt from any legal issues. The rest of you kids, along with Pro Heroes Manual, Gran Torino, and Night Eye, will all be subject to strict consequences, Chief Tsuragami elaborated. Wait a minute, Todoroki suddenly said as he entered the room. The chief looked back at him over his shoulder. I already explained you were free to go. You aren't hurt and had no involvement in this. Chief Tsuragami began. That's not the point right now. This is about them. I know I was late to the situation and wasn't really involved. But from what I gather, Native would have died if Ida hadn't been there, and Ida would have died if Midoriya hadn't shown up. Are you saying they should have followed the rules and let people get killed? Todoroki protested. W8. Todoroki. Izuku stuttered. Also, why is Sir being punished? I messed up the first time around, but I had permission to fight this time. He shouldn't be in any trouble. I exclaimed, frustration rising in my voice. The chief looked between Todoroki and me before opting to answer him first. Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? Chief Tsuragami asked seriously. Todoroki's expression shifted as he considered his response. Next, the chief turned back to me. Night Eye's actions resulted in a hero student, you, receiving several injuries that could have been fatal. In fact, had it not been for the nature of your quirk, we might not be having this conversation. Therefore, It is a consensus that his judgment was flawed. A better choice could have been made. That is why he will face appropriate consequences, Chief Tsuragami retorted. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? Todoroki shouted angrily. The chief closed his eyes and exhaled. That is why you aren't yet a full-fledged hero. Goodness, what are you being taught by UA and Endeavor? He calmly replied. You can't just say that. Todoroki exclaimed, stepping forward. Stop it. He's absolutely right, Ida called out. Hang on a minute. You all need to hear him out until the end, Gran Torino said, stopping Todoroki. That was the official opinion of the police. The punishment would only happen if it were made public, Chief Tsuragami stated. Wait. Do you mean none of this is going to be made public? I asked hopeful. Thankfully, there were very few witnesses. This violation could be handled here. It would be much easier for all involved if we just told the public that Endeavor brought down the hero killer and swept this under the rug. But, of course, you wouldn't receive any acknowledgement for your good judgment or achievements. Which do you prefer? Personally, I don't want to be the one to find fault with promising young individuals because of one big mistake, Chief Tsuragami said kindly. As he did, he gave a thumbs up. Either way, we will need to take responsibility for being negligent in our supervisory duties, Manuel said. I am truly sorry, Ida replied, bowing his head. Alright, you'll cause trouble for others. If you understand, then don't do it again. Manuel ordered. I won't. Ida agreed. I'm sorry, Izuku said, bowing his head as well. We leave it in your hands. Please take care of it, I added, bowing my own head. Because of the unfairness of adults, you will not be able to receive the praise you would probably have gotten, but at least, as someone who also protects the peace, I can say thank you. Chief Tsuragami said gratefully. With that, he bowed before us students in respect. It's almost time for us to go, huh guys? I said. I'm glad. It'll be great to go home and see my mom again. Even with everything that happened, I still can't wait to tell her about my internship, Izuku replied happily. Ida turned to face him, struggling to get his jacket on. You know we can't talk about what really happened, Midoriya? As far as the public is concerned, Endeavor came along and saved us all from the hero killer, Ida reminded him. Izuku paused for a moment as he put on his shoes. Yeah. But I still had a good time. I learned a lot. And it was great meeting Gran Torino. I want to share that with her. She gives me so much encouragement. I know she'll love to hear about all the good stuff going on with me, Izuku said, smiling. The three of us exchanged glances at his wholesome words. So, Ida, are you serious about not getting your hand healed? It can be done pretty easily with surgery, Izuku asked. Ida looked down at his arm, which was still bandaged. No. I won't get it healed until I've become a true hero. Until then, it can serve as a reminder of my own foolishness. Of what a hero truly is, Ida declared seriously. Izuku raised his right hand, which was crooked from the permanent damage he received fighting Todoroki in the sports festival. It still irked me that I had missed perhaps the craziest battle of the entire festival. I'm the same as you. Let's agree to get stronger together, Izuku said simply. With that, he and Ida exchanged nods. Great. Now can you guys stop staring intently at your hands? For goodness sake, you look like someone trying to decide if they have time to waste, I said, irritated. I walked out of the room without looking back, tired of this hospital. We undoubtedly all had a lot going through our heads. Sometimes it was nice to slow down a little and focus on the positives. But not me. Not right now. My mind was filled with the same thoughts. I need to improve. What have I learned besides the paperwork side of hero work? I can refill my blood, yeah. Never doubted I could. It's not enough. Izuku is on a different level than before. He's found a whole new way to use his quirk. I can't be left in everyone's dust. I thought obsessively. I reached the hospital entrance and stepped through the sliding doors. A deep exhale escaped me as I was finally out of there. Are you all right, YN? Ida asked, catching up. I pulled my phone from my pocket and searched for a specific contact. Next, Izuku caught up. We've been so occupied with this whole situation that we didn't even consider how you might be feeling. You did get hurt pretty bad. Izuku added, concerned. I didn't react much. I was focusing on typing a message to Mei Hatsum. Mei, it's Wine. Short notice, but I need some method of traversal. Non-vehicular, effective in and out of combat. Get back to me when you can. Thanks. As it's sent, I nodded my head and lowered my phone. I'm fine, guys. Really. My fight with Stain, the injuries I came out with, they didn't really scare me. I mean it did, but I don't have any lasting trauma or anything. It's more like, look, that Isigiri okay? That pain. Even worse was that feeling of being so detached from reality. It felt like death, I admit it, but that's not what's on my mind. Frankly, I'm just done being stuck in this place. Like you guys, I want to go home, I explained. Then let's all go home, Ida replied kindly. After that, we boarded a train, with Mr. Aizawa escorting us. I checked my phone to see that Mei had texted me back. Oh hey, I've definitely got some options you can take a look at. If you want, we can meet up tomorrow and run some tests. Time passed, and it was now the next day. There was only the weekend left before everyone would have to return to class. I was going to make it count. In my apartment, I bolted for the front door before my dad caught me by the collar. Whoa there. Where are you heading, trouble? Dad asked. I've got some stuff I need to take care of before I have to go back to school, I said, freeing myself. And that stuff requires you to leave the apartment? Dad asked condescendingly. Kinda, yeah, I replied sarcastically. Next, my mom stood up from the couch. You were attacked just days ago. You were in the hospital until yesterday. Mom yelled. For injuries that have long since healed, I simply said. You were stabbed and suffered multiple cuts. Mom said again. Yes, but now I'm fine. God, we are going round and round here, Mom. I finally screamed, irritated. My hostility was met with a smack on the back of my head from my father. You don't get to talk to us like that, Dad reminded me. For a moment I just stood there. Instead of getting more mad, I wanted to regain a little composure and try this again. I'm supposed to meet with a friend to test some support gear. I began. My parents both reared back. I don't think so. There's not going to be another rocket boot incident, Dad ordered. Come on, I was a kid. And that only happened once. I defended. Doesn't change the fact that you set part of that playground on fire, Mom countered. You have a fire-type quirk, Like you never accidentally set something on fire? I argued. My comment got an unresponsive reaction from her that I found amusing. Why is this so important? Dad asked curiously. Because I don't want to get behind. I'm a hero student. I need to find my weaknesses and figure out ways to overcome them. Are you guys saying you're not going to support me anymore? I asked, feeling a bit down. The two exchanged glances before turning back to me. Where are you running these tests? Mom asked. At the place Izuku and I have been training lately, Takoba Municipal Beach Park. It's wide open, and there's hardly anyone there, I explained. Is it Izuku you're supposed to meet? Dad inquired. No, my friend Mei. She's in the UA support course and... I began. Go. It's fine. And remember to have fun. Mom suddenly interrupted. For some reason, the moment I mentioned Mei, she became all smiley and excited. Regardless of her enthusiasm, I wasn't going to let the opportunity slip by. I grabbed my shoes and took off. A few minutes later, I arrived. Mei. Good morning. So, what do you have for me? I asked, panting. She had a folding table set up with various equipment. Okay, why and... First up is this device. I used it during the sports festival obstacle race. You strap it on, and it fires grappling hooks into the structures ahead, pulling you forward at great speed, Mei explained. Yeah, I think I remember seeing you use this. All right, let's give it a try, I said. Unfortunately, we can't fully test it here. It requires a standing structure capable of supporting your weight. Otherwise, it's just for show, Mei stated. Then why did you agree to meet here if we can't fully test the equipment? I asked, confused. This is a better location for testing my other inventions, rocket boots and a rocket pack. Mei exclaimed, her excitement contagious. My stomach churned as I recalled my previous attempts with such technology. Let's just test what we can with this grappling device first, I suggested. Looking around, I noticed a large concrete block nearby. I put on the makeshift ODM gear and positioned myself parallel to the block. With a press of the trigger, a grappling hook shot out and latched onto the concrete. Great! Now you're going to want to do the same with the grapple on the other side of your waist. Otherwise, you won't maintain your balance, and things could get chaotic, May explained casually. This girl is dangerous, I thought, feeling a bit nervous. Just like before, I fired the other grappling hook into the concrete block. It hit a few feet away and about a foot higher than the first. Now you'll want to use the controls on both sides to reel in. The dials by your thumbs will control the reel speed, May said. I set the dials to a low setting and tightened the triggers of the reeling mechanism. I managed to maintain my balance for a few feet before slipping on the sand beneath me. Suddenly, I was dragged along the beach for several yards toward the concrete block. I remembered the controls just in time and stopped before crashing. Not bad. Let's keep this in mind, I said, breathing heavily. I stood up as May walked over. So what powers this thing? I asked. Pressurized gas, May replied. This could work well with my quirk. But the hand controls mean I couldn't carry anything while wearing it or use my pistols. Plus, if the gas is flammable, I'd be like a mobile dynamite waiting to ignite. And the grappling hooks would leave holes in buildings everywhere I go. I thought aloud. So, what about the rocket boots and rocket pack? May asked. That would improve my speed and maneuverability while keeping my hands free. But rocket fuel is extremely hazardous. I'd still be in trouble against someone with a gun or a fire quirk. Thanks for coming out here. But I don't think any of this stuff is going to work. I exhaled, feeling disappointed. I removed the grappling equipment and carried it back to the table. Despite my negative feedback, May remained undeterred. Don't worry. Now I've got some great ideas for Grapple Gear MK2. It'll take me some time to put it together, though. I don't suppose you'd want to help me assemble it? May asked, curiously. Actually, May, I might have another idea. I said, pondering. Time skipped to class. I was dozing at my desk in the brief moments before class started, but that didn't last long. The loud laughter from Shiro and Kirishima jolted me awake. I looked toward the front of the class to see what was so amusing. Bakugo had just walked in. It didn't take long before I joined in on the laughter. Holy cow! What happened, Bakugo? Kirishima and Shiro said, still laughing. Stop laughing. My hair's gotten messed up and I can't fix it. Did you not hear me? I'll take you both down. And don't think I don't see you snickering, I'll N. Bakugo replied, his voice fierce. The laughter continued. Take us down? I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. Shiro chuckled. What did you call me? Bakugo shouted. I noticed the girls were all discussing their internships and couldn't help but overhear. What about you, Ochiko? How was your week? Tsu asked. I'd say it was very enlightening, Uraraka said, throwing a punch in the air. What the heck? Did you spend the week with a martial arts champion or something? I think she found her fighting spirit. Tsu guessed. That battle hero, Gunhead, must have been impressive, Jiro commented. Oh Jiro, there were villains during your internship, right? Tsu asked. Awesome. You got to face actual villains? I'm super jealous. Ashido exclaimed. Seriously, Jiro? That's pretty cool, I said. Her face turned slightly red. Well, I didn't fight. All I did was help people evacuate and provide logistical support, Jiro replied. That's still better than me getting involved in fights without permission and then getting reprimanded for it, I chuckled. Seriously? Was that what that group call was about the first night of everyone's internships? I knew I should have joined. Ashido said, sounding regretful. How did that turn out for you, Wyan? I texted you to ask, but you never responded, Jiro asked, concerned. Sorry, I got distracted. To answer your question, I didn't really get in any trouble. It was more like I was on a shorter leash after that. I just hope I can return to Sir Naitai's agency in the future, I said, hoping for the best. I'm glad to hear it worked out for you, Jiro said, smiling. As am I. It would be a shame for your potential to be wasted because of one mistake, Yaoyorozu agreed. So, how was your week, Tsu? Ashido asked. I spent most of the time training and cleaning the ship. Though there was one day we caught a bunch of smugglers, Tsu casually stated. The rest of the girls and I looked at her with shocked expressions. Okay, that's cool. Ashido and Jiro said in unison. So, what were they smuggling? That's a very important detail. Was it all addictive stuff or more on the fun but illegal side? I asked, half serious. The girls just laughed off my question, but I had an American friend who would send me everything from movies to food, so I was fairly serious. Oh, that's right. The hero killer. Shiro suddenly yelled. Ida, Izuku, Todoroki, and I all turned. You guys got attacked, right? I remember getting that text from Midoriya in the class group chat. But I didn't think anything of it, Kirishima said. It's a good thing Endeavor showed up to save you guys, Sato added. Yeah. It's a good thing Endeavor showed up, right guys? Ida asked, looking serious. Yep, I agreed. Definitely, Izuku added. Those of us who knew the truth about that night couldn't help but be evasive. We didn't mean to, it was just a frustrating situation. Even though we got off scot-free, it was a trade-off because we received almost zero recognition for our bravery. Did you guys see the hero killer in that crazy video? It's all over the internet. He's almost kind of cool, don't you think? Kaminari asked. The expressions of Izuku, Ida, and I all synced up with that comment, specifically showing shock and disapproval. Kaminari! Izuku called out. Are you serious right now? I said a bit angrily. I understand why people might think he was cool. But his beliefs led him to cold-blooded murder. I can't say there's anything cool about that, Ida commented, his tone flat as he glanced at his still-injured arm. Sorry guys. Kaminari said, looking ashamed. Okay, this topic has gotten a little too serious for my tastes. Can we all just go back to making fun of Bakugo's hair? I said dryly. The room's atmosphere immediately lightened up. Soon after, it was time for our hero basic training class. As usual, All Might was teaching. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't eager to show off today. Okay, I am here. Long time no see, boys and girls. Have you been? For this hero basic training, we'll have some fun with a rescue training race. All Might said excitedly. This is Field Gamma. You'll break into 4 5-person groups and go through the training one group at a time. It's a race to see who will rescue me first. Of course, you'll have to keep damage to buildings to a minimum, All Might explained, pointing at Bakugo with that last sentence. Don't point at me. Bakugo said, irritated. Hey, your hair is back to normal. What did you finally have to do? Take a vacuum nozzle to it? I asked sarcastically. Okay. Moving on. All Might shouted, quickly changing the subject before Bakugo could respond. He then split us up into groups. The first group consisted of Izuku, Ojiro, Ida, Ashido, and Shiro. The rest of us would be watching their progress on a massive screen. This group has everyone in the class with good mobility, Sato pointed out. Perhaps Midoriya is at a slight disadvantage, Yaoyorozu disagreed. I couldn't help but smirk nearby. Who do you think will win? I think Shiro will be first. Kirishima said confidently. Deku will be last. Bakugo bellowed. Want to bet? I said seriously. Huh? Bakugo yelled back. The others looked at me as well. You can't be serious, Wyan. You've seen Midoriya's quirk in action as much as we have. It's just not very practical, Kaminari said. It's just stupid. He'll come in dead last. Bakugo repeated. Even if he's injured, I still think it'll be Ida, Uraraka said. I think it'll be Ashido. She's really athletic. Mineta reminded. But Ojiro's there too, Kaminari added. Start. All Might yelled. With that, the race was underway. When the race began, Shiro got out to an early lead only to be suddenly passed by Izuku. Izuku easily maneuvered throughout the terrain by jumping from one area to another, leaving the others in his dust. Wow, Midoriya, many exclaimed. Ha! I told you all. I screamed, watching. What's with those moves? Kaminari said. A big grin appeared on my face as he was now eating his own words. Wow. He's hopping. Like. Uraraka struggled. Like Bakugo, I said spitefully. Izuku continued his fast pace and was leagues ahead of the others in his group. Midoriya's jumping? Ishido shouted, surprised. Meanwhile, Ojiro hung down by his tail nearby. His broken bones are already healed? Ojiro said in shock. Give him hell, Izuku, I said proudly. Just then, Izuku's foot slipped beneath him, and he fell. In the end, Ito won that race. Group 1, you can leave the field. Next group, get ready. Keep going like this and prepare for your final exam. All Might ordered. Yes, sir. Group 1 replied. I was in Group 2, which was now entering the race area. My group also consisted of Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Kirishima. At a glance, one would say that none of us had particularly great speed or agility. Chuckles, time to prove them wrong, I said quietly. No one had noticed the new boots or other gear I was wearing under my costume's overcoat. Start! All Might yelled. As the race began, my group took off running. I could tell Yaoyorozu was trying to multitask and create some means of transportation while running. We came up on an obstacle that required alternate routes, but I didn't let it deter me. I continued to sprint full speed and jumped as high as I could. Then I pressed one of several buttons built into my shock gloves. My boots released a gust of pressurized air and propelled me up and over the obstacle in my way. The others were left to go around. From there, I followed a similar pattern to Izuku. I jumped and wall ran from surface to surface, maintaining my running speed perfectly. Then I came to an open area that was too great to jump. It didn't slow me down. I leaped as far as I could, propelled myself with my boots, and when I still had room to go, propelled myself again with similar air boosters around my waist. I had lost some speed but quickly made it up with more boosting and wall running. Who needs rockets? Or grappling hooks? Now I know how it feels to be a pilot in Titanfall. Lighter than air, I said contentedly. I soared through the air from surface to surface. No end was in sight to the marvelous momentum I had built. I was in first place in the race to All Might, and it wasn't even close. With my new support gear, I was way more agile. Most obstacles didn't even apply to me, unless they were enormous in size. No one but May has seen this gear in action. I wonder what everyone is thinking as they watch me right now, I said, smiling. It was incredible how I felt the wind in my face, the rush of running all amplified by the knowledge that it was my own doing. I could feel this way because of my own ideas and hard work. After a short while, I found All Might and came in first place for my group. From there, I had to wait for the others. Following me were Yaoyorozu, then Kirishima, followed by Tokoyami, and finally Kaminari. Yaoyorozu had used her quirk to create some kind of transportation, allowing her to take second place. Finish! All Might yelled. We all stood shoulder to shoulder. I crossed my arms with a big grin on my face. You all did great. Apply that same effort to the final exams. Next team, enter the race area. All Might announced. My group started back to the spectator area, where most of the class was. Dude, what was up with you today? That was awesome. Kirishima laughed. Chuckles, yeah, pretty cool, huh? I replied. I couldn't help but notice you have some new support gear, Yaoyorozu commented, glancing at my new boots. Oh, is that how you did it? I was so surprised when you just took off like that. Kaminari said. It appears the time you spent at your internship had a profound effect on you, Tokoyami added. So, how did you get these things so fast? Do you know someone in the support course? Kaminari asked, curiously. Yeah, my friend. She and I built these together over the weekend, I explained. Can't you tell us a little more than that? Kirishima asked, hopeful. I'm sure everyone else will have questions, so I'll just explain when we get back, I replied. The impatient Kaminari groaned, while the others nodded in agreement. In 2 or 3 minutes, we returned to the spectator area. Awesome race, guys. Ishido said gleefully. Dude, why, you totally killed it just now. How are you doing all that? Siro asked, intrigued. I was already surprised to see Midoriya's new moves, but now you've got a whole new move set too, Jiro commented, smiling. Something about it made me feel happy. Her smile felt warm to me, but for the moment, I brushed off that feeling. Deku and YN must have both learned a lot at their internships. Uraraka said excitedly. I half expected to see Izuku blushing, but he had other things on his mind. How did you do that, YN? Did you find a way to glide with your quirk? Izuku asked, practically bouncing with excitement. He began his usual routine of muttering to himself, while all of us around him stood confused. I let out a slight chuckle at the familiar situation. Pretty cool, huh? New support gear. These boots and the attachments at my waist have small tanks of highly pressurized air built into them. My hero costume now has cables that run through my suit and connect to buttons on my shock gloves, I explained, showcasing the various parts of the gear. My classmates walked around, examining the equipment from different angles. The buttons represent the different air boosters on my body. The hard part is hitting the correct buttons when I need to and not messing it up. With this gear, I can jump higher, build momentum faster, and even change direction on a dime, I added. Oh, I get it. Things never worked out when you tried rockets, so you decided to use pressurized air. So cool. You get enhanced maneuvering without having highly combustible rocket fuel strapped to you, Izuku pointed out. Sometimes I forget just how smart Midoriya and YN are with stuff like this. Ida said, impressed. Yeah. YN, if you hadn't made it into the hero course, you definitely would have gotten into the support course, Jiro said kindly, quickly blushing at her own words. What's her deal? I thought. But wait, YN, you said the air tanks were built into your new support gear. Doesn't that make maintenance difficult? Tokoyami asked, somewhat concerned. Well, the air tanks are designed to never come out because they don't ever need to. I can just refill them at will. And they're well protected with a fair bit of metal casing. To be honest, this gear is heavier than I expected, but it still leagues better than anything else I considered using, I elaborated. Geez. You and Midoriya make me feel like I didn't learn anything from my internship. You guys are practically on a different level than before. Kaminari exclaimed. I don't know about that. I need a lot of practice, I replied honestly. And frankly, so do I. I lost today because I lost my focus and slipped. If I'm going to be a hero, I can't let that happen when it counts, Izuku said seriously, clenching his fist in determination. I put my shock gloves on a very low setting and gave Izuku a gentle shock on his shoulder, earning a startled yelp from him. Laughs. I'm sorry, man. It was too tense, I told him, still chuckling. The class continued until it was eventually over. Everyone headed back to the locker rooms to change out of their hero costumes. YN, a familiar voice called out. In the hallway, I turned to see Mei running up to me. The rest of the class entered the locker rooms, but I stopped to talk. Mei, what's going on? I asked, clearing my throat. I was nearby and wanted to ask how the new support gear has been working, Mei said. Oh, yeah. It's worked great. I was just in my hero basic training class and won this race. I mean, it wasn't against the whole class, just 4 others, but still. Pauses in thought. Listen, Mei, I really appreciate your help. Not just with making this equipment, but meeting with me last weekend and for back in the sports festival. You've really been great, and I just wanted to thank you. I said gratefully. No worries. You're pretty fun to work with. Anyway, I've got stuff to do. Bye, Mei said, leaving. I then remembered that I needed to change my outfit and exhaled heavily before entering the locker room. I brushed past many of my male classmates and opened my locker door. What happened to you? Kirishima suddenly asked. Just talking to a friend from the support course, I replied. Hey guys. Mineta quietly spoke. Many of us turned to face him. He was standing against the wall, looking oddly excited. The other guys wore the same confused expression. I discovered something crazy. Come here. Look at this hole in the wall. Mineta pointed out. So what? Just cover it back up with that poster and forget about it, YN said, indifferent. You idiots. Next door is, well, you know, the girls' locker room. Mineta explained. No way. I'm not doing something inappropriate, YN thought, resolute. Meanwhile, Mineta approached the peephole in the wall. Stop this, Mineta. Peeping is definitely wrong. Ida demanded. My little Mineta is already a problem. Mineta shouted back. Guys, I'm going to lose it. Just a warning, any minute now, I'm going to lose it, YN said, irritated. Mineta ignored the threats and continued his antics. I can see them now. Hagakure's floating underwear. Yaoyorozu's figure. Ashido's slender waist. Uraraka's lovely form. Ajui's unexpected curves. Mineta raved. Ah! Mineta screamed, suddenly in pain. Jiro's earphone jack. It's the perfect instrument of chaos. Izuku shouted. You get what you deserve, YN replied coolly. I'm the only one he didn't mention. Jiro thought, feeling downcast. Thanks, Kyoka, Hagakure said. How disgusting. We must seal this hole right away. Yaoyorozu added. Can you handle him now, YN? Zero asked. YN had a shock glove on one hand and one of his pistols in the other. Gladly, YN said, ominously. Through the wall, the girls could hear Mineta's pained cries, accompanied by sounds of electricity and commotion. Ah! Mercy! Mineta begged desperately. The girls of Class 1A all laughed at the situation. Quit being such a nuisance. YN ranted. Mineta's cries continued from the boys' side of the wall. Shut up. Stop screaming. Bakugo suddenly shouted, clearly annoyed by the noise, even though he wasn't involved in Mineta's punishment. YN's POV. Of course, I didn't actually harm Mineta, no matter how much everyone wanted him gone. But in that brief moment, he'd gone from being a pervert to a target for frustration. The funny thing was that Aizawa had been walking by the locker room and overheard the entire scene. Yet, he didn't say a word or intervene. Even he thought the purple nuisance deserved it. As everyone headed to the next class, I noticed Izuku was missing. After catching a glimpse of him rounding a corner in the hall, I hurried over and placed my hand on his shoulder. Dude, where are you going? You're going to miss the next PRD, I reminded him. Oh YN. I was just going to speak with all might about something, Izuku replied. Seriously? Oh, I know what this is about. I exclaimed. Izuku's expression shifted, almost as if he had been caught in a lie. What are you talking about? Izuku panicked. All Might probably wants to compliment you, man. That new way you move around is a major improvement over how you used to be. What did you call it again? I asked, trying to recall. Full cowling. Izuku said. Right, it's a huge step forward. I think All Might sees some serious potential in you, I said earnestly. Just then, a thought resurfaced in my mind, something that had almost been buried in my memory. I recalled one of our first days at UA. Izuku and I stood at the school's front entrance, just outside the building. The sun had been setting in the sky. Flashback. I really was quirkless. My quirk isn't mine. I got it from someone else, Midoriya said. Present YN, that's right. I remember now. You never were much for jokes, but that one is especially bad, I told him. His expression turned somewhat desperate. Present YN. At first, I thought he was joking. I mean, who wouldn't? You can't give your quirk to someone else. Nobody can. But you aren't joking. And you never lie. I said, contemplating. Midoriya lowered his head once again. I ran my hand through my hair. Seriously? What did you do? Who? I trailed off. Present YN. Then I thought about it, only to finally leave it there. Doesn't matter, I said. What? Midoriya asked, looking up. It's hard to share everything all the time. When you're ready, you can tell me the details, all right? I said. Why yeah? Midoriya shouted. And a flashback. Izuku's power. Could he have gotten it from All Might? I thought intensely. Thanks, YN, Izuku said, leaving. I was so deep in thought that his words barely registered. All Might has seemed to be getting weaker. Is that because? I continued to ponder. In a moment of pure impulse, I pulled my phone from my pocket and pressed record. I intentionally bumped into Izuku from behind, carefully sliding my phone into the pocket of his UA jacket. Is something wrong, YN? Izuku asked politely. Yeah, I'm fine. I just tripped. I'll see you later, man, I said, heading to class. Sometime later, Izuku joined the rest of the class. I was able to subtly retrieve my phone from his jacket pocket after telling him that something seemed off with it. My phone was still recording and was extremely low on battery from how long it had been doing so. That afternoon, Izuku and I traveled home together as usual. In my bedroom, I plugged in my drained phone and hesitated to play what it had recorded. Somehow, this feels wrong. I feel conflicted. I want to know. I want answers. But was this really the best way to do it? I said torn. Nevertheless, I found myself hitting play. Fortunately for me, this conversation between Izuku and All Might was about exactly what I was wondering about. It was an entire story, told by the number one hero. A story that perhaps only a handful of people had the pleasure of knowing. One for all. I repeated, eyes wide. Speaking loudly would only draw attention from my parents. I was supposed to be asleep. Oh, want to get it off your chest? Sam asked respectfully. I basically spied on Izuku. I recorded a private conversation between him and All Might, I stated. Ethics aside, why would they be having a private conversation? I mean, you did say their quirks were similar, but... Sam wondered. It's not really my secret to tell. But it's a secret related to his quirk. He tried to tell me once before, but I didn't listen. And today, on impulse, I recorded him to get the full truth, I explained. My friend, Sam, was about to speak when I heard violent sounds on his side of the phone call, sounds of impact, glass breaking, and distant chaos. Whoa! Sam, I said, concerned. Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed through the line, accompanied by pained grunts. Sorry. I was fighting some guys with machine guns. What were you saying? An impulse. Sam finally replied. I couldn't help but laugh at his casual demeanor towards danger. You know, Webhead, all of a sudden, my problems don't seem so big, I said, thankfully. Well, I'm glad I could help. Maverick, Sam replied, surprised. I ended the call in a much better frame of mind. Then I noticed an unread text from a few minutes ago. You up? My tired eyes struggled as I looked at the bright screen. Despite the late hour, I went to type a response. What do I say? What do you text a girl about when it's after midnight? I whispered, unsure. An idea emerged from the depths of my mind, making me facepalm at my own thoughts. As my phone vibrated, I saw I had received another message. Left me on read. You busy? How do I feel about May? We've been talking and inconsistently working together since the sports festival. I think she's cool and fun. Damn it. I can't afford to let stuff like this get in my way. If I fall behind again, I'm not sure I could catch up so easily twice over. I thought. With my phone in hand, I finally texted a reply. I always focus more on inventions and school stuff than, well, romance. Wyan? Same. I'm always working on stuff, but never really bothered much with people. It's a little different for me. Wyan? So, you nervous about the final exams? Oh no. I forgot about the final exams. I screamed, sitting up. Wyan? Go to sleep. It's almost 2 o'clock, my dad yelled from their room. Hours passed and it was now midday at UA. Aizawa stood at the front of the class. Okay, that's it for class. There's only 1 week left until the final exams. You all are studying properly, right? I'm sure you already know, but it won't just be a written exam. There will be a practical component. Make sure you train your minds and bodies at the same time. That's all, Aizawa said. With that, he left the room. I haven't studied at all. Ashido and Kaminari yelled. Ashido laughed it off, rather uncaringly. Meanwhile, Kaminari sank down with his hands on his head. With the sports festival and internship, I didn't study at all. Kaminari repeated. It's true that we had one event after another, but... Tokoyami began. For the midterms, we just started school, so they didn't cover much, so I didn't really have a hard time with them, but with the back-to-back events, the finals will be different, Sato explained. Mineta sat at his desk, wearing a very smug expression. It'll be tough since there's a practical exam too, he said. He got 9th on the midterms? Ashido and Kaminari exclaimed. And here I thought you were like us. Ashido said angrily. Guys like you are only likable if they're dumb. Where's the demand for this? Kaminari added. The world is guess, Mineta replied condescendingly. Ashido, Kaminari, let's do our best. We all want to go to the training camp together, right? Izuku encouraged. Didn't Izuku score the 4th highest in the class on the midterm? I thought. Yes. As class rep, I also have high hopes that everyone will be moved to action. Ida said loudly. Oh, that's right. I think Ida got the 2nd highest score on the midterm. I recalled. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, Todoroki stated. Be careful with your words. Kaminari said shamefully. Personally, I did pretty well on the midterms. But I've since found myself more focused on other stuff and ended up in some crazy situations. I said, rubbing my head. Oh yeah, didn't you score the 3rd highest in the class, YN? Jiro asked. Hell no. It was me. Bakugo screamed. Our scores were the exact same. We tied for 3rd. Get over it, I reasoned. The teacher actually took us aside and accused one of us of cheating. Like hell I need to cheat. Bakugo ranted. For the last time, I didn't cheat off you. Our scores being the same was just a coincidence. Besides, I was only able to get that score because I studied like crazy. Izuku is actually smarter than me, I stated. Ashido, Kaminari, I may be able to assist with the class lectures, Yaoyorozu offered kindly. Yaomomo. Ashido and Kaminari exclaimed gratefully. Suddenly, Yaoyorozu turned from happy to gloomy. I can't help at all with the practical though. Yaomomo added sadly. That's kind of the point. They'll want us on our toes for that one, regardless of how well we do on the written portion, I pointed out. Jiro approached Yaomomo, holding one of her notebooks. I'm not one of those two, but can I join too? I'm having some trouble with quadratic functions. Jiro asked. Yeah. Anything quadratic is a real challenge. If I'm not doing math for the sake of an invention or something, I find it hard to care. Oh, but Jiro, you scored 7th in the class on the midterm, right? That's still pretty good, I said. Jiro only nodded in response, seeming embarrassed. Still cute, I thought. Yaomomo. Sorry, but how are you with classical Japanese? Zero asked. Huh. Yaomomo said, surprised. I'd like to join too. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get, Ojiro said, walking over. Please. Jiro, Zero, and Ojiro begged together. Everyone. Yes, of course. Yaomomo agreed, giddily. All right, the three said. I almost want to join. But I'd probably study better alone than in a big group. Plus, I'm not sure I could focus with Jiro there. I thought. Someone placed their hand on my shoulder. YN want to study together? Like we used to do for big tests in junior high. Izuku asked. I thought for a moment about One for All and even more about how I obtained that knowledge. My previous feeling of guilt returned to me. I was actually planning on studying alone. Some other time, man, I replied awkwardly. Okay, YN. I guess you do pretty well on your own, anyway, Izuku said, surprised. His expression looked almost concerned. Crap, I forgot. This guy can read me like a book. I can't really complain though. Everyone should have a friend like that. I thought. The rest of the class paired up to study. When lunchtime arrived, the whole class buzzed about the practical portion of the final. I was seated at a table with Izuku, Kirishima, Ida, Tsu, and Hagakure. Our peaceful conversation was soon interrupted when Monoma walked by and bumped into Izuku's head. I recognized him from the sports festival. Oops. I'm sorry, Monoma said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Oh yeah? Next time, try that with me, pal. I'll give you something to be sorry about, I threatened. Monoma's expression didn't change. It was almost as if my response was what he wanted. So violent. I guess it's no surprise. Since multiple students from 1A were said to have been involved in an incident with the hero killer. What is it with your class? Always getting into trouble. Does it follow you guys everywhere? Or do you perhaps go looking for? Monoma stopped as a girl karate chopped the back of his neck. Everyone at our table watched as she caught Monoma's limp body. Wow. I'm glad to see I wasn't the only one thinking about doing that, I said, impressed. I don't believe we've met. I'm Itsuka Kendo, she said kindly. I'm Y and Ellen, nice to meet you, I replied. I thought I recognized you. Second in the sports festival, right? Kendo asked. Yeah. We must have missed each other. Not surprising, given how much time I spent asleep or unconscious that day, I recalled. You all were discussing the final exams, right? I heard from an upperclassman that the practical portion will have everyone against robotic villains, Kendo explained. Just like the entrance exams. Hagakure commented. Anyway, I'm sorry about what Nito here was saying. Regardless of his claims, you guys aren't troublesome or detestable. Have a great day. Kendo said with a smile. She dragged the unconscious Monoma away, leaving us in disbelief. Not long after, we returned to class. Ooh, robot villains. We've got the practical in the bag. Ashido exclaimed. Yeah, they were easy enough during the entrance exam. Kaminari agreed. I suppose it makes sense for us to fight robots. Again. For some, it can be hard to restrain their quirks enough against human opponents, Shoji pointed out. Come on. You need to have control of your quirk, regardless of who or what you're fighting. Bakugo countered, irritated. He quickly turned and pointed at Izuku. Listen up, that. Don't think I didn't notice you using my moves during that rescue race. Mark my words, I'll get a higher score than you, the refill fanatic, and the half-and-half BS-D. Bakugo declared angrily. Why did he include me in this? Could it be that he's actually seeing me as a rival now, too? Spitefully smiles. It's about time, I wondered. A week later, after lots of studying and 3 straight days of testing, it was finally time. The entirety of Class 1A exited a bus. We were at the testing area for the practical portion of the final. There sure are a lot of teachers here, Jiro noticed. I was just thinking the same thing. Something's off here. I said uneasily. Aizawa stood in front of us all. At this point, you all must have heard something about the practical, right? He asked. We know we're going to be fighting robots. Ashido and Kaminari yelled, ecstatic. Principal Nizu suddenly emerged from Aizawa's scarf, much to everyone's surprise. Not quite, he said. Principal Nizu? The class shouted. How long were you in there? Aizawa asked, unsure. I've been here since we left UA. It's very cozy, Nizu said casually. He jumped down and confidently stood in front of everyone. Contrary to what you may have heard, you will not be having a battle simulation against robots for the practical exam, Nizu stated. Huh? Many exclaimed. The recent surge of villains has caused the school to improve our training methods to enhance your battle experience. From now on, UA students will have battle simulations similar to real-life battles. And you, Class 1A, will be the first students to experience real-life battle simulations. Today, you will be placed into pairs and go up against none other than us. Nizu explained. Wait, the class screamed. I knew I shouldn't have gotten out of bed today. I muttered to myself. We have to fight the teachers? Kirishima screamed, shocked. I didn't study for this. I didn't plan for this. I never could plan for this. My head is still crammed full with all the stuff for the written exams. How am I supposed to have room for strategy? Kaminari ranted hilariously. A similar uncertainty was evident among the rest of the class, although some hit it better than others. Nizu looked like he was about to speak again. The pairings and the teachers you will be up against have been carefully selected to push you to your limits. Now, the pairings are as follows. 13 versus Aoyama and Uraraka, Eraserhead versus Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Present Mic versus Shoji and Jiro, Ectoplasm versus Tokoyami and Azui, Midnight versus Siro and Mineta, Snipe versus LN and Hagakure, Cementos versus Sato and Kirishima, Power Loader versus Ida and Ojiro, and myself versus Kaminari and Ashido, Nizu stated. Hang on. I thought, realizing. Izuku must have noticed what I had. That still leaves one pair, sir, Izuku said. A familiar laughter echoed from the roof of the testing building. A large figure blocked the sun as he leaped down from the roof and landed just behind Izuku and Bakugo. That's right, young Midoriya. For the last pairing, you two will be fighting me, All Might said. Bakugo made one of his usual cocky expressions, while Izuku looked concerned and in awe. I couldn't help but feel anxious at the idea of having to fight All Might. I never thought I'd be glad to fight one of the greatest marksmen alive. I said quietly. My comment made Bakugo fully grasp the situation, and his usual rage set in. Hang on. You can't seriously be grouping me with this reject Deku. Bakugo screamed. Aizawa wasted no time and instantly wrapped Bakugo with his capture scarf, muffling his angry mutterings beneath the material. Each pairing will have 30 minutes to either handcuff their teacher or escape the facility. Your efforts to escape will teach you that it's okay to run and get help when there's a significant difference in strength, Nizu explained. LN, Midoriya, and Ida likely understand this well from their encounter with the hero killer, Aizawa added. The three of us exchanged uneasy glances, recalling that traumatic night. That said, don't feel that escaping is your only option. All of us teachers will be wearing ultra-compressed weights, designed and developed by Mei Hatsum as a handicap, All Might stated. Thank you, Mei. I have a feeling I'll owe her a visit today, win or lose, I thought. Meanwhile, Bakugo scoffed at the group of teachers. You're underestimating us by giving us a chance to fight back. Don't put yourselves on pedestals just because you're our teachers. Bakugo demanded, his tone fierce. Hey, Ground Zero. You know who you're up against, right? The number one. Do you really think today is just another day for your usual bravado? I asked seriously. My question seemed to make people think, especially my classmates, who began to question how they would stand a chance against the teachers. Bakugo didn't respond, merely scowling as usual. The exams began with Sato and Kirishima facing Cementos. Apparently, the exams would occur one at a time, with everyone else remaining in a monitoring room. I assumed this was to give each pairing time to strategize. Almost everyone had split up to discuss their plans. Hagakure approached me for that very reason. YN, she said, catching me off guard. Geez. I'd say not to sneak up on me, but I don't know how you could avoid it, I chuckled. Since we're paired together, maybe we should come up with a strategy to use against Snipe, she suggested eagerly. I can't blame you, but I've never been one for strategic planning. I'm more of the think on my feet type, I replied. Uraraka always talks about how Midoriya makes plans for things. You two are quite different, huh? Hagakure observed. I chuckled at her comment. That's what makes friendships interesting, right? All the ways people can be different or similar. It's a great feeling to be part of this class, I said, reflecting. Hey, why are you talking like you aren't going to pass this? Hagakure asked. Look, I don't mean to freak you out. It's just that I've never fought someone like Snipe before. Even with all my current tricks, I'm not sure how I can beat him, I admitted. Isn't Snipe's quirk homing? He can control the bullets he fires, right? Hagakure asked, confused. Izuku overheard part of our conversation, his curiosity piqued. Are you talking about Snipe's quirk? Izuku asked, intrigued. What are you doing back here? No luck with Bakugo? I inquired. Izuku scratched the back of his head. He refuses to strategize with me. About Snipe's quirk, there's more to it than that. Homing allows him to lock onto any target he can see within 600 meters. He can even make any projectile he fires chase after that target. But he can't choose which part of the target his projectile hits, Izuku explained. A light bulb went off in my head. And I'll bet his attacks aren't too powerful either, I said, thinking aloud. Izuku and Hagakure turned back to me. Logically, he'd have to be extremely careful in any battle. He probably uses low-caliber rounds for his guns, I continued. You aren't considering that strategy again, are you? Izuku asked, concerned. I knew exactly what he meant, referring to my past battle with Stain, where I had allowed myself to sustain injuries to land a solid blow. For the record, it worked before. I began. Izuku stepped closer, gripping my overcoat. He almost killed you, he reminded me. Are you seriously giving me a hard time about this? You're the one who is always injuring yourself. I'm just trying to find a way to win. I retorted. Hagakure remained silent, unsure of the context. This isn't about me. What are you going to do, YN? Run through Snipe's line of fire? See how far you can make it before one of the bullets hits you? Izuku asked. Oh, come on. It's an exam. He's not going to seriously hurt me, I defended. If you attempt something as reckless as that, he could accidentally hurt you. YN, I found a way to use my quirk without getting injured. And I think you should do the same, Izuku said earnestly. I didn't even know why we were arguing like this. Your quirk, I said, realization dawning on me. I wasn't mad at Izuku, I was frustrated with myself for the decisions I had made since joining UA. I rubbed my forehead in irritation. Hagakure. Yes, she replied. Escape should be the priority, not defeating Snipe. Your quirk is better suited for that than mine. I can distract Snipe. I'll keep him occupied so you can find the exit and escape the testing area. Neither of us has to get hurt today, I stated, exhaling. But are you sure you're all right with this? Hagakure asked, concerned. I agree, Izuku added. Oh yeah, I'm done making the wrong decisions. It's about time I think before I act, I said, smiling. Glad to hear it. Izuku exclaimed. A few matches later, it was Mai and Hagakure's turn. Most of the class was now back in the monitoring room. YN, a female voice called. I jolted awake from where I had been sitting on the hard floor. Is it our time? I asked, remembering. I began to stand. How could you sleep like that? Sitting up on the cold metal floor? It looked like you were meditating, Hagakure commented. A little trick I learned online to fall asleep quickly. It's basically forcing yourself to sleep by lowering your heart rate through meditation, I explained. Wow. I wouldn't expect something like that from you, Jiro said, walking up. That's what I was going to say, Hagakure agreed. Laughs. Nah, I'm just messing with you. I don't meditate. I've just fallen asleep in a lot of different places and positions over the years. Now I can sleep almost anywhere, I confessed. Wine, you impress me most of the time. But sometimes you make me sad. Izuku said, disappointed. With my quirk's downside, you learn to either love or hate sleep. Guess which I chose, I replied sarcastically. Quit talking and get out there. Recovery girl ordered. Hagakure and I took off for our designated testing area. It was a massive indoor environment, filled with giant stone pillars. Begin, an intercom announced. Not exactly the Taj Mahal, is it? I joked. So what now? Do we split up? Hagakure asked. Might be a good idea to find out where the exit is first, I suggested. As we took a step forward, we were suddenly met with a barrage of gunfire. I instinctively swung my arms wide, managing to grab my invisible teammate. What are you doing? Hagakure exclaimed. I quickly rushed us both behind the nearest stone pillar and set her down. Sorry, I said, drawing my 2 pistols. Pervert, Hagakure replied, her tone more embarrassed than angry. I ignored her as the gunfire continued to rain down around us. I can't tell where that's coming from, so I can't fire back. I complained. Hagakure removed her gloves and boots, becoming completely invisible. Good call. Just get moving and try to find the exit. I urged, feeling anxious. I took off running from the pillar, jumped, and propelled myself forward. While in midair, I fired my guns in the direction I assumed Snipe was. A bullet grazed the back of my right leg just before I reached cover behind another pillar. DMN homing quirk. No way I can outmaneuver that. I admitted. I heard something hit the ground, and then smoke began to fill the area. I forgot Snipe's got smoke grenades. Hagakure won't be able to find the way out of here like this. I murmured, peering around the corner of the pillar. A bullet whizzed past me, forcing me to move. I boosted myself into the air and swung around to the other side. I engaged Snipe, who was obscured by smoke, in an aerial attack. He took a few shots to his chest before quickly defending himself with his arm, which absorbed several more shots. Hey, those things pack a punch, huh? Here I thought you were just walking around with a couple of pea shooters, Snipe said, his tone cocky. Then he fired back. I changed direction midair, dodging behind more pillars as rounds pummeled into them. Eventually, I disappeared into Snipe's own smoke screen. Somehow, he managed to keep track of me. In the quiet, I could hear his footsteps growing nearer. I remembered my leg wound and looked down. Despite not hitting anything critical, it was leaving a trail of blood wherever I went. BSRD intentionally gave me a flesh wound so he could track me. He's really going all out, I thought, feeling a surge of panic. A sound of a struggle broke my concentration. Hagakure! I realized. On impulse, I ran toward the noise. The scene revealed that Hagakure had snuck up on Snipe and landed a kick on him. He was looking around, aiming his gun cautiously. I seized the opportunity to aim at his back and started firing. "Ow! That hurts!" Snipe shouted in pain. He reacted and turned to face me. An invisible force tackled me out of his line of fire. I spotted a floating smoke grenade and realized it had to be Hagakure. She threw the grenade at Snipe, covering our tracks. We took a moment to catch our breath behind a pillar. "You still haven't found the exit?" I asked. "This place is like a maze. And it's even worse with all the smoke and gunfire." "Figure out where to go at all," Hagakure said, sounding frustrated. "It's not your fault. That's probably why they chose this area for our exam. They couldn't make it too easy for us." I reassured her. "So we try to beat Snipe then?" Hagakure proposed. I thought for a moment about what Izuku would do. "You got the jump on him before. Maybe that's the key. We keep him on his toes with back-and-forth attacks from different angles," I suggested. "Between my invisibility and your aerial boosts, he won't be able to predict both of us at once." Hagakure added. I cautiously moved through the exam area, minimizing my visibility. Sure enough, bullets were fired in front of me and smoke bombs were thrown. I raised my hands as Snipe approached, aiming his gun. "What? Are you giving up?" he asked, surprised. "No. Just letting your smoke spread," I replied calmly. Just then, Hagakure came up behind Snipe with her set of HNDCFFS. She tried to catch his gun hand, but he narrowly reacted in time, shooting at the floating HNDCFFS while being extremely cautious not to hit Hagakure. As the HNDCFFS fell to the ground, he realized his mistake. I had taken off, descending from above Snipe, my speed dispersing the smoke. I swung a kick at him, landing a direct hit that staggered him. He was then met with a punch to the face from Hagakure. We continued to alternate our attacks from high and low, left and right. It was nearly impossible for anyone except Sir Night-Eye to predict our movements. "I'm impressed. You two are really thinking smart. But you're running out of time. Do you really think you can land a decisive hit before the match ends?" Snipe called out, staying on guard. As I went in for another attack, he dodged and moved for a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. He sprayed foam all around, and Hagakure, who was within range, became visible. "This won't hurt you, but it won't feel great either," Snipe said, firing a shot that immobilized her. "Recovery Girl can easily heal that in a bit." "I'm sorry, but right now, I'm a villain," he said as he walked away. With no other options, I rushed him from behind a nearby pillar, aiming straight for his gun hand. He fired a shot that missed me. I twisted the gun from his grip, and he quickly drew his other identical gun. He fired as I maneuvered behind a pillar at ground level. Then I emerged high enough to sidekick his other gun from his hand. Maximum effort. I exhaled, feeling the stress. I swung a punch at Snipe, and we exchanged several blows. He backed off and drew a combat knife from his hero costume. "Oh, come on," I shouted. 3 minutes left in the exam, the intercom announced. Snipe and I charged at each other, and I began to defend myself from his knife slashes. "Not bad," Snipe said, impressed. "I've got experience against knives," I replied, feeling the pressure. I managed to grip Snipe's wrist and brought him down to the ground. As I reached for the HNDCFFS, he unexpectedly elbowed me in the face. We both sprang back to our feet, and Snipe kicked me against a nearby pillar. He swung another kick at me, but I was ready. I focused my adrenaline, something I hadn't done since my fight with Bakugo. Snipe's movements seemed to slow down, I caught his kick at the hip and swept his other leg from beneath him. As he fell, I delivered my strongest punch downward. The combined impact of him hitting the floor and my punch knocked Snipe unconscious. I quickly handcuffed him just to be safe. Suddenly, a horn blared through the area. Time. Snipe has been defeated. YNLN and Toru Hagakure have passed, the intercom announced. Out of curiosity, I picked up the knife Snipe had dropped. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was fake. The blade retracted into the handle upon impact. It's fake? Why would he carry it then? I wondered aloud. Just then, I began to feel lightheaded. Instinctively, I replenished my blood, which resolved the issue. Oh, it's a fake knife, but the tip is coated with a fast-acting knockout poison. Clever, Snipe. I'm starting to like you more, I said, impressed. I recalled Hagakure, who was injured, and made my way to her. I removed my black overcoat and wrapped it around her before carrying her out of our exam area. Recovery girl met me halfway with a stretcher. After I placed Hagakure on it, she used her quirk on both of us. I still can't believe he shot you. I didn't think he would. Not that I planned for this. I said. Snipe is a professional. He aimed for her leg to minimize blood loss while ensuring she couldn't move. Besides, having you around gave him some leeway, Recovery girl pointed out. Leeway? Because I can just refill people's blood. I asked. Exactly. Your power practically makes you the ultimate support hero, Recovery girl praised. Well, I am the support hero, Maverick, I stated confidently. Please try to refrain from being cringy, she replied, starting to walk away with Hagakure on the stretcher. Hey, I think I'm already healed. Hagakure exclaimed excitedly. I looked down to see that my leg, which had been wounded, was perfectly fine again. Next, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo vs All Might. Please enter your designated examination area, the intercom announced. Oh no, things are about to get very intense, I said grimly. I sat at my desk, surrounded by the rest of Class 1A. It was the day after the final exams and the wonderful Friday before the weekend. I released a deep breath. I can't wait to spend most of my weekend sleeping and later complain about doing nothing, I said, stretching. My comment earned a few laughs. That's honestly pretty relatable, YN, Jiro said, chuckling. For real? Ashido agreed, laughing. Kaminari shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Oh man, I needed a good laugh. I've been thinking about the whole training camp thing. I don't want to miss out just because I failed the exam. Kaminari lamented. Others wore similar expressions of concern. Think about the progress we would lose. Sato said, we're bound to fall behind. Kirishima added. In total, 5 people in our class had failed the final. Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, Kaminari, and Siro. Shortly after the results were announced, it was revealed that the class would attend a week-long training camp in the woods. The 5 who failed were understandably worried about missing out. Aizawa entered the room at just the right moment and stood at the front. Alright, first things first. If you didn't already know, all of you will be attending the week-long training camp happening over summer break, he began. I looked around as the 5 who failed lit up with excitement. It suddenly hit me that summer break was upon us, and we would be starting it with a mandatory training camp. I face-bombed, drawing attention from my neighbors. I forgot about summer break, I said regretfully. I thought my voice was quiet, but it clearly wasn't. Laughter erupted from the mix of boys and girls around me. Wait, you actually forgot what season it was? Kirishima asked, shocked, struggling to hold in his laughter. The rest of the class joined in. There's no way, Hagakure said, laughing uncontrollably. How does someone even do that? Kaminari exclaimed, giggling. I've had a rough few months, okay? Frankly, I'm not sure I remember breakfast, I defended, half serious. The class was now losing it. Only the more serious students, like Bakugo, Todoroki, Shoji, and Tokoyami, remained composed. Enjoying the attention, I decided to add fuel to the fire. I don't know why you're all so surprised. I let Todoroki set me on fire a little while back. The sky is the limit with me, I stated sarcastically. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Aizawa at the front, regretting some life choices. But that didn't last long. The class quickly quieted down in response. "Wine, you'll be staying after school today. I'm going to have you run several miles around the campus, without the use of your quirk," Aizawa ordered. I knew what that meant. He would be there to erase my quirk and ensure I ran as long as he said. "Thank you, sir," I replied simply. I figured if punishment was already set in stone, I might as well add a touch of sarcasm. As I was saying, you will all be attending the training camp, regardless of your exam results. You all need this camp because you need to get stronger. Now then, let's discuss some details. Aizawa continued. Later, I came to a stop at the UA entrance I walked through every school day. This time, however, I collapsed to my knees, breathing heavily. Sweat dripped down my forehead and arms. Aizawa approached from behind, stepping off a bicycle. He crossed his arms and looked down at me, deactivating his quirk. "Did you learn a lesson about interrupting me during class?" he asked. "Why yes," I replied, struggling to catch my breath. "Are you going to stop being such a wise butt?" Aizawa asked. I chuckled and turned to him with a cheeky grin. "No," I replied confidently. As I stood back up, Aizawa took hold of the bike he'd been riding. Did I actually manage to get a laugh out of him? "No way," thought surprised. "Refill your stamina and go home. Enjoy your weekend," Aizawa ordered calmly. As he passed by, he handed me my backpack. I replenished my energy and hydration before heading home. I decided to put my earbuds in and listen to music, which made the time fly by. Just as I was nearing home, I received a text. "Aizawa run you to death?" I couldn't help but laugh at the message and quickly typed a response. Something like that. "Didn't take though. I'm almost home now. Wyan, maybe you could try not irritating him so much." "Well, my death wouldn't solve anything." "Wyan." After that, Jiro must have been laughing because all I saw were the dots indicating she was typing something. Finally, I got home for the week and entered my apartment. I was still on my phone when my mother called out from the kitchen. "It's about time you got home. Izuku came by. He told us you annoyed a teacher and had to stay after class," Mom said. "So, he ratted me out?" Chuckles, "I should get him back," I replied jokingly. "He did not rat you out. You know he can't lie. He's too good-hearted," Mom said, cutting something. "Yeah, he can't keep a secret either. Say, where's Dad?" I asked. "Well, since it's Friday night, he decided to have some fun. So, he's enjoying some drinks and trying out a new anime," Mom replied casually. I could overhear him slurring his words from another room. "I don't understand any of this. Everyone in this show is either a 10-year-old girl or a monster." "Oh no, wrong language," Dad ranted, slurring. "He's always been a great male influence in my life," I said, laughing. Although my tone was sarcastic, I was serious. The man could be goofy, but he was hard-working and good-hearted when it mattered. I checked my phone to see Jiro had replied again. "While you were running today, the whole class decided to meet up at the mall tomorrow. Some last-minute shopping before the training camp. You're coming, right?" "Oh yeah, for sure. Not sure I need anything, though." "Wyan, doesn't matter. We could just hang out or something." "That is, as a group." "Okay." "Wyan." I stayed up late that night gaming with Izuku, Kaminari, and Mineta. The next morning, I woke up in my gaming chair. The sun was shining into my eyes through the window. Groans, "I should have closed the curtains better," I said tiredly. I begrudgingly stood up and closed the curtains, bringing my room back to almost total darkness. With that, I shrugged over to my bed and lay down, facing upward. If I love sleep so much, yawns, then why do I seem to take it for granted sometimes? I thought aloud. In my drowsy state, the sound of a text message broke through actually multiple texts. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. I picked up my phone. I swear, if this is Izuku asking me to go running with him, I'm getting my shock gloves, I decided, annoyed. "Long time no see. I've got a new piece of support gear I think you'll like." "You know it's Saturday morning, right?" "Wyan." "Had no clue. Been up all night. Gotta love energy drinks." As if that weren't enough, in her caffeinated state, she decided to call me. Against my better judgment, I answered. Good morning, Wyan. I'll get right to the point. How do you feel about shotguns? May immediately asked. I'm going to die waiting for this conversation to end. I said sarcastically. 3 words, non-lethal shotgun. May exclaimed cheerfully. That actually intrigues me. Tell you what, can we talk about this later? And probably much later, because I have plans today, I replied. Sure thing. But, we haven't talked since. Before the final exams. You're like my favorite person to talk about this stuff with, May said honestly. I was pretty busy after all, I stated awkwardly. Not long ago, I had decided I would be better off focusing on becoming a hero rather than thinking about romantic things. Shortly after, I made that clear to May. It was only fair, considering she had literally confessed to me. Well, Tidwale. I'm due for some sleep, May said, yawning. The call ended, and I had to accept that I was wide awake at this point. No going back to sleep for me. Ugh. I complained. Later that afternoon, all of class 1 a.m. Eastern Time up at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Well, everyone except Todoroki and Bakugo. Anyway, everyone agreed to meet back at the same spot in 3 hours. From there, the class quickly split into various groups until only Izuku, Uraraka, and I were left. Everyone's really fast. Izuku said, bewildered. How did things work out like this? I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but still, I wondered. So, what do you two need from here? Izuku asked. I'm just here to meet my dealer, I replied casually. I was just joking. Geez. I want to buy some AirPods. My old earbuds are hardly working anymore, I added. What about you, Uraraka? Izuku asked again. I need bug spring. Bug spray. Uraraka screamed, running away. I'm a bug? Izuku called out, confused. I patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. It's okay, man. She doesn't think you're a bug. Trust me, I told him. Understandably, he still seemed very confused. The two of us temporarily split up as we wanted to shop in adjacent stores. I bought myself some AirPods and exited the store, testing them out. As I was enjoying the high-quality music, I felt someone's hand wrap around the front of my neck from behind. My first instinct was to assume it was one of my classmates playing a joke, so I immediately tapped my phone to stop the music. Can't you hear me? A voice asked. There was something familiar about it. Tomura Shigaraki. I realized. The shock caused my phone to fall to the ground and crack. The villain's grip on my throat remained. It wasn't tight, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. I knew he could effortlessly harm me at any moment. Act natural, like I'm an old friend. I want to talk to you. The instant all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, you'll start crumbling from the skin of your throat, Shigaraki threatened quietly. There's too many people around. You'd never get away before a hero arrives. I reasoned shakily. When it comes down to it, laws and rules assume that individuals have morals. I don't. Yeah, if I killed you right here, heroes are sure to respond quickly. But take a look around. Think about how many people I could reduce to nothing in that time. Shigaraki replied, his tone menacing. I clenched my fists, feeling a mix of fear and frustration. What do you want to talk about? I asked hesitantly, opening my hands to avoid drawing attention. Since we have this chance, why don't we sit down and have a chat? Shigaraki suggested, feigning friendliness. He led us to a nearby bench, where we sat down, his grip still firm. I was shocked that not a single passerby had noticed my predicament. I came here today looking for answers. Then I saw you and remembered you from the assault on UA. You were the only one bold enough to tackle me and try to stop me. I owe you for that. But I think you can help me understand something. Almost everyone is focused on the hero killer. No one is looking at me. I don't understand it. In the end, he just destroyed what he didn't like, right? That's what I've been doing. What do you think the difference is between me and him, N? Shigaraki asked, his interest piqued. My hands anxiously gripped the fabric of my pants as I considered my response. I'm a firm believer in perspective. I don't know Stain's life story, just like I don't know yours. Most of the time, I only see what's right in front of me. At least Stain had hoped that the world could be better. Just want to watch it all fall apart. I replied seriously. For a moment, my captor was eerily quiet. I think I understand now why the hero killer frustrates me. It all comes back to All Might. When everything is said and done, that's where I ended up. These people can smile without a care because All Might is smiling without a care. It's because that trash is smiling thoughtlessly. Shigaraki exclaimed, his grip tightening around my throat, making it hard to breathe. Oh, I'm so glad we could talk. It's great. Thanks, LN. Shigaraki said, his mood shifting to one of excitement. YN, a voice called out. I opened my eyes to see Jiro and Uraraka approaching. Get your hands off him. Jiro demanded. Shigaraki maintained his grin and released his grip on my neck. I quickly stood up, putting distance between us. Oh, you were here with friends? Sorry about that. It was good catching up, Shigaraki said casually as he began to walk away. YN. Jiro and Uraraka called out, rushing to check on me. With my hand anxiously on my neck, I called after Shigaraki. Wait, what is all for one after? I demanded, my voice filled with anger. The villain didn't even turn back to face me. You know about him? Enjoy the illusion of peace, LN. The next time we meet, it will likely be when I've decided to finally end you, Shigaraki promised, continuing on his way. Uraraka reported the incident, and the mall was closed. Many heroes and police searched the premises, but it was all in vain. In the end, they couldn't find Tamura Shigaraki. Afterwards, I spent some time at the police station, being interviewed by Detective Tsukachi. He complimented me on my ability to stay calm, saying it always makes a difference in emergencies. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling of powerlessness that the villain had instilled in me. My parents came to pick me up, clearly terrified by the situation. It was now the beginning of summer vacation and the end of my first semester at UA High. The students of Class 1A gathered outside UA. 2 buses were parked, ready to take us to our summer training camp. Aizawa stood before us, his usual serious demeanor intact. UA High has finished its first semester and started summer vacation. However, those of you aiming to become heroes will not have days of rest. At this summer training camp, we'll push you to aim even higher. 4+ Ultra. Aizawa proclaimed. Yes, sir. The class shouted in unison. Shortly after, Uraraka approached Izuku, excitedly discussing her anticipation for camp. Izuku was blushing heavily, and Uraraka looked confused for a moment before blushing herself. To everyone's surprise, she backed away several feet and began chanting and dancing. Despite the randomness, others joined in, dancing along with her. Is this a fever dream? Or is she just that awkward? I wondered. Suddenly, Monoma appeared, acting as his usual self. That's right. Class B is coming to the camp too. I recalled. As Monoma spoke, I couldn't help but think about what had happened with Shigaraki just 2 days earlier, the hopelessness and weakness I had felt then. What? There are people in Class A taking extra classes. Does that mean you had people who failed the finals? What? Isn't that weird? Even though they're supposed to be way better than Class B. How can that be? Monoma taunted, grinning. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Hey, do you ever stop talking? Do you ever take a break from insulting others to cover your own insecurities? I snapped, frustration boiling over. YN. Izuku said, trying to intervene. My. An outburst from a Class A student. And from the one who came second in the sports festival no less. Monoma replied. I pushed him back against one of the buses, and the students from both classes watched as we struggled in anger. Monoma suddenly headbutted me, causing me to lose my balance, and we both fell into some nearby bushes. We wrestled on the ground, exchanging playful punches like children. Dumbass. Bakugo muttered, as everyone else watched in silence. Finally, Kirishima and Tetsu stepped in, pulling Monoma and me apart. I should expel you both right now, Aizawa said, his tone threatening. He looked between our battered faces. Fortunately for you two, I believe this camp will be an effective enough punishment. So, this will not happen again. Understood? Aizawa asked seriously. With those words in mind, I turned to Minoma. Just stay away from my friends. They're good people. They don't deserve your insults, I ordered. With that, I walked away, feeling the stares of my classmates as I entered our designated bus. Soon after, everyone boarded, and we were on our way. Izuku sat next to me, clearly concerned about my outburst but choosing not to press the matter. We had been driving for about an hour when the bus stopped on the side of the road. Finally taking a break, huh? Kaminari said. I gotta go. Everybody move it. Mineta shouted, quickly jumping off the bus. Everyone else followed, and we noticed we were atop a mountain on a cliff's edge. Many of us stood, looking out over the vast forest. Wow! It's so beautiful! Hagakure exclaimed. Come on, girls, let's take a selfie with the forest in the background. Ashido said enthusiastically. Anyway, does this even count as a rest area? Kirishima asked. I know, right? I honestly thought we had a flat tire or something to stop here. I agreed. Hey, where's Class B? Jiro asked. There's no point in stopping without a reason, Aizawa stated. The class looked at him with unanimous confusion, especially Mineta. Where's the bathroom? I'm dying here, he exclaimed. Hey, Eraser, a female voice called out. Everyone turned to see the source. Long time no see, Aizawa replied. Two women emerged from a nearby car that had also stopped where we were. They were wearing cat-themed outfits and radiated positivity. Lock on with these sparkling gases, one said, dressed in red. Stingingly cute and cat-like, the other added, dressed in blue. Wild, wild pussycats, they declared in unison. The hell? Am I imagining this? Are you guys seeing this? I asked unsure. These are the pro-heroes who will be working with us during the camp, the pussycats, Aizawa explained. Don't forget, wild wild, one of them chimed in. Don't push it, Pixie Bob. You're lucky I even acknowledged you, Aizawa said, moving away. Meanwhile, Izuku had shifted into fanboy mode. They're the four-person hero team that set up a joint agency. They're a veteran team specializing in mountain rescues. This year will be their 12th working. Izuku began, but was interrupted as Pixie Bob playfully grabbed his face. I'm 18 at heart, she said with a mischievous grin. Okay. Izuku agreed, a bit startled. Someone sounds desperate. I muttered quietly. Greet them, everyone, Aizawa ordered. Nice to meet you, the class chorused. The pussycat in the red outfit stepped forward. If you haven't already guessed, I'm Mandalay, and this is Pixie Bob. We own this whole stretch of land. You all will be staying at the foot of that mountain, Mandalay said, pointing. It's so far, many exclaimed. Then why did we stop here? Uraraka asked. I'm guessing it's not so they can lend us jetpacks. I said sarcastically. It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you're quick, maybe you'll get there around noon. Mandalay estimated. Let's get back. Ashido shouted. Everyone back on the bus? Kirishima agreed. The whole class took off for the bus. Kiddies who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay promised. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. The training camp has already begun, Aizawa said. With that, Pixie Bob landed between the class and the bus. She placed her hands on the ground, using her quirk to create a massive landslide. We were all forced off the side of the cliff. Unbelievable! I shouted as I fell. Many in the class used their quirks to slow their descent and land gracefully. Others, like me, couldn't do much. I hit the ground hard and rolled, the impact knocking the wind out of me. A moment later, Kirishima landed nearby, his hardening allowing him to dig into the ground like a cartoon character. As I started to stand up, Kaminari landed on my back, forcing me back down. I raised my face from the dirt and spat in frustration. Seriously? Whenever you find yourself falling, do you just aim for me? Is that it? I ranted angrily. At this point, everyone was on the same level, with the teachers looking down at us from above. Hey, since it's private land, you can all use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours. Make it to the facility on your own 2 feet after getting through. The beast's forest. Mandalay yelled down. The beast's forest? Izuku repeated, alarmed. Do you ever wonder if stuff like this is technically illegal? I asked, gripping the back of Kirishima's shirt and helping pull him out of the hole he was in. You do stuff like this way too often. Jiro said. Well, there's no use complaining. We just have to go, Kirishima said, starting to walk forward. How are you so unconcerned? I just pulled you out of the ground. I reminded him. My neta suddenly zoomed past everyone and into the dark forest. I held it. I did. But now, I just gotta find a spot, he shouted, running a bit farther before something stopped him. A beast! Zero exclaimed. Is that thing made of dirt and rock? Sid shrugged. With the beast towering right in front of him, my neta seemed to lose control. The beast moved to step on him, but Izuku rushed in and pulled him out of the way just in time. This is Pixie Bob's doing. She's used her quirk to create these creatures. Izuku yelled. Todoroki swung his arm, unleashing a large ice attack that enveloped part of the beast. Then Bakugo rushed in to deliver a finishing blow. But Izuku was faster, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the beast. The two of them landed, and the excitement quickly began. Demon, Deku. I wanted the finishing blow. Bakugo complained. You defeated the beast in an instant. Kaminari said, impressed. You did it. Zero added happily. As usual, you guys are celebrating too soon. I warned, noticing something. Out of the dark woods came more and more beasts. Their appearances varied, but they were all large and made from Pixie Bob's quirk. Hey, come on. How many are there? Kaminari said, sweat forming on his brow. What should we do? Run away? Ashido asked, uncertain. This is no joke. If we don't make it to the facility by noon, then we don't get lunch. Kirishima shouted passionately. That doesn't mean much to me, but I'll still give it my all. I added. Oh, by the way, Wyan, this might help with that, Yaoyorozu said. She opened her shirt and used her quirk to create something unexpected, which she then tossed to me. Holy cow! This is a grenade launcher. I realized. Now then, we have no choice but to take the shortest route, right in front of us. Yaoyorozu said, determined. I quickly examined my new weapon and got a feel for it. Oh, yeah. I smiled, almost maniacally. All right, let's go, class. Ida exclaimed. Yeah, everyone shouted, rushing forward. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki charged ahead, attacking the first few beasts with fierce combos. Next, Kirishima, Sato, Tokoyami, and Kaminari engaged the others, with the rest of the class supporting in any way we could. All the while, I used my new weapon to back up others or even personally take down the beasts. Hours of continuous, chaotic fighting passed. It was 5:30 by the time we reached the facility. The sun was setting as our class emerged from the tree line, looking worn out and exhausted. We all looked at our destination to see Aizawa and the pussycats seated outside in chairs. They were seemingly waiting for our arrival. Oh, you're finally here, Meow, Pixie Bob said. That took quite some time, Mandalay commented. I really dislike this camp already, I replied. Do you have to use such language, YN? Aizawa asked. I gripped my grenade launcher, feeling exhausted. Yeah, I think I have the right to express my frustration, especially after a couple of oddballs dropped my entire class into a pitch-black forest full of dangerous creatures. I exclaimed. Aizawa stood up from his seat. Seriously, a grenade launcher? Yaoyorozu, under normal circumstances, your creation of that would never be allowed, Aizawa said calmly. The teacher of Class B, Vlad King, suddenly appeared and took the launcher from my hands. What the? I said, confused. You won't be needing that right now, YN, Aizawa stated. Thank you. YN was going wild with grenades, shooting at every enemy in sight, Kaminari complained. With all the explosions and shouting, it was like having two Bakugos, Jiro added. Huh? Bakugo exclaimed. See, that's just insulting, I replied. So much for you all getting here in 3 hours, Mandalay said. What do you mean, 3 hours? Zero shouted, incredulously. That's how long it would have taken us. Sorry. Mandalay clarified. Well, maybe if we were dressed like a K-pop group, we could have done it in the same time as you, I said sarcastically. Crap, I'm too tired to laugh at that. Kaminari said, yawning. So the pussycats were just trying to boast about how much better they are? That's mean. Shiro agreed. I'm starving. I'm going to collapse. Kirishima ummed. I placed a hand on his shoulder. I'd help you out, buddy, but I'm close to passing out myself. Using my quirk even once might push me over the edge, I apologized. But honestly, I thought it would take even longer for you all to get here. You guys handled my earth beasts better than I expected. You all did great, especially you five. Pixie Bob said enthusiastically, pointing to Izuku, Bakugo, Ida, Todoroki, and me. Were you able to act without hesitation because of your experience? I'm excited to see where you'll be in 3 years. I call dibs. Pixie Bob said, her eyes sparkling. I leaned over to Ida. She's calling dibs? Seriously? I whispered. No way it works out like that. Let it go. Ida replied. Mandalay, was she always like this? Aizawa asked. She's a bit eager, considering she's at a suitable age for, you know. Mandalay replied. Hey Bakugo, I'm not sure I know. How about you ask Pixie Bob? I said, sarcastically, knowing full well she would probably get overly excited. Leave me out of this, refill fanatic. I'm not going to say anything. Bakugo replied, surprisingly calm. But speaking of suitable age, Izuku said. Pixie Bob's expression shifted slightly. What about it? Pixie Bob asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It's been bothering me for a while. Who's that child over there? Izuku asked hesitantly, pointing to a nearby boy standing alone. Oh, he's not one of ours. He's my cousin's kid. Come on, Koda. Greet everyone. You'll be with them for the next week, Mandalay said. With a friendly smile, Izuku approached the boy, who looked quite upset. Hi. I'm Midoriya from UA High School's hero course. It's nice to meet you, Izuku greeted. The boy remained silent, taking a fighting stance. Oh no. I realized. Koda punched Izuku right in the stomach and walked away without a word. Koda! Mandalay exclaimed. Ida and I rushed over to support Izuku, who was doubled over in pain. Why would you do that to Midoriya? Ida called out. A thought crossed my mind. Wait, how many times have I either hit or shot someone in the same area? I might need to rethink how ethical that is. I thought. Koda glared back at us. I don't want to hang out with people who want to become heroes. Koda declared. Intend? Just how old are you? Ida exclaimed. You're never too old for a swift lesson in respect. This kid needs some discipline. I stated. He's a brat, sorry. But I like his spirit, Bakugo added. He's like a mini version of you, Todoroki said casually. What? Not at all. Shut up, you half and half bee. Bakugo shouted. Can everyone please stop yelling? My head feels like it's going to split in half. I groaned. In the end, the teachers didn't care how exhausted we all were. We had to work together as a class to prepare our own dinner. Sometime later, the guys of Class A were all in the men's bathhouse. Almost everyone was seated in the water, wearing towels, except for Mineta, who was standing by the wall separating the men's and women's baths. After the day we've had, this really hits the spot. Kaminari said, ecstatic. I sat nearby with a washcloth over my eyes, trying to relax. Kaminari, is that really something you want to say while sitting in a bath with a bunch of other guys? I retorted, sarcastically. My comment earned laughs and groans from the others. But seriously, this hot water does feel great after all the fighting today, I agreed. Yeah, and the food earlier tasted so much better after all that work. Kirishima added. Well, frankly, food and stuff isn't really that important. That's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for is beyond this wall. Mineta stated. What are you talking about over there, Mineta? Izuku asked. It's probably best not to know, I said. Mineta put his ear against the wall and began to drool. See, there they are. We're all bathing at the same time. It's an accident waiting to happen. Mineta exclaimed, excitedly. Don't tell me you're... Kaminari began. As he spoke, Mineta started climbing the wall using his quirk. Ida stood up from the bath, looking furious. Stop it, Mineta. What you're doing is disrespectful to both yourself and the girls. It's shameful behavior. Ida shouted. You're too uptight. Walls are meant to be climbed. Mineta argued. Can't you stop him, YN? Zero asked. I shrugged my shoulders, lifting the washcloth from my eyes to see better. Even if I had my pistols, I wouldn't bring them in here. The water could ruin them, I explained. Mineta was almost at the top of the wall. Plus ultra. Mineta shouted happily. Just then, Koda appeared on top of the wall and grabbed Mineta's hand. Before learning to become a hero, you need to learn how to behave, Koda said, letting go of Mineta, who then fell from the wall. You little brat. Mineta yelled. No one moved as he landed with a thud on the bathhouse floor below. Thanks, Koda. Ashido called out. Next, Koda caught a glimpse of the girls in the bath. His face turned bright red, and he lost his balance, tumbling off the high wall. Izuku reacted swiftly, catching Koda before he could get hurt. Although he was unconscious, he had a nosebleed. DMN. He must have seen something interesting, huh? I joked. I'm going to take him to Mandalay, Izuku said, leaving. I got out of the bath and decided to check the unconscious Mineta's pulse. Nope. He's breathing, guys. How unfortunate, I said. After that, I left and finally went to sleep for the night. It was the second day of the training camp, around 5:30 in the morning. The sun had barely begun to rise, casting a dim light over the landscape. The entirety of Class A stood outside the camp facility, and none of us seemed fully awake. Moments before, Aizawa had to use his scarf to literally drag a few of us from our beds. I released an exhausted groan. Why do we have to be up so early? Even the birds aren't awake yet. I complained, yawning. Just then, a bird chirped overhead and dropped something that landed uncomfortably close to me. I quickly scooted away, not wanting to start my day with that. As I moved, I bumped into Kaminari. Oh. Watch your elbow, YN, Kaminari said. Sorry, I replied. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today you will begin training camp to increase your strength in earnest. The goal of this camp is to enhance everyone's abilities, and with that, for everyone to obtain their provisional licenses, Aizawa stated. He continued to speak, but I ended up zoning out. When I focused again, Bakugo was standing apart from everyone, holding a ball that resembled the ones we threw during the fitness test on our first day. Your previous record, from right after you started school, was 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've improved, Aizawa said. Oh, we're checking our progress? Ashido realized. A lot has happened in the last 3 months. I bet he can throw it a kilometer or something now. Zero said, excited. Do it, Bakugo. Kirishima cheered. Bakugo pulled back his arm and threw the ball with all his might. Take that. Bakugo shouted. The ball soared into the sky, propelled by his explosive quirk. Take that. Izuku and I echoed. Aizawa checked the distance on his device. 709.6 meters, Aizawa announced. The entire class stood in shock. It's less than I thought. Kirishima said, disappointed. I know, right? Don't feel bad, Bakugo. They say performance issues are common in 1 out of every 3 men, I said, with a hint of sarcasm. I'll get you for that. Bakugo shouted angrily. Aizawa immediately wrapped him up with his scarf, silencing him. Both of them shot me irritated looks, but the teacher moved on. It's been about 3 months since you all started high school. Through various experiences, you have definitely improved. However, that improvement has mainly been in mental and technical aspects, with some increase in stamina. As you can see, your quirks themselves have not improved much. That's why we will focus on enhancing your quirks, starting today, Aizawa explained. His expression shifted to an almost mischievous smile. It'll be so challenging, you'll feel like giving up. But try not to actually give up, he added. From there, everyone was kind of spread out, each assigned their own unique training. Some time passed, and Class B arrived to witness the spectacle. As for me, Aizawa was escorting me to a clearing in the forest, where I would apparently be training by myself. So, what kind of quirk training do you have planned for me? I asked. You'll find out. We're almost there, so just be patient, Aizawa replied, his tone indifferent. I'm just saying my refill quirk is already so versatile that I'm borderline overpowered. Plus, I've been training my body since middle school, so I'm already in great shape. And not to mention my heightened tolerance for fire. I ranted. We're here, Aizawa said, cutting me off. I looked up and took in the surrounding landscape. We were in a large clearing as expected. There were some structures and fake buildings that appeared to be built with Pixie Bob's quirk. In another area, various targets resembled a makeshift gun range. What is all this? I asked. This is where you and I will be training for the duration of the camp, a familiar voice said. I turned to see Snipe exiting one of the fake training buildings. Snipe, I didn't know you were here. I thought it was just Aizawa, Vlad, and the pussycats in charge of us, I said, surprised. That was the original plan. But things changed once we took you into account, Snipe replied. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Aizawa stood by Snipe and chimed in. Just as you were saying, your quirk's existing versatility makes it difficult to improve on. However, there are still ways we can help you improve, Aizawa began. For starters, your handling of firearms is lacking. From what I've seen, your accuracy is good, but only up to a certain distance. And that distance isn't much, Snipe added. I made a face of both confusion and slight self-deprecation. Hang on. Good accuracy up to a certain distance. Isn't that how all guns work? I argued. Yes, but you're basically only accurate to what's a few feet in front of you. So, you could be getting a lot more out of your pistols than what you currently are, Snipe explained. So, I'm just going to be training with my pistols? Okay, easy, I said confidently. I assure you, it's not going to be easy. Under my supervision, you're going to undergo military training for firearm handling, accuracy, and strategy. And all at an accelerated rate, too. You'll get to know your weapons more than most husbands know their wives, Snipe promised. You guys get that I'm a high schooler, right? I asked. Yeah. Which is why if you can't follow Snipe's instructions exactly as he tells you, then your use of guns will be put to an end. Permanently, Aizawa stated. Well, no pressure, I guess. I replied sarcastically. Aizawa returned to the main training area, and I was left in the clearing with Snipe, my pistols, and a whole lot of training. Hours were spent going over proper care of a gun, handling procedures, and, of course, practicing accuracy. For every magazine I went through, I would have to use my quirk to refill the ammo. Needless to say, it was a long day. Evening finally arrived. The setting sun cloaked the sky in a beautiful reddish orange. I emerged from the treeline and felt content upon seeing the main camp facility. Looking back, I noticed that Snipe wasn't following any further. Are you not staying here with everyone else? I asked. I've been camping out in the forest since before your class arrived. It's quiet and tranquil in these woods. At least when you kids aren't running around screaming, Snipe remarked jokingly. I'll see you tomorrow, Teach, I said as I walked away. Joining the class, I saw two of the pussycats, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll, put a bunch of ingredients in front of us. Remember yesterday? We said that was the last day we would be doing anything for you, Pixie Bob said. I reflexively waved my arms in protest. What are you on about? When did you guys do anything for us yesterday? Other than throw us off a cliff and then send monsters after us. I argued. You all need to at least make your own curry. Ragdoll added, ignoring me. The rest of the class didn't even bother to complain. Yes, sir, they said, exhausted. Mandalay laughed at their strain. You all look exhausted. But that doesn't mean you can make some sloppy food and call it a night. Mandalay reminded. If I can find you a mouse and a squeaky toy, will you let us rest in peace? I said sarcastically. Then Ida, ever the enthusiastic one, started acting like his usual self. Mandalay is right, everyone. It's true that part of rescuing someone is filling the stomachs and spirits of those exhausted during a disaster. That's UA for you. No opportunity wasted. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. Ida declared proudly. After the day I'd had, I couldn't help but feel irritated by his energy. Come on, I muttered quietly. Nevertheless, I begrudgingly helped everyone with the process of making curry. Soon, I noticed Aizawa's presence in my peripheral vision. Honestly, I was about to erase your quirk. I expected you to refill your stomach and leave the others to fend for themselves, Aizawa commented, surprised. I can be lazy, sure. Sarcastic, definitely. But I'm not inconsiderate, I replied calmly. Once we had enough curry for everyone, I decided that I might as well partake. As I sat by Izuku, the others at the long table found themselves glancing at me. Oh, why ends even eating the curry? Shiro said, noticing. I can eat like anyone else. When I choose to, at least, I reminded him. Yeah, we know it's just. Kirishima struggled. I don't think we've ever seen you eat before, Jiro said. God, you guys make it sound like I'm starving or something. I'm one of the most built people in the class. I complained. Some people started laughing at my words. You know, if I got this curry at a restaurant, I wouldn't be very happy. But in this situation, it's delicious. Kirishima exclaimed. Don't say that. It's rude. Shiro said. Yamamo, you eat a lot, huh? Ashido said, politely. Yes. My quirk turns lipids into various atoms to create things, so the more I eat, the more I can make, Yamamo explained. It's like a cycle, Shiro casually said. Shiro, that's disgusting and untrue. I yelled. Jiro stood from her seat and playfully punched him in the arm, earning a chuckle from me. Apologize. Jiro demanded. I'm sorry. Shiro said, desperately. Hey, Shiro, can I get some tape? I asked. Sure, why in? Shiro replied. He emitted a small piece of tape from his elbow and tore it off for me. I immediately pasted it over his mouth. There we go. Much better. Now where's my netta? I said seriously. Koda, come eat dinner. Mandalay called. I turned my head and saw that Izuku had prepared yet another plate of curry. Are you having some more? I asked. No, this is for Koda. I just saw him walking into the forest, Izuku replied. Oh, is that kid still being difficult? I wondered. Izuku began walking and I followed. He's not a kid. Mandalay told me that his parents were heroes who died in the line of duty. Ever since then, he's had a negative view towards heroes. Izuku explained. DMN. That's awful, I said sadly. Moments before, I had called the child a brat, so I couldn't help but feel like a JRK now knowing his story. Then I remembered One for All and the methods I had used to learn that story. Wyan, are you okay? Izuku suddenly asked. Yeah. It's just been a long day, I guess. I was training with Snipe in proper gun care and handling. Lots of firing and refilling ammo, I said, masking my shame. Oh wow. I didn't even realize that Snipe was here. And you're training with your guns, huh? That makes sense. Your quirk is already so strong, Wyan. I can't imagine how you could even improve it. Izuku praised. You're praising my quirk. You're the one with all the potential though. More than anyone, I think you can become the next All Might, I replied honestly. We continued to follow Koda's footprints until we found him sitting atop a cliff. You're hungry, aren't you? Izuku asked. He slightly jumped at the sudden voice before turning to see us. We brought you some curry, Izuku said, raising the plate. Koda stood up from the hard ground, looking angry. Before the boy could speak, a medium-sized bird swooped down at Izuku, attempting to snatch the curry. Luckily, Izuku's reflexes were sharp, and he saved Koda's food. Meanwhile, I shooed the determined animal away, much to its dismay. You know, I think that was the same bird from this morning, I said, recalling the earlier encounter. Phew. How did you find this place? He demanded. Psychic powers, I replied jokingly. Huh? Koda said, confused. We followed your footprints. I thought you'd want something to eat, Izuku offered again. I'm fine. I don't need any. I told you, didn't I? I don't intend to hang out with you guys. Go on and get out of my secret hideout. Koda insisted. I looked around and noticed that the cliff also had a decent-sized cave in the side of the mountain. Not a bad hideout, actually. It's isolated, you've got a solid view of the area and some shelter. If someone hollowed out the mountainside, this could make an awesome secret base, I said, thinking aloud. I think you're right, YN, but why would any hero need a base way out here? Izuku pressed. It could work if the hero had an aircraft or a flight quirk, I added. That's true. Izuku replied. Trying so hard to improve your quirks. Talking about ideas for secret hero bases. You guys want to show off that badly? Koda said disapprovingly. Well, I do, I admitted with a shrug. Koda, your parents. Could they be water hose? With the water quirks? Izuku asked. His question sparked a reaction from Koda. Did Mandalay tell you? Koda shouted. Oh, no. Izuku struggled. I placed a hand on his shoulder. We have our ways of obtaining information. I can definitely say that I know things others don't, I stated. Izuku suddenly looked nervous at my claim. Based on the information we got, I thought maybe water hose fit the bill. I remember that unfortunate incident. Izuku said. Koda quickly looked away, clearly confirming our suspicions. Shut up. Everyone's crazy. Calling each other stupid names like hero and villain and fighting each other. Talking about their quirks and stuff. It's because they're all showing off that it ended up like that. Stupid. Koda ranted, emotional. It was clear that neither Izuku nor I knew what to say to comfort this kid. But I thought I would try nonetheless. I was talking to a villain recently. About perspective. I suddenly said. Both Izuku and Koda were now listening intently. This particular villain. Because I'm trying to become a hero, he asked me a big question. He looked to me and asked, what do you think the difference is between me and All Might? A lot of things came to mind. But still, I had to think about it. I came to the conclusion that the big thing was perspective. You know, how we all see things. It's always different. Anyway, Koda, the difference between heroes and villains is that one side wants to do good and the other side has given up on that, I explained. At this point, it appeared that no one on the cliff had anything else to say. So, Izuku set the curry down near Koda, and we made our way back to the facility. The many students of Class 1A were currently training again. It was day 3 of the camp, and things were only getting harder for them all. Today, they had to push their limits while still sore from yesterday's hard work. Aizawa stood with his usual serious expression. Don't lose focus. All of you move faster. No matter what you're doing, never forget where you came from. That's what it means to improve. Always keep in mind why you're sweating and why you keep getting nagged, Aizawa ordered. With that said, the more mindful and determined of the class were now thinking hard about where they came from as they continued to train. Except Izuku, who had a question. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku called out. What did I just say? Don't just stop training and run up like that, Aizawa reprimanded. Sorry, Well, it's already the 3rd day of camp. You're here, Mr. Vlad is here, and I know that YN is training in the forest with Snipe. I was wondering when All Might and the rest of the teachers are going to get here. Izuku asked politely. For the training camp, the number of teachers involved was kept to an absolute minimum. It's to keep villains from finding out where we are, Aizawa explained. That's why you got a training camp with the 4 of us. Ragdoll said, overhearing. And especially since we believe All Might is one of the villain's targets, we can't have him here. He stands out too much, Aizawa added. Pixie Bob seemed to remember something and called out to everyone. More importantly, everyone, tonight we'll have a test of courage with the classes pitted against each other. After training hard, you can play hard. Pixie Bob said excitedly. Oh, right, Kendo and Ida recalled, both being class presidents and informed prior to the others. But I hate scary things. Jiro sulked quietly. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami said. So our classes will be pitted against each other? I like the sound of it. Monoma smiled, a bit unsettlingly. Meanwhile, YN was training in his own section of the forest. He was far enough away that the sounds of gunshots could still reach his classmates, but they were drowned out by Bakugo's explosions. He had heard Aizawa's words and those of the Pussycat heroes, thanks to Mandalay using her telepathy quirk to communicate with students who might not hear otherwise. YNPOV. I stood with my back against one of the fake training buildings Pixie Bob had created. Just outside the doorway, I entered, pistol in hand. As I scanned the first empty room, my gun was suddenly grabbed, and I was yanked around a corner. Snipe shifted his grip around my neck, holding me in a chokehold. Do you realize what you did wrong? Snipe asked. I responded by elbowing him in the gut and slipping under his arm, managing to get him in a loose arm bar. I had my gun too far in front of me? I replied. Snipe used his weight to fall forward, pulling me down with him. Now he had me pinned to the ground, my face pressed into the dirt. Never lead into a room in a way that your gun can be so easily grabbed. Also, you're not paying enough attention, Snipe said, releasing his grip. I reluctantly got up from the ground and brushed myself off. When you're using a gun, especially in a building, danger could be around any corner. Focus. Put everything you have into your peripheral vision and your reflexes. Especially since your bullets are non-penetrating, Snipe instructed. Right. So, did I hear Pixie Bob mention a test of courage? I asked. Yeah, it's to add a little fun to this intense camp experience you're all having. I believe it's supposed to be one class against the other, Snipe replied. I can't be the only one who would rather sleep, right? I asked, unsure. Everyone's training continued until nightfall. As usual, we prepared our own dinner. All right, we filled our bellies and washed our dishes. Next, Pixie Bob began. It's time for the test of courage. Ashido interrupted, excitedly. We're going to test it. Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima exclaimed. Before that, those of you who didn't pass the final exam must come with me for extra lessons, Aizawa suddenly said. The expressions of those who failed turned to disappointment. You've got to be kidding me, Ashido shouted. Without hesitation, Aizawa wrapped up Kaminari, Kirishima, Ashido, Sato, and Siro with his scarf and began dragging them away. Your training during the day wasn't enough, so I have to use this time, Aizawa stated. DMN. I thought. Okay, so Class B will be the first to scare. Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them along the route, so bring those back with you, Pixie Bob explained. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami said. I thought you hated the dark? I asked. I dislike that dark shadow becomes extremely wild in darkness. But I, myself, enjoy the dark, Tokoyami clarified. Those who are scarers aren't allowed to make direct contact. Show us how scary you can be with your quirks. Pixie Bob added. Let's see which class gets scared first. Hagakure said. Hee. I chuckled. What are you laughing about? Jiro asked curiously. What Hagakure said. It got me thinking. Once it's our turn to scare, I could just start refilling people's bladders so they get scared, I explained. The remaining Class A students looked at me in shock. That's a bit much though, Jiro said. Oh, come on. Aizawa took all the guys who would find that funny. I'm definitely doing that to Monoma, at least, I replied. He's in the extra lessons group, Izuku pointed out. You've got to be kidding me, I exclaimed, frustrated. I believe Monoma was the only student of Class B to fail the final exam, Yamamo said. That makes me feel a little better, actually, I admitted, smiling. From there, we all started drawing lots to decide pairs. I had tried to skip the entire test of courage and go to sleep early, but I faced a couple of obstacles. I don't understand. Why can't you just let me pass? I asked. Mandalay stood in front of me, blocking the entrance to the facility. Sorry, but we believe everyone who doesn't require extra studies should participate in the test of courage, Mandalay said. Yeah. It's crazy to work so hard and then do nothing with your downtime. Hang out with your friends. Enjoy the company before you all turn in for the night. Ragdoll added. I leaned back slightly in irritation. Why? The night's not over yet. Let's have some fun before we all go to sleep. Izuku said, agreeing. All right. I'll play along. But isn't the number of people we have uneven now? I asked. He's right. With the extra lesson guys gone, we're down to 15 people, Todoroki reminded us. That means there will either be one group of 3 or someone will have to go through the woods alone, Ojiro said. Mineta can go alone, I quickly suggested. Agreed, the class replied in unison. Immediately, Mineta looked upset and betrayed. Why me? It's dark and spooky out there. What's with you guys? I don't want to go alone. Mineta cried, almost in tears. He'd probably use the dark as an excuse to do something inappropriate, Sue said. Definitely, Jiro agreed. I'm sure he would, Yamamo added. Meanwhile, Jiro was drawing the lot for her pairing and appeared to start blushing, though it was hard to tell in the moonlight. YN? Jiro called out. I stopped what I was doing and turned to face her. She held up the lot she had drawn. You and I are paired together, she said. Okay, I replied, giving a thumbs up. Alright, Class A, the next pairing can enter the forest now. In 3 minutes, we'll send another group, so let's get paired up, everyone. Pixie Bob announced. Jiro and I entered the dark forest and walked down the designated path. We walked side by side, our hands resting in the pockets of our hoodies. Kinda funny, you and I being paired, huh? Jiro said, nervously. How so? I asked. Well, I just mean. Back during the USJ incident when the class got split up, we ended up in the same place. Now, all this time has passed, and we're paired up for this camp activity. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. Jiro said, fumbling her words. No, I get it. It's crazy to think how much has happened in the past few months. And USJ was kind of the beginning of it all. Or at least all the craziness. I replied. Jiro's expression softened, seeming almost concerned. Are you okay? I mean with everything that's happened lately? Jiro asked. I stopped walking, contemplating what she had just asked me. She paused as well. I remember that you and Izuku were attacked by the hero killer at one point. And now, recently, there was that incident at the mall with. Jiro said. Shigaraki. I interrupted. For a moment, silence enveloped us. I could only hear the sound of my feet lightly kicking the dirt. That was tough yet. When someone like that grabs you, you don't have many options. But it turns out I felt completely helpless. That's what really messes with my head. The powerlessness. I spoke honestly. Was it the same with Stain? Jiro asked hesitantly. She clearly wasn't sure if she should ask, but she wanted to help. We began walking slowly again. I don't think so. Stain was different. He instilled fear, not necessarily hopelessness. His conviction made him terrifying. But Shigaraki. He could have turned me to dust right there. I replied, lost in thought. I'm sorry. We're supposed to be having fun, and I'm making you relive all this, Jiro said, picking up her pace. I found myself grabbing her arm. It's okay. No, I think I needed to talk about it. Maybe if I had talked about it sooner, I wouldn't have ended up in a fight with Monoma, I admitted. Is that what that was about? I knew you seemed off. Your reaction was a bit much for you, Jiro said. That was just a day or so after the mall incident. I was feeling so powerless. I just needed to do something, you know? To feel strong again. And when Monoma started running his mouth, I lost it, I confessed. YN, do you consider me a friend? Jiro suddenly asked. What? Yeah, of course. Honestly, I think Bakugo and Mineta are the only two in the class that I don't, I replied. Well then, listen to me when I say that you are anything but powerless, Jiro encouraged. I opened my mouth to respond, but she continued, think about everything you can do. Every amazing thing you've accomplished with your quirk since joining UA. Besides, who wouldn't feel weak when faced with someone who can disintegrate things? I was trying to say before that I don't feel that way now. Since getting to this camp, I've been reminded of what I'm capable of. Now I'm training with Snipe, getting better with my skills. I'm fired up. I explained. Ironically, a foul smell hit my nose, a burning odor. Do you smell that? I asked. Something's burning? What is it? And where? Jiro added. We looked around for smoke, but the surrounding trees obscured our view of the sky. I eventually spotted a purple gas cloud spreading through the forest, heading our way. Without a word, I turned around, threw Jiro over my shoulder, and bolted back the way we had come. Whoa! Hang on! Jiro yelled, embarrassed. Then she noticed the gas chasing us. Oh my gosh! What is that? She shouted. We're not sticking around to find out. We've got to get back to camp. I replied, determined. But my statement was short-lived. In the dark, I tripped over something, causing Jiro and me to fall. Oh, I think I just twisted my ankle, I exclaimed. The purple gas was closing in fast. Let's hold our breath, Jiro suggested. We each took a deep breath, filling our lungs with air. The gas enveloped us as we pinched our noses. With me still on the cold ground, Jiro came to my aid and helped me up. I attempted to walk with her support, but it was no use. I leaned against a tree, slamming my free hand against it in frustration. We couldn't breathe, we couldn't tell where we were going, and I couldn't walk. Agug! This is seriously frustrating, I thought. Not being able to voice my frustrations only made me angrier. Suddenly, Jiro gripped my arm, looking almost desperate. I realized she must be running low on breath and quickly refilled our lungs. Jiro knelt down and plugged her earphone jacks into the ground, trying to figure out which direction we should move through vibrations. After a moment, she stood back up and pointed. I put my arm around her, and she helped me walk in that direction. The pain wasn't as bad as some other experiences I'd had, but it was still uncomfortable. After what felt like an eternity, we found Yamamoto and Kendo from Class B. Why and Jiro! Yamamoto exclaimed. She and Kendo were both wearing oxygen masks. I thought, lucky girls, while still holding my breath. They were shocked to see us, especially since we weren't unconscious from the gas. Yamamoto quickly made oxygen masks for Jiro and me using her quirk. We gladly put them on. Thanks, Yamamoto. Oh, that's so much better, Jiro said gratefully. Yeah, thanks. It's a strange feeling to inflate your lungs with oxygen without breathing. I agreed, panting. Incredible. I can't believe you effectively countered the need to breathe for an extended PRD. Kendo marveled. It's a good thing you two found us when you did. Why, have you overused your quirk? You seem to have trouble standing, Yamamoto said. It's not that. I twisted my ankle trying to run from this gas. What's the deal with this stuff anyway? I asked. It's some kind of potent knockout gas. It started spreading through the forest not long ago. Yamamoto and I ran into each other shortly after my friends from Class B passed out, Kendo explained, pointing to a couple of her classmates lying on the ground, unconscious. She and Yamamoto had put oxygen masks on them as well, but they hadn't woken up. Knockout gas? That must mean there are villains here. The camp is under attack. Jiro realized. Let's hope this gas isn't flammable. I can still smell smoke from a fire nearby. If this stuff ignites, the whole area will go up like a bottle rocket, I added. Jiro knelt down again, plugging her earphone jacks into the ground. I'm picking up someone. They're standing over in that direction. I think the gas might be coming from them, Jiro said, pointing. Then we know who to confront. Yamamoto, can you make me a weapon? I asked. We don't know if this gas is volatile or not, so let's make something that won't spark, Kendo added. With that, Yamamoto used her quirk to create a crossbow and some arrows for me. Alright, let's go all zombie apocalypse on this guy, I said, feeling pumped. Hang on. Have you completely forgotten that your ankle is hurt? Jiro reminded me. You can barely stand, let alone charge at some villain. Jiro reminded. Jiro's right. We should handle this guy. You should see if you can use your quirk to help my unconscious friends over there, Kendo agreed. I stumbled off the tree I had been leaning against, and Jiro helped me to the downed B students. From there, they hatched a plan. The three of them would push forward together. Yaoyorozu would create something and handle defense, Jiro would navigate them toward the villain, and Kendo would take care of the offense. They moved closer, only to hear a gunshot. The girls immediately took cover behind some trees. That was a gunshot. Is anyone hurt? Jiro called out. I'm good, Kendo replied. As am I, Yaoyorozu said. The villains. Quirk must also let him sense movement in the gas, Kendo theorized. I can sense exactly where he is, but we just can't get close. Jiro complained. I'll distract him. You two move in quickly, Kendo said, moving away. The gas was disrupted as she began waving her giant hands around, creating a wind effect. The villain aimed in Kendo's direction through the gas, but his sixth sense had been thrown off, and he didn't notice that Yaoyorozu and Jiro had rushed him. Before he could react, Jiro used the crossbow to fire an arrow into the villain's left ankle. That's for YN, Jiro shouted. Then Yaoyorozu reeled back, holding a steel bar. She swung hard, striking the villain in the face as he stumbled from his injury. The impact was so great that it shattered his gas mask and left him reeling. The two girls breathed heavily as Kendo continued dispersing the gas around them. Wait until we tell the guys in class about this, Jiro remarked jokingly. YN sat on the hard forest floor. In front of him were Yosetsu Owaze and Tetsu from Class B. They had been knocked unconscious when the poisonous gas swept through the dark forest. Jiro, Yamamo, and Kendo had moved away to confront a villain. Moments ago, Kendo had tasked YN with helping the two unconscious students. But he had just heard multiple gunshots echo through the woods. Oh no! Please be Snipe! Please be Snipe! YN hoped. He turned back to the two guys in front of him. I need to wake these guys up somehow. Then we can head after the girls and regroup. He placed a hand on each of the unconscious guys' chests and pushed down, forcing their lungs to expel air. Then he used his quirk to refill the oxygen in their lungs. Tetsu and Owaze shot their eyes open, immediately feeling uncomfortable from the sudden influx of oxygen. What happened? Tetsu called out. Where am I? The last thing I remember is, Owaze said. Some kind of gas, right? YN spoke. The 2B students looked at him in surprise. I know you. Came second in the sports festival, right? Tetsu asked, recalling. Yeah, the name's YN. Glad to see you both awake, YN replied. Were we just unconscious? Owaze asked. Yeah, the gas got to you, but I woke you both up. Can we get going now? There are villains around, YN urged. The other two stood up, noticing that their savior had not. YN attempted to stand, but it was a struggle. Tetsu noticed and helped him to his feet. Did you hurt your leg or something? He asked. It doesn't matter. We've got to catch up to Kendo and the others. YN stressed. Did you say there are villains around? How? Owaze exclaimed, shocked. Just then, Mandalay used her telepathy quirk to relay a message to everyone's heads. Everyone in Class A and Class B. In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, everyone in Class A and Class B. You are granted permission to engage in combat. Mandalay stated. It's a little late to be receiving that message. YN said sarcastically. Things are this bad. There must be villains everywhere. Owaze said. Well, at least there's one less villain now, a familiar voice said. The three young men turned to see Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kendo approaching. In Kendo's oversized fist was a short villain, with a bruised face. All right, big sis. Tetsu cheered. You caught a villain. Owaze added, also impressed. Oh, I can't take all the credit. I just created a distraction so these two could take him down, Kendo confessed. Seeing the girls, YN realized he was still wearing his gas mask despite the air now being clear. He quickly removed it and exhaled in relief. After you three took off, I heard gunshots afterward. I was thinking the worst. I'm glad to see you're all okay, YN admitted, relieved. The girls smiled at his kind words, with Jiro even blushing. Did everyone hear Mandalay's message? Owaze asked seriously. No, she just relayed it into our three heads, YN replied sarcastically. We all heard. We now have permission to fight, so we should try to find others lost in the forest and help as many as we can, Yaoyorozu said. But YN is still hurt. He can't walk without help. We can't just drag him all over the place, Jiro reminded. I might have a solution for that. I haven't done this since fighting Bakugo, but it'll have to do, YN said. With that, he used his quirk to refill his body's adrenaline levels to the max. His heartbeat became rapid, his pupils dilated, and the hair on his arms stood up. YN shook off Tetsu's grip, who had been helping him to stand. "Whoa! I feel like I just had a burst of energy," YN exclaimed. "Well, when you're like that, I guess your injury won't really matter as much. Let's give it a shot and get moving," Kendo exclaimed. Based on everything she had seen and heard about him, she believed he could handle it and keep going. Meanwhile, "Achiko, is your arm okay?" Tsu asked. "Yeah, it just grazed me," Uraraka replied. Her arm had a noticeable cut, and she kept a hand over it, trying to maintain pressure. Before the two girls stood a female villain. She was their height and age, wearing a mask and a school uniform of some kind. Her hair was up in messy buns, and she had multiple knives and strange tubes strapped to her person. In her hand she held a knife with some of Uraraka's blood on it. "Shallow. Not much blood," the villain said, examining the knife. "That's mean, suddenly coming out slashing at us." "Who are you?" Tsu demanded. "I'm Toga. You two sure are cute." "Uraraka and Azui," Toga said. "She knows our names," Uraraka whispered. "Maybe from the sports festival. In any case, she knows who we are, which means we're at a disadvantage," Tsu added. "There's not enough blood. Normally, I'd get more directly from the cut, but this machine will start working if I just stick it in, so my work will progress quickly," Toga said, pulling out a tube device with a needle. "I'm going in," Toga declared, rushing forward. "She's coming," Uraraka yelled. Tsu immediately wrapped her long frog tongue around Uraraka's torso and threw her into the air. "Achiko, run back to camp. We were given permission to use our quirks not to defeat the villains but to protect ourselves. That's the kind of person Mr. Aizawa is," Tsu said. While midair, Achiko extended her hand. "Tsu, you too," she screamed. "Of course, I will also." Tsu began, but she was interrupted as Toga got close and slashed with her knife. The blade grazed Tsu's tongue, causing her to react and hop away. While Toga stopped in her tracks. "Tsu, Tsu, Tsu," Toga repeated, giddily. "Ribbit," Tsu said, confused. Toga turned to face her and removed her mask. "Tsu, what a cute nickname. I'm going to call you that too," Toga exclaimed, smiling and blushing. "Don't. The only people I want calling me that are the ones I want to be friends with," Tsu stated, hopping again to put more distance between her and Toga. But Toga threw her bloodsking device, pinning Tsu to a tree by her hair. "Then I'm your friend too." "All right," Toga screamed, ecstatic, jumping up and down in excitement. "Tsu," Uraraka called, running to her. With Tsu still pinned to the tree, Toga moved inches from her face. "You're bleeding, my friend, Tsu. You're so cute." "I love blood," Toga said, smiling wide. "Get away from her," Uraraka demanded. She ran at Toga, dodging as Toga lunged with her knife. Uraraka swiftly moved to the left, the blade missing her face but cutting some of her hair. Against someone with a knife, pivot on one foot to disappear from your opponent's line of sight and grab the wrist and the base of the neck. Then with all your might pull and push down, Uraraka recalled, putting her martial arts training to good use. She controlled Toga and pinned her face to the ground. Gunhead martial arts. Uraraka thought intensely. "That was amazing, Achiko." Tsu raved, still pinned to the tree. "Tsu, can you restrain her hands with your tongue? Does it hurt?" Uraraka asked. "Give me a second for my tongue," Tsu replied. "Achiko, you're wonderful too. You've got the same smell as me. There's someone you like, right?" Toga asked curiously. Her comment caused Uraraka to flinch. "And you feel like you want to be like that person, right?" "I can tell. Because you're a maiden like me," Toga claimed. "What did I s with her?" Uraraka wondered. Distracted, Toga took the opportunity to jab one of her needles into Uraraka's leg, causing her to scream in pain before reflexively jumping away from the villain. In the process, she freed herself from the needle. "Tsu! Uraraka!" a voice called. The three girls turned to see Izuku, heavily injured with bruises and both arms in casts, riding on Shoji's back. with Todoroki standing nearby. As Izuku leapt off of Shoji's back, Toga noticed him. "It's you!" Toga exclaimed, running at him, switching between her knife and needle to attack. "I'm Toga, Izuku," she called out. Izuku effectively dodged her slashes and stab attempts, but Toga inevitably tackled him to the ground. "I thought so earlier too, but you'd be cooler if you bled more, Izuku," Toga said, rearing her arm back with the knife. Before she could stab Izuku, Shoji swatted the villain off him. Toga rolled several feet before stopping herself, dodging a blast of fire from Todoroki. She looked genuinely disappointed. "Now there are too many people. I can't have any fun. Achiko, it was fun meeting you. And I know I'll see you again sometime, Izuku," Toga proclaimed, retreating. Elsewhere in the woods, YN and the group he had been with had made it out of the forest and were now back in the clearing with the pussycats, Mandalay and Tiger. Looking around, the situation was dire. Pixie Bob was unconscious, her head bleeding, a clear indication she had taken a powerful blow. "Are you all right?" Mandalay asked. "Apart from YN's ankle, we just have some scrapes and bruises," Kendo replied for everyone. "Even you guys got attacked?" "Oh man," YN said grimly. "Is Pixie Bob going to be okay?" Jiro asked. Mandalay and Yaoyorozu approached the downed hero to provide medical attention. "Until recently, there were villains here," Mandalay said. "They knew she was the strongest of the pussycats, so they targeted her first," Tiger explained. "She'll live. But it's not good," Mandalay said. "This attack was definitely planned by experienced villains," Yaoyorozu commented. A thought occurred to YN that didn't make sense to him. "Hang on. When the villains attacked you, which direction did they come from?" YN asked. "What? Over there." "Why?" Mandalay replied, confused. "Then why didn't Snipe stop them?" "He's at this camp too," YN recalled. "Snipe was here the whole time?" Tetsu asked. "I hadn't heard anything about that from Mr. Vlad," Aways added. "That's because you didn't need to know. He was just here to train me in firearms." "Oh no!" YN exclaimed anxiously. He quickly refilled his adrenaline levels and took off running into the woods. "Hey, where are you going?" "You just got out of the forest," Mandalay shouted. "I've got to find Snipe." YN yelled back. After a short while of frantic running, he reached the area where he and Snipe had been training since arriving at the camp. Breathing heavily, YN felt his heart sink. Snipe could barely be seen, lying on the ground near one of the training structures made by Pixie Bob's Quirk. Only seeing his feet, YN couldn't tell if Snipe was down or worse. Adding to the situation, Toga leaned against one of the dirt walls of the same training structure. "That's odd, you look familiar," she said, looking up. "You villain! What did you do to Snipe?" YN screamed, furious. "Oh, that wasn't my doing. I just thought I'd be safe in a place where we already attacked," Toga argued. "That's nonsense. I know you hurt him. And who's we, huh? Are you with the League of Villains? Did Shigaraki send you?" YN demanded, nearly in tears. Toga's expression suddenly turned less serious. "That's why you look familiar. You're on the list. It was you, Izuku, and spiky-haired explosion boy," Toga said, recalling the details. "List?" YN questioned, confused. "It's so lucky we ran into each other," Toga replied, pulling out one of her needle devices and a knife. "Things are much better without a bunch of other people around." She smiled in a way that sent chills down YN's spine. In an instant, she closed the distance between them. YN launched a kick upward, but she dodged to the side. As Toga tried to stab him, YN caught her right hand with his left. He barely managed to raise his right arm in time to stop her needle from piercing his neck. Instead, it struck his forearm. A strange sensation coursed through him as he felt something being drawn from his body. With a grunt of pain, he released his grip on Toga's knife hand. As the blade grazed his side, he retaliated by grabbing her throat and delivering a swift headbutt. She stumbled back, and the needle slipped from his arm. With a shocked expression and a trickle of blood from her nose, Toga looked at him. "I'm going to make you regret ever attacking us," YN swore, pulling the knife from his side with determination. Instead of fear, Toga's smile widened. So, you like blood too? That's great. We can have so much fun together. Toga exclaimed. Without warning, she hurled one of her needles at YN's head. He managed to lean away just in time and grab the hose attached to it, pulling Toga off balance. Equal rights, equal fights. YN shouted, landing a solid punch to her face. He followed up with 2 more powerful strikes before she fell to her knees, but it was a ruse. With YN standing over her, she drew another knife and stabbed him twice in the side, then slashed his thigh. Frustrated with the pain, YN kneed her in the head, then grabbed her by the hair and dragged her a few feet before throwing her into a wooden target he had previously practiced on. What's with you? Why won't you go down? Toga asked, raising her head, her cheeks flushed. Does blood not matter for you? Can you, not die? That's so cool, she exclaimed, breathing heavily. It's not nice to hit girls, an unknown voice suddenly interrupted. Before YN could react, a male villain in a black bodysuit struck him, knocking him out. What do you know? This is one of the guys we were told about. I forget, twice, was this one to take or to kill? Another villain asked, wearing a long black coat with horrific burns on his skin. No, Dabi. I think we need this one alive. Or maybe we don't. Twice replied. Fine. I'll let you carry him, then. Girlie, how much blood did you get? Dabi asked. Toga, struggling from her injuries, managed to stand. I got 2 people's blood, including his, Toga said. What? You were supposed to get blood from at least 3 people. Amateurs. There's lots of commotion over that way, so let's go see how the others are getting along, Dabi ordered, walking away. YN sat uncomfortably in what felt like a chair. His entire body, even his eyelids, felt heavy. An intense heat radiated through him. Looks like the other guy's waking up, an unknown voice said. That means he's fine then, Shigaraki. Searing his wounds shut worked. I'm still surprised at how much heat this kid's skin could handle. It kinda annoys me, a familiar voice added. It was Dabi. YN still hadn't opened his eyes, his body and mind at odds, one needing rest while the other fought to wake up. Where am I? What happened? YN wondered, struggling. He had no memory of the events that led to his current state. Finally, he managed to open his eyes, the light momentarily blinding him. Can't you wake up any faster? Shigaraki said eerily, sitting at a nearby counter. YN realized he was with the League of Villains in some sort of bar. Think. What led up to this? YN thought, squinting. Voices of friends echoed in his mind as memories replayed. Kinda funny, you and I being paired, huh? Jiro said. Jiro and I were paired together. Let's hold our breath. Jiro shouted. Then the gas attack hit. And there was a villain. Did you hurt your leg or something? Tetsu asked. It doesn't matter. YN argued. My ankle, it still hurts. Hey, where are you going? You just got out of the forest. Mandalay shouted. I've gotta find Snipe. YN yelled back. That's right. Blurred memories accelerated forward until YN saw Izuku, Shoji, and Todoroki fighting off the new League of Villains. The memory was fuzzy, but a man with a mask and hat was clearly visible, clutching both YN and Bakugo by their necks and dragging them through one of Kurogiri's portals. Izuku had attempted to close the distance to reach them, but the portal closed too quickly. Back in real time, YN's eyes burst open again, much faster than before. I remember it all, he finally spoke, panting. What? It's about time, LN. You unconscious idiot. Bakugo shouted, sitting directly to YN's left. Taking in his surroundings, YN noticed they were both restrained to their chairs. The key difference was that YN's shirt was ripped, and the areas where Toga had stabbed him were now burned. My wounds are seared shut. That's why I feel so hot, he realized, sweating profusely. Toga approached with a bag of ice and leaned it against his burn marks. The coolness felt great against the heat. She lingered for a moment, getting close to his ear. You're still cute, but I like you better when you're bleeding, she whispered playfully. YN shifted in his chair, anger boiling within him. He wanted nothing more than to retaliate. "Forget you, you crazy villain. You killed Snipe," he yelled, furious. "What? Seriously?" Bakugo exclaimed, turning to him. "You guys killed a pro and didn't even bother to mention it?" Shigaraki asked, raising an eyebrow. Dabi glanced at him casually. "Must have been the girl." "Wasn't me," Dabi replied, unconcerned. "The gun guy? I didn't go straight for the kill. He should still be alive, back in the forest, if someone got to him in time," Toga defended. "I was going to help him. Then you took me away from there." I yelled again. "Calm down. If these guys say he'll live, he'll live. Who knows better than a bunch of killers?" Shigaraki replied confidently. "Why did you bring us here?" Bakugo demanded. "These two are so angry." "Wow, they're nice," Twice exclaimed. Why does he contradict himself with his own words? I wondered. "We brought you both here to talk," Kurogiri explained. "You're joking, right? Old Dusty over here was out to get me not even a week ago." I argued, pointing. "The mall incident? That was you?" Bakugo asked, surprised. He had been the only one in class who hadn't gone on the shopping trip. That was a tricky situation. Besides, I came there with a question, and you showed me the answer. "I may not like you, but we definitely don't need to be enemies," Shigaraki stated. "What does that have to do with me?" Bakugo demanded. Hearing that, Shigaraki fell silent for a moment. "Dabi, release their restraints," Shigaraki suddenly said. "These guys are gonna fight, you know," Dabi reminded him. "It's fine. We need to treat them like equals since we're scouting them. Besides, you can tell if you'll win or not in this situation, right, UA students?" Shigaraki asked. "Twice you do it," Dabi ordered. "What, me?" "No way," Twice replied. "Do it," Dabi repeated. "Man." Twice complained as he stepped forward. He began to undo my restraints and then Bakugo's. "I apologize for using such forceful methods. But please understand that we are not just a mob trying to commit crimes," Mr. Compress said. Shigaraki stood from his seat and approached Bakugo and me. "We didn't bring either of you here by accident. Even though our situations differ, everyone here has been restricted and suffered because of rules and heroes. I'm sure you also." Shigaraki continued, but he was interrupted as Bakugo lunged forward and hit him with an explosion. Though he remained standing, Shigaraki was knocked back, and the hand over his face fell off. "Shigaraki!" Twice yelled, shocked. Bakugo and I stayed where we were, both on guard. Unfortunately, I could still barely stand because of my injured ankle. Great. And people say I don't think things through. In this situation, I'm not much help against villains this elite. Bakugo's about to get me killed. Outward. I listened quietly to your endless talking. You can't get to the point, so you're always talking for a long time. Basically, you mean, we want to harass people, so please join us, right? "Don't bother," Bakugo said. I glanced at him for a moment and saw that he had put on a determined smile. "I want to win like All Might. No matter what anyone says, that will never change." Bakugo shouted. Shigaraki finally started to move again. He creepily crouched down and picked up the severed hand he had been wearing as a mask, remaining silent. "Kurogiri, Compress, make them go to sleep again," Shigaraki suddenly said. Mr. Compress released a disappointed exhale. "I can't believe they're such bad listeners." "I'm almost impressed," Mr. Compress said, stepping forward. "If you want me to listen to you, then get on your knees and give up." Bakugo shouted. He sounded angry, but anyone could see his thoughts were becoming more desperate as the villains drew closer. I suddenly clenched my fist and threw a punch into Bakugo's jaw. Although it staggered him, he looked more shocked than anything. He and the villains now appeared completely confused. "Come on, Bakugo. For the first time in your life, think. Your quirk is superior to most people at UA, students and teachers. Clearly you're aware of this. Why else would you call everyone rejects since we were kids?" I stated. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Bakugo asked. "Think. You want to be the best. I know you do. I'm the same way. Imagine if you didn't have to hold back with those explosions of yours every time you fought someone. And imagine what I could do with a simple flamethrower or full-auto rifle. The biggest thing limiting what we can do are the made-up rules heroes are expected to follow, I continued. Bakugo's expression and tone were almost shaky at this point. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Come on, Bakugo. Realize what I'm doing, I thought, hopeful. With a bitter expression, I hobbled backward from where Bakugo stood and toward the villain's side of the room. Based solely on the stares I felt, the members of the League weren't completely convinced. But Toga soon ran up, wrapping herself around my right arm as though she'd known me for years. Why, and I knew you'd get it. Shigaraki mentioned you were smart. I'm so happy we get to be together. Toga exclaimed, blushing hard. I masked my disdain for her with all my strength. The sky was dark. The landscape was barren. A massive crater now sat in the remnants of a once great city area. Buildings around were wrecked and demolished by some great destructive force. There had been no fire, no explosion, just raw power obliterating much of the area in an instant. On the ground lay several pro-heroes, A-Lady, Gang Orca, Tiger, Ragdoll, and even Best Jeanist, all beaten and battered. A dramatic clapping broke the silence as the heroes struggled to pull themselves together. Best Jeanist lay trembling on the ground, his eyes wide. Hovering above him was the man doing the clapping. I see why you're the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. That blast should have taken you all out. But you were able to manipulate everyone's clothing and pull them out of the way just in time. Quick thinking. Consider me impressed, the man said. It's him. The League's leader. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Best Jeanist realized, shocked. With every ounce of will he could muster, the hero did his best to get up. He used his quirk, unwinding the back fibers of his outfit to push himself up from the ground. But that doesn't matter. A true hero doesn't believe in excuses. Best Jeanist remembered. He launched his fibers toward the villain, but before they could even reach their target, All for One countered. A mere snap of his fingers sent a powerful shockwave that sent Best Jeanist reeling. Now I see. Your strength comes from practice and practical experience, not raw power. I don't need your quirk. It wouldn't pair well with Tamura's disposition, All for One stated calmly. Behind a nearby wall hid 5 anxious faces. Who is this guy? What just happened? Todoroki wondered. He took out 3 pro-heroes in an instant. Kirishima thought, trembling. We have to run. I know that, but... Yayorozu recalled. I'm so scared that... Tenya thought. That my body won't move. What in the world was that? Midoriya struggled. Suddenly, a sound similar to splashing water was heard, followed by a couple of familiar voices. Diamenet. What the hell? Bakugo coughed. Oh no. That felt like if I vomited and then it went back inside me. YN exclaimed, frantically spitting on the ground from the awful taste in his mouth. My apologies, Bakugo YN, All for One said sternly. Huh. Bakugo exclaimed, confused. What the? YN asked, equally uncertain. At that moment, more black, liquid-like portals began to form. The rest of the League quickly emerged, finding themselves reunited in this new area. Spinner fell to his knees, gagging. That stuff was so gross. Toga complained, looking ill. And here I thought you enjoyed drinking disgusting fluids. YN teased, rather directly. Context, Mr. Compress said dryly. This black stuff reeks. I love it, Twice added. Master, Shigaraki said, noticing. With that, everyone turned their attention to the ominous figure that had brought them. All except Dabi and Kurogiri, who remained unconscious. So you failed once more, Tamura. But you must not be discouraged. You'll try again. That's why I brought your associates back with you. Even these 2, because you judged that they were important pieces on your game board. Start over as many times as it takes. I am here to provide you with help. All of this is for you, All for One declared. Is this him? The guy All Might talked about. Which means he can steal people's quirks. YN recalled. Meanwhile, Midoriya was working through his own thoughts. I can't freak out now. I have to remember why I'm here. Because my body couldn't move back then, and I let the villains take them both. Being scared is no excuse. They're right there in front of me. Their leader doesn't seem to have noticed we're around. Otherwise, he wouldn't talk so freely. There are 6 or 7 meters separating me from YN and Kaken. With full cowl, I can get there in less than a second. But I couldn't grab both of them. And if I could, where would we run to next? Plus, I'd be putting the others in danger. I need a plan. I need to find a way to reach out to them. Midoriya thought intensely. As he barely began to move, Ida extended his arms, clutching both Midoriya and Todoroki's arms. Yaoyorozu was also holding on to Kirishima. Clearly, the 2 class representatives were trying to keep everyone out of danger. We have to get away. But how? Ida and Yaoyorozu thought simultaneously. Ah, there you are, All for One suddenly said. He turned to face All Might, who was speeding through the night sky. He slammed into All for One with all his momentum, but the villain matched his strength, remaining steady. I'll have you return my 2 students, All for One. All Might vowed, pushing forward. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? All for One replied. After a short struggle, All for One finally pushed All Might back. The resulting shockwave sent Bakugo, YN, and the League members flying. A massive swirling dust cloud now shrouded the already wrecked area. It took you long enough to find us. It's only 5 kilometers from the bar to here, and yet, it was at least 30 seconds after I sent the Nomus that you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might, All for One stated confidently. You're one to talk. It's kind of hard to ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. Aren't you overexerting yourself? All Might retorted, frowning. After a hard-fought battle, one which the entire world had witnessed, it was finally over. All Might stood victorious over the dreadful All for One. He was exhausted but proud, his arm and index finger extended, pointing to an unknown source or subject. Standing in the town square before a massive screen, everyone misread his intent. The crowd believed he was challenging all the other villains of the world. They were mistaken. Izuku and I knew the truth. He was really saying, I have used up everything inside of me. Now it's your turn. Izuku understood exactly what he meant, bringing tears to his eyes. In my own tearful haze, I sought Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder. But would my attempt to console him mean anything in the bigger picture of what was happening? After the ordeal, our group eventually met up with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. They had exited the battlefield through much less flashy means than the rest of us. The 5 of them took Bakugo and me to meet with the police. The whole way there, our group was silent, perhaps overwhelmed by everything that had happened in such a short time. Finally, after our worlds had been turned upside down, we went home. Bakugo and I were each escorted home in police cars. Returned to my frantic and emotional parents after being kidnapped, they were understandably worried. Any other day, it would have affected me, but my mind was occupied. A mistake from my recent past surfaced, and this time it couldn't be pushed back. As time passed, it was now night. From my bedroom, I heard an anxious Izuku running out of his apartment next door. I stealthily slipped past my parents, who were keeping a close watch on me. My injured ankle had since been healed by Recovery Girl, but Izuku still had a lead on me. I followed behind, sensing where he was going. Sure enough, it was Takoba Municipal Beach Park. We often trained there together. All Might! Izuku shouted, running onto the sand toward his beloved mentor. All Might, in his skinny form, turned to face him, his arms and head bandaged. Ah, you finally made it, he said. Are you okay? Izuku asked, rushing up. It sure took you long enough. All Might exclaimed, running as well. They're like father and son. I thought, feeling warmth in my heart. Texas. Smash. All Might shouted. I pondered, I guess I'm not necessarily wrong. All Might's punch knocked Izuku to the ground. You made a promise. But, as it turns out, you can't keep your word. Ugh, if you kids had gotten hurt, it would have all been in vain. You've got some bad influences, All Might said sternly. Izuku touched his face, where he had been struck. He sat up from the cold sand, looking ashamed. Young Midoriya, listen. I'm officially retired as a pro. It's clear that my body won't allow me to fight another battle, All Might continued. He transformed into his muscular form just long enough to throw a few punches but quickly reverted back, visibly strained. I can't take this anymore. They deserve to know, I thought sadly. The last sparks of One for All have left my body. My muscle form won't last for any significant amount of time. I can't protect you when you put yourself in danger now. You're always rushing in to try to help, no matter what I tell you. You're destroying your body over and over. Yet back there, you managed to. All Might ranted, but he was interrupted when he turned to see me standing several feet away. Izuku, with his back to me, turned to see what his mentor was looking at. I stood there, looking down at the sand, a guilty expression on my face. You managed to save me, I said, shaking my head in utter dismay, tears welling in my eyes. I clutched my hair in frustration. I did something wrong, and I need to get it out. I began. Young LN. All Might tried to speak. I already know, guys. I know about One for All. All Might, I know about you and All for One. I know everything because I overheard it all. I confessed, tears streaming down my face. Neither my teacher nor my friend spoke. Izuku, you started acting different. You were different. During the entrance exam, suddenly, you had a quirk. A quirk so unbelievable that your own body couldn't handle it. I wanted to know what was going on with my best friend, making him change so much in such a short time. So, I hid my phone on you and recorded your conversation, I explained. The two remained silent. Through my tear-filled eyes, I couldn't read their expressions. I fell to my knees, sinking into the sand. That wasn't your secret to know, All Might said gruffly, his voice revealing a mix of emotions. Oh, who do you think you are? I'm the one who caused the downfall of the symbol of peace, I replied grimly. Izuku, still silent, looked lost for words. All Might stood there, panting heavily, seemingly wanting to understand what I meant. More tears fell as I continued, it's my fault. I messed up and got taken. That's on me. And then you came to save Bakugo and me, losing your power in the process. I feel like that's on me too. Over and over again, I find myself in these situations, making the wrong choices, and everything just gets worse. I could have avoided being taken, or I could have done something smart. But I didn't do any of that. And now there's no symbol of peace. I'm so sorry. I ranted, pouring out my heart. Perhaps not, young LN, All Might suddenly said. Both Izuku and I looked up. I may not be able to be the symbol that I once was, but I am still All Might. Everything I stood for as a hero can still live on. Within you, within young Midoriya, and even all your other classmates. I am so very proud of every one of them, including you too. LN, I don't know if you could have ever restored me to my prime, but I do know this. From here on out, I will devote myself to training all of you students. You kids are stuck with me, so let's keep working hard together, All Might promised. Moved by his words, Izuku and I both rushed forward, finding ourselves in a tearful group hug with All Might. Geez, I guess I've now got two crybabies to take care of, All Might joked, smiling. Any other time, I might have resented such a statement, but right now, it didn't seem to matter. The next day, word spread about something unexpected. Since the battle, the world had become aware of just how weak All Might had become. There was much speculation that he shouldn't continue to teach at UA, with many believing he would be seen as an easy target for villains. To address this growing concern, Principal Nizu had an idea. All Might and Aizawa were sitting on the couch in my parents' apartment. My parents sat across from them in two chairs, while I stood nearby with my arms crossed. You guys want to build dorms at UA? Best surprised. Yes, Principal Nizu believes it would be a better way to keep all of UA's students safe, Aizawa replied. It also reinforces the school's determination to protect you all. But we want to do the right thing and speak with all our students' parents first, All Might elaborated. I imagine that must be especially important after Yn and Bakugo were taken, Mom said. Yes. Unfortunately, due to the repeated incidents this school year, UA really needs this to maintain its image, Aizawa replied. Right, because cramming a bunch of hormonal teenagers into an enclosed space won't complicate things further, Dad said sarcastically. Please forgive my husband. As you can see, YN gets his sarcasm from him, Mom defended. Not true. I'm way more sarcastic. Dad and I said simultaneously. What's with these guys? All Might whispered. Seriously though, I'm all for the UA dorms. With All Might's power gone, you guys need to enhance security somehow. If this is the solution, then so be it, Dad said seriously. Everyone turned toward my mother next. I must admit, despite the reputation you all try so hard to maintain at UA, my son has been injured on multiple occasions. It makes me question things. But one thing I never question is my son's strength and capability. In the past months, he's grown from an arrogant and sarcastic boy into a determined and calculated young man, Mom confessed. Please stop, I muttered, slightly embarrassed. Mrs. Ellen, let me stress once again that we at UA are completely dedicated to the safety and advancement of our young heroes, All Might reiterated. My mother smiled lightly for a moment. After that, I wasn't a hero for long. But with YN being who he is, I know he could accomplish much more in much less time. I absolutely support the dormitory system. Mom finally said. All Might and even Aizawa looked very satisfied with her words. Just remember, son, don't do anything foolish. And no letting your emotions lead you astray, Dad spoke unexpectedly. Aizawa nearly choked on his tea, while I face-bombed in embarrassment. Darling, that's kind of the same sentence twice if you think about it, Mom pointed out bluntly. We should get out of here. All Might whispered to himself. Oh, by the way, Izuku's place is right next door. So you guys can just head there next, I advised. With that, the two teachers left noticeably fast. 3 days later, it was time to move into our new dorms. Amazingly, the dorm buildings had been fully constructed in that short time. The contents of each student's room had been transported there, but it would probably be up to us to prepare our rooms. At the moment, all of Class 1A was standing outside our dorm building. Aizawa stood before us looking more irritated than usual. Given everything that has happened, I'm glad we were able to bring Class A back together, he said. So, we all got the go-ahead to move on campus, Ciro noted. Hagakure released an exasperated sigh. It took a lot of convincing from my parents, she admitted. Considering all the past circumstances, that's pretty understandable, I said. We're glad the teachers got to come back too. The people at the press conference seemed pretty upset with you guys, Sue added. Yeah, Uraraka agreed. I was surprised as well. But circumstances have changed. I assume it was easier for administration to let the teachers return instead of revamping the entire faculty. Now then, I'll explain how your dorm assignments will work shortly. First, however, we haven't forgotten about the provisional hero licenses you were supposed to receive during the training camp. Is that what we were there for? I have zero recollection of that. I mean, I remember everything that happened at camp, but still. I confessed, scratching my head. So much has happened it totally slipped my mind, Ashido said. Wait, did everyone know but me? I asked, searching their faces. I didn't know, Kaminari said. Okay, now I'm really sad, I replied, face-palming. This is important. Listen well. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida. You 5 are the only ones who broke the rules and went to rescue Bakugo and LN that night, Aizawa said seriously. Ribbit, Sue muttered. Based on your reactions, I assume the rest of you were at least aware of their plan. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and just say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement from the hero scene, I would expel everyone here except Bakugo, Ellen, and Hagakure. The 5 of you who went, of course, but also the remaining students who didn't stop them. You betrayed our trust. Even if it was to keep your friends from getting into trouble. In order to regain our confidence, you'll need to obey every rule to the letter and live as model students. That's all. Now look alive. Enjoy your new home, Aizawa explained, walking away. We're supposed to be excited after that speech. Ciro and Kaminari said in unison. He must be real fun at parties, I muttered. I turned my head to see Bakugo suddenly drag a startled Kaminari into some nearby bushes by his shirt collar. A flash of electricity sparked for a moment before the two emerged from the brush. Dude, what did Bakugo do to you? Zero asked, chuckling. Kirishima, Bakugo called out, holding out a stack of money. Whoa, did you shake him down for cash? Kirishima shouted, shocked. No. This is my money, you idiot. To replace what you spent, Bakugo replied angrily. Kirishima said. This reminds me of the time I was taken by the police on counterfeit charges, I said, somewhat nostalgically. Huh? Uraraka exclaimed. What the heck? Jiro agreed. What are you even talking about? Izuku asked, dumbfounded. It wasn't intentional. When I was about 10, I kept refilling the allowance in my wallet, stacking up the cash. What I didn't think of is how my quirk works. I basically had copies on top of copies of the same few bills. All the more reason why I think my quirk must work by some form of time reversal. I explained. What were you even thinking? Ida said, shocked. I was thinking, hey, here's a great way to get all the treats and games I want. Give me a break, I was a kid, I answered, unconcerned. So what happened with the police? Jiro asked curiously. Oh, I got caught spending a ton of the exact same bills, and one day the cops were waiting for me. They couldn't really arrest me because of my age at the time, but I was in for some serious parental punishment afterward, I recalled, shaking my head. Would you shut up? Kirishima, this money is for the night vision goggles that I know you bought. Don't say I never gave you anything. Now I'm not in your debt, Bakugo said, heading inside the dormitory. As Kaminari jumped up, emitting a goofy screeching noise, the rest of the class broke out into laughter. Sorry everyone. This won't make up for it, but let's all go out to eat tonight on me. Kirishima yelled. The class cheered in excitement. As everyone entered the dormitory, Aizawa continued explaining about the place. Each student dormitory holds one class. Girls are on the right, and boys are on the left. The entire first floor is a common area. That's where you'll find your kitchen, baths, and laundry rooms, he said. Hagakure exclaimed. There's even a courtyard, Siro said, looking out. Oh, sweet. Hopefully we're allowed to spar out there, I said. So spacious and new. Ashido shouted, giddily. I'm living in a mansion. Uraraka cried, fainting. Uraraka. Ida said. Did my ears deceive me? Our baths are located in the common space? Gulps, is this heaven? Mineta suddenly spoke, drooling. They're separated by gender, and you'll behave yourselves, Aizawa stated, his irritation towards Mineta palpable. Yes, sir, Mineta replied. Living quarters are on the next level. A few boys and girls on each level. Everyone gets their own room. You should be comfortable. You've got your own AC, toilets, fridges, and closets, Aizawa elaborated. We've got balconies? Wow. Izuku said. I quickly grabbed Kaminari's shirt collar before he could get too close to the balcony edge. In your current state, I don't like how that could turn out. I stated, aiming him back inside the building. I turned back to the balcony where Izuku stood looking out. We hadn't spoken much in the days since being at the beach with All Might. Unsure of what his best friend now thought of him, YN decided to leave him be for now. These are your dorm assignments. The belongings you sent ahead have already been placed in your new rooms, so spend the day unpacking and getting settled. I'll tell you more about your next few lessons tomorrow. For now, get to work, Aizawa ordered. Yes, Mr. Aizawa, everyone replied. It was now nighttime. In the dorm's common area sat Kirishima, Izuku, Ida, Siro, and others. I'm so beat. Kirishima said. You and me both. Are you done unpacking? Siro asked. I think so, Kirishima replied. Feels good, right? Siro said. I know we could have faced danger, but it's kind of exciting to be living here, Kaminari said. Izuku agreed. A unified class. It's the perfect way to increase our cooperation and DSPLN. How smart. Ida pointed out. So you never relax, do you? Kirishima said, sarcastically. Hiya, boys. All done with your rooms? Ashido asked, entering the commons. The rest of the girls, except Sue, were with her. Yup, we're just unwinding now, Kaminari said. Well, the girls and I have been talking and… Ashido began. We have a great idea. Hagakure chimed in. Let's go around and see who has the coolest room. Ashido suggested enthusiastically. Shouldn't we get everyone together first? Like, where are YN and Bakugo? Jiro asked. Whoa. Jiro's asking about YN. Hagakure said. I knew there was something between you guys. It's as obvious as Midoriya and Uraraka. Ashido exclaimed. Huh. Izuku and Uraraka said. They looked at each other for a brief moment before turning red and looking away again. To answer your question, Ashido, Bakugo told me earlier that he'd finished unpacking and was going to sleep. I remember because he said he'd be furious if anyone was too loud, Kirishima said, drinking some water. And I spoke to YN a short while ago. I recall he was complaining about how annoying it was to unpack and that he'd be off to bed soon, Ida added. Anyone else up for checking out each other's rooms? Ashido asked. Everyone agreed and went ahead. It was the day after moving into the UA dorms. YN was lying in his bed, his arms and legs sprawled out beneath the blanket. A slight crack in the curtains let in a line of sunshine that cast itself across part of the room. An increasingly aggressive knocking at the door caused YN to awaken. YN, wake up. Come on. Ida yelled. Where am I? YN asked himself, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and taking in his surroundings. Oh right. The dormitory, YN remembered. YN, hey. Ida yelled. Again. Ida, what are you yelling about? Do you know what time it is? YN said, irritated. It's time to get up and prepare ourselves for school. Ida replied. My alarm hasn't even gone off yet. YN reasoned. Your alarm has gone off like 6 times. I think you keep hitting the snooze button, Ida argued. This seems like the kind of thing you could just text me about. YN said, silencing his phone. Just as he began to get comfortable again, a loud bang echoed as Bakugo burst through the door. Let's go, jackass. Bakugo said, entering. Without hesitation, he grabbed YN's left ankle and dragged him out of bed across the cold floor. Oh, come on. Why do you guys care so much about how long I sleep? YN asked. Ida glided over, waving his usual robot-looking hands. Being punctual is an important part of being a hero. Besides, with these dormitories only a 5-minute walk from our classes, it would look pretty bad to still be late. Ida explained. Bakugo finally released his hold on YN's ankle, having dragged him all the way to the common area. Well, why do you care so much, Bakugo? YN asked, confused. The explosive hothead scoffed. I don't care. I was just getting sick of that robots yelling and banging at your door, Bakugo said, walking away. You say that, but I'm sure you really just don't want one less class rival there to challenge you, right? Todoroki said. Shut the hell up. Dimin icy hot. Bakugo screamed, storming off. I guess Todoroki must have been right on the money. YN thought. With that, he hurried to get ready for school and took his breakfast with him as everyone walked to class. Geez, YN. I never knew you were so. Not a morning person, Jiro commented. Yeah, I never have been much for waking myself up. In junior high, my dad considered installing this thing that would make my whole bed tilt up and throw me out when a timer went off, YN said, reminiscent. Hearing that, Jiro was now trying hard not to break out in laughter. No way. How are you not late like all the time? Jiro asked, snickering. It's not like I aim to be early, anyway. I actually prefer to arrive to class not too early, not too late. Right on the edge of mediocre. I figure as long as I arrive on time when it really matters, then what's the harm? YN said honestly. That just sounds like an excuse to be lazy, Kirishima joked, smiling. I don't know. I think it sounds pretty cool, Jiro said, slightly blushing. YN didn't even hear, as he had now found himself deep in thought. Oh man, I got used to Izuku always waking me up, whether it was for school or to go running with him. Hell, on Saturdays we would sometimes wake up early to be first in line for a new game we wanted. Nothing. I wish I knew how to fix this tension. If only I could go back to before. Before I betrayed his trust, YN thought sadly. Hey, YN, Kaminari said. Huh. YN muttered. You sure were thinking hard. Anyway, why take breakfast with you this morning on the walk to class? Can't you just refill the last food your stomach, like usual? Kaminari asked. Oh yeah, I guess it slipped my mind, YN replied, scratching his head. It's understandable to still be on edge. Your and Bakugo's kidnapping are still fairly recent, Yamamo stated. Kirishima grabbed YN with one arm and Bakugo with the other, pulling them close to him. No worries, guys. You'll get back into the swing of things in no time, Kirishima said, caring. Okay, thanks, but that's enough, YN said, inching away. Get off me, Bakugo added, pushing away. Once we all arrived in class and got settled, Aizawa got started. I believe I mentioned this already, but your main focus this summer is obtaining provisional hero licenses, he said. Yes, sir, the class replied. Do not take this lightly. A hero license means that you're responsible for human lives. You can imagine the exam to receive one is very difficult. Only 50% of students pass the tests required for these permits each year, Aizawa stated seriously. It's that hard to get a provisional license? Mineta mumbled, worried. In order to prepare, today you'll be concentrating on creating something new, 2 ultimate moves, Aizawa said. Just then, the door to the classroom slid open, and 3 familiar faces entered. It was Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Cementos. Ultimate moves? Kaminari and Kirishima said, surprised. An exam is a normal school thing. YN, Ashido, and Kaminari said. But this is total hero work. Kirishima and Siro continued. When we say ultimate, we mean a move that will ensure you win against your opponent, Ectoplasm began. An action so unique to your identity that no other person could hope to copy it. Simply put, you must learn to lean into your strengths, Cementos continued. Your moves represent who you are. These days, most pro heroes have an ultimate move. Those who don't are foolish, Midnight concluded. This may sound abstract, but we'll explain more as the day goes on. For now, change into your costumes and meet in Gym Gamma, Aizawa ordered. After everyone's suited up, they met in the aforementioned location. Gym Gamma, also known at the academy as this Training Dining Land, or TDL, Aizawa added. Training Dining Land? What does that even mean? YN muttered to himself. Cementos placed his hands on the gymnasium floor and began to mold the surface into a unique terrain. This facility was my idea. We can prepare unique terrains and obstacles for each student here. Here you will learn to serve up justice, hence the name, Cementos explained. That's pretty cool, Kaminari said. Oh, we're learning to serve up justice, so it's the Training Dining Land. Makes sense. Still kind of a strange name, though, YN mumbled. Please allow me a question. What is the advantage of having ultimate moves for our provisional exam? May we know your reasoning? Ida requested. That's 2 questions. Calm down, Aizawa replied. Let me guess, this ultimate move stuff is because of the sports festival, right? YN quickly asked. Rather than answer him, Aizawa responded to Ida. Listen up. The job of a hero is to save people from all sorts of dangers, crime, accidents, and natural or man-made disasters. Of course, the licensing exam analyzes how well you're able to deal with such things. It won't just be fighting. Your ability to gather information and make quick decisions will be judged, in addition to how well you communicate, cooperate, and lead others. Every year, a new test is used to evaluate these qualities, Aizawa explained. One thing is especially important. If you want to be a pro hero, you must be able to prevail in battle. And those of you with an ultimate move will have stronger results, Midnight added. YN's POV. The teachers kept talking, but I had zoned out. Come on. Just let us get started already, I thought. I looked up at the high ceiling in boredom. Although I was drifting in and out of the teacher's rambling, I got the gist. Apparently, we would be working on developing and perfecting our ultimate moves over the next 10 days. This would literally be the remainder of our summer vacation. Oh, looks like Cementos is done transforming the terrain, I thought, noticing. Prepare for intensive training. In addition, You should think about how you can improve your costumes now that you all have a better understanding of your quirks. I expect each of you to go plus ultra, Aizawa declared. Yes, sir, the class yelled. I came back to reality once again as ectoplasm smacked the back of my head. Dad, I said, looking around. What are you staring off into space for? You haven't made any headway with your own ultimate move, ectoplasm scolded. Each of us students had one of ectoplasm's clones to train with. To be fair, that time I wasn't staring off into space. I was watching my classmates. I figured it might help me to see the routes they're taking with their moves, I defended. The pro hero released a noticeable sigh. And what did you learn? Ectoplasm asked. Ashido's turning her acid into a projectile stream, Ojiro's working on fighting without his tail, Izuku is just standing around. I began. Don't just list off what the others are doing. What ideas of your own have you come up with from watching them? Ectoplasm repeated. That my quirk isn't the attack type. I've always known that. It's more of an enhancement quirk than anything. In the past few months, I've experienced just how much it can help my longevity in battle. But it's not offensive at all. That's why I have all the support gear that I do, I admitted. Clearly, you weren't paying attention during our entire explanation because there are two things you aren't considering. 1. An ultimate move does not have to be an attack. Ida's Recipro Burst even qualifies as what we're looking for here. And 2. No one ever said you can't incorporate your gear. That's what it's for, to support you, Ectoplasm stated. I couldn't help but facepalm at myself. My head really was all over the place to the point I had missed something so obvious. Of course. I've been using ultimate moves this whole time. I finally realized. In my head, I recalled previous encounters with various random villains I had fought in the past months, including Stain. Reaching into my overcoat and under my arm, I drew one of my pistols from its holster. It's crossed my mind before, but what kind of pistol is that? Ectoplasm asked curiously. I ejected the magazine and exposed the empty chamber before holding it up for his viewing. My pistols are dual Beretta 92 FS 9mm, each with a 20-round magazine. I carry around a total of 40 non-lethal impact rounds made by UA's support course. But those numbers don't really matter, thanks to my quirk. It's like an infinite ammo cheat, I explained, reloading my magazine. Am I to believe you have an ultimate move in mind that uses them? Ectoplasm asked. Oh yeah. Here's a classic I've been doing since the start, I replied, grinning. I turned to a thin piece of stone that was almost my height. Then I aimed my pistol about halfway down. Here goes, I shouted. In that moment, I fired a few shots into the stone, where I imagined an opponent's weak point would be. In most cases, all it takes is one bullet, I simply said. Ectoplasm released a loud and begrudging groan. If you insist on using such a shameless and painful move, then at least give it a less derogatory name. And please avoid using it against fellow students, Ectoplasm reasoned. A new name for it? All right, I'll think of something, I agreed. While you're at it, you should consider carrying more pistol magazines than you do now. If you were to run out of ammunition and overuse your quirk, you would effectively be defenseless, Ectoplasm suggested. Now that you mention it, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to pay a visit to the support course. You mind? I asked. You mean the development studio? Go ahead. But be ready for more training and more moves when you get back, Ectoplasm said. I took off and ended up heading there with both Uraraka and Ida. So you're focusing on making your own body float? Ida asked. If I increase my mobility, I can use the martial arts I learned from my internship even more. What are you doing? Uraraka replied. It's quite simple. I want to reduce Recipro's drawbacks. I plan on asking the development studio to improve my radiator, Ida said. What about you, YN? Uraraka asked. Oh, I really just felt like it was about time I see what inventions May has cooked up. Beyond that, I'm probably going to request more ammo than I currently carry, I explained. It's so weird to have a classmate who uses guns, Uraraka said, thinking. Indeed. Speaking of guns, Wine, did you ever hear back on Snipe's condition? Ida asked. Thankfully he's alive. He's just pretty messed up from the attack Toga or whoever did to him. Honestly, I still can't believe what happened, I replied sadly. Oh, there's Deku, Uraraka suddenly exclaimed. I looked forward and indeed saw Izuku standing before the development studio door. I was just wondering where you were, Uraraka said, running ahead. But I had been faster. Don't run in the halls. Ida shouted sternly. You here for costume improvements too? Uraraka asked, waving. As she said those words, I was close to grabbing Izuku's shoulder. Can we talk about? I tried. I was interrupted as Izuku slid the door open, and a massive explosion sent us both flying. I lay stunned on the floor from what had just happened. With my ears ringing, I noticed the smoke pouring out of the room. I quickly cleared the air in the hallway, dispersing it. But there was another issue, some kind of weight preventing me from getting up. When did you get here? Mei asked happily. She was partially on my back and partially on Izuku's chest, as we all lay on the floor. Izuku let out a startled sound from how close Mei was to him. Meanwhile, I had my own thoughts. Mei, I know whose back you're on, but whose side are you on? I exclaimed, dumbfounded. Why and you're here too? Glad you could make it, Mei replied cheerfully. She finally got off Izuku and me, and we each stood up. As I dusted myself off, Power Loader emerged from the development studio. You shouldn't try to mix everything you can find in a lab like that, he said. Failure is the mother of invention, Mr. Power Loader. Thomas Edison said something like that. As long as I learned something, this wasn't a waste of time. Mei countered. You almost blew up the entire design studio. Will you please listen to me for once, Hatsum? Power Loader demanded, frustrated. How's it going, Power Loader? What kept you? I said, rubbing my head. That explosion hit me before it hit you. I think I actually blacked out for a minute. Power Loader replied. Well, I'm busy developing new projects, so bye. Mei suddenly said, losing interest in the conversation. Wait, I wanted to speak to someone about improving my costume. Izuku cried out. You can count me in. Mei shouted, turning around. Oh no. I muttered. Hatsum. If you can't behave and do as I say, you're banned from the studio. Got it? The rest of you. Eraser had mentioned you were coming by. Come on in, Power Loader instructed. Our group entered the development studio, where we were helped one by one. In the end, we each found our own solutions to what we were looking for. I acquired additional ammo and even smoke grenades, like snipe uses. One by one, the four of us returned to Gym Gamma with new potential flooding our minds. Developing and training our ultimate moves would now become part of our daily lives.